This is Audible.
Notes and Errata. 1. Methamphetamine hydrochloride, a.k.a. crystal meth. 2. Oren's never once darkened the door of any sort of therapy professional, by the way, so his takes on his dreams are always generally pretty surface level. 3. ETA is laid out as a cardioid, with the four main inward-facing buildings convexly rounded at the back and sides to yield a cardioid's curve, with the tennis courts and pavilions at the center and the staff and students' parking lots in back of ComEd, forming the little bashed-in dent that, from the air, gives the whole facility the Valentine heart aspect that still wouldn't have been truly cardioid if the buildings themselves didn't have their convex bulges, all derived from arcs of the same radius, a staggering feat given the uneven ground, and wildly different electrical and plumbing conduit wall space required by dormitories, administrative offices, and polyresonous lung. Pull offable probably by, on the whole East Coast, one guy, ETA's original architect, Avril's old and very dear friend, the topology world's closed curve mapping Ubermensch, A.Y. Vectorfield Ricky of Brandeis U., now deceased, who used a wow Hal and Mario and Weston by taking off his vest without removing his suit jacket, which Ampemulus years later exposed as a cheap parlor trick exploitation of certain basic features of continuous functions, which revelation Hal mourned in a Santa's not real type of secret way, and which Mario simply ignored, preferring to see the vest thing as plain magic. 4. Those young staffers who double as academic and athletic instructors are, by convention at North American tennis academies, known as pro-rectors. 5. Known usually as dreens, i.e. lightweight speed, silert, tenuate. Note to footnote. Tenuate's the trade name of diethyl propion hydrochloride. Marion Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals, technically a prescription anti-obesity agent, favored by some athletes for its mildly euphoric and resources-rallying properties without the tooth-grinding and hideous post-blood spike crash that the hairier-chested dreams like Fasten and Silert inflict, though with a discomforting tendency to cause post-spike ocular nystagmus. Nystagmus or no nystagmus, tenuate's a particular favorite of Michael Pemulus, who hoards for personal ingestion every 75 milligram white tenuate capsule he can lay hands on, and does not sell or trade them, except sometimes to roommate Jim Troeltsch, who nags Pemulus for them and also goes into Pemulus's special entrepot yachting cap, and promotes still more of them on the sly, a couple at a time, feeling that they help his sports color commentary loquacity, which secret promotions Pemulus knows about all too well and is biding his time to retaliate, never you fear. Fasten, Preludin, even sometimes Ritalin. It's worth an NB that, unlike Jim Troeltsch or the Preludin-happy Bridget Boone, Michael Pemulus, out of maybe some queer sort of blue-collar street-type honor, rarely ingests any dreens before a match, reserving them for recreation. Some people are wired to find heart-pounding, eye-wobbling dreen stimulation recreational. 6. Lightweight tranks. Valium 3 and Val Release. Good old dependable Xanax, Dalmane, Buspar, Serax, even Halcyon. Legally available in Canada, unbelievably still. With those kids inclined toward a heavier slide, Reds, Meprospan, Happy Patch, Transdermals, Milltown, Stelazine, the odd injury script, Darvon. Never lasting for more than a couple seasons for the obvious reason that serious tranks can make even breathing seem like too much trouble to go to, the cause of a meaty percentage of trank-related deaths being attributed off the record by emergency room personnel to PS or pulmonary sloth. 7. Top junior players are for the most part pretty cautious with alcohol, mostly because the physical consequences of heavy intake, like nausea and dehydration and poor hand-eye interface, make high-level performance almost impossible. Very few other standard substances have prohibitive short-term hangovers, actually, though an evening of even synthetic cocaine will make the next day's dawn drills very unpleasant indeed, which is why so few of ETA's hardcore do cocaine, though there's also the issue of expense. Though many ETAs are the children of upscale parents, the children themselves are rarely flush with dollars from home, since the gratification of pretty much every physical need is either taken care of or prohibited by ETA itself. It's maybe worth noting that the same people hardwired to enjoy recreational dreams also tend to gravitate toward cocaine and methadone and other engine revvers, while another broad class of more naturally higher-strung types tend more toward the edge-beveling substances, tranks, cannabis, barbiturates, and yes, alcohol. 8. I.e., psilocybin, happy patches. Note to footnote. Homemade transdermals, usually MDMA or mucimol, with DDMS or the over-counter available DMSO as the transdermal carrier. MDMA/ecstasy, bad news though, X. Various low-tech manipulations of the benzene ring in methoxy-class psychedelics, usually home-makeable. Synthetic dickies like MMDA, DMA, DMMM, 2CB, Paradot 1 through 6, etc. Though note this class doesn't and shouldn't include CNS rattlers, like STP, DOM, the long infamous West U.S. Coast grievous bodily harm, gamma-hydroxybutyric acid, LSD-25 or 32, or DMZ/MP. Enthusiasm for this stuff seems independent of neurologic type. 9. AKA LSD-25, often with a slight dream kicker added, called Black Star because, in Metro Boston, the available acid usually comes on chip-sized squares of thin cardboard with a black stenciled star on them, all from a certain shadowy node of supply down in New Bedford. All acid and grievous bodily harm, like cocaine and heroin, come into Boston mostly from New Bedford, Massachusetts, which in turn gets most of its supply from Bridgeport, Connecticut, which is the true lower intestine of North America, Bridgeport. Be advised if you've never been through there. 10. Like most sports academies, ETA maintains the gentle fiction that 100% of its students are enrolled at their own ambitious volition, and not that of, say for instance, their parents, some of whom, tennis parents, like the stage mothers of Hollywood legend, are bad news indeed. 11. An involved Arab women's game involving little shells and a quilted game board, rather like mahjong without rules, by the diplomatic and medical husband's estimate. 12. Meperidine hydrochloride and pentazosine hydrochloride, Schedule C2 and Schedule C4. Note to footnote. Following the Continental Controlled Substance Act of the year of the Tux medicated pad, ONANDEA's hierarchy of analgesics/antipyretics/anxiolytics establishes drug classes of Category 2 through Category 6, with C2s, e.g. Dilaudid, Demerol, being judged the heaviest with regard to dependence and possible abuse, down to C6s that are about as potent as a kiss on the forehead from Mom. Narcotic analgesics, respectively, both from the good folks over at Sanofi Winthrop Farm Labs, Inc. 13. Though masked in the evidentiary photo and never once given up or named by Gately to anyone, this can be presumed to have been one Trent Quo Vadis Kite, Gately's old and once gifted friend from his Beverly, Massachusetts childhood. 14. This ADA's little personal trademark was that he always wore an anachronistic but quality Stetson brand businessman's hat with a decorative feather in the band, and frequently touched or played with the hat in tense situations. 15. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, at that time under the temporary aegis of the United States Office of Unspecified Services. 16. Extremely unpleasant Quebecois insurgents and cartridge-related subsequent developments make it clear that this was, again, Trent Quo Vadis Kite. 17. The codeine-less kind, though. Almost the first physical datum Gately took in the nasty flashbulb flash shock of the occupied bedroom's light coming on, to give you an idea of an oral narcotics man's depth of psychic investment. 18. On top of the Seascape Safe's more negotiable contents, themselves on top of an unplugged and head-parked and absolutely top-hole, genuine interlaced state-of-the-art TP viewer ensemble in a multi-shelved hardwood rollable-like entertainment system console thing, with a cartridge dock and double-head drive in a compartment underneath, with doors with classy little brass maple leaf knob things, and several shelves crammed tight with upscale arty-looking film cartridges, which latter Don Gately's colleague just about drooled all over the parquet flooring at the potential discriminating type fence value of, potentially, if they were rare or celluloid transferred or not available on the interlaced dissemination grid. 19. Une personne de l'importance terrible. Presumably. 20. Fluorescence has been banned in Quebec, as have computerized telephone solicitations, the little ad cards that fall out of magazines and have to be looked at to be picked up and thrown in the trash, and the mention of any religious holiday whatsoever to sell any sort of product or service is just one reason why his volunteering to come live down here was selfless. 21. QV, note 211, sub. 22. Trade name of terfenadine, Marion Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals, the tactical nuclear weapon of non-drowsy antihistamines and mucoidal desiccators. 23. Office of Naval Research, USDD. 24. James O. Incandenza, a filmography. Note to footnote. From Comstock, Posner, and Duquette. The Laughing Pathologists, exemplary works of the anti-confluential après-garde, some analyses of the movement toward stasis in North American conceptual film, with Beth B., Vivian Dick, James O. Incandenza, Vigdis Simpson, E. and K. Snow, O.N. Ayenite Film and Cartridge Studies Annual, Volume 8, Numbers 1 through 3, Year of Dairy Products from the American Heartland, pages 44 through 117. The following listing is as complete as we are able to make it, because the 12 years of Incandenza's directorial activity also coincided with large shifts in film venue, from public art cinemas to VCR-capable magnetic recordings to interlaced tel-entertainment laser dissemination and reviewable storage disc laser cartridges, and because Incandenza's output itself comprises industrial, documentary, conceptual, advertorial, technical, erotic, dramatic non-commercial, non-dramatic anti-confluential non-commercial, non-dramatic commercial, and dramatic commercial works. This filmmaker's career presents substantive archival challenges. These challenges are also compounded by the fact that, first, for conceptual reasons, Incandenza eschewed both Library of Congress registration and formal dating until the advent of subsidized time. Secondly, that his output increased steadily until, during the last years of his life, Incandenza often had several works in production at the same time. Thirdly, that his production company was privately owned and underwent at least 4 different changes of corporate name. And lastly, that certain of his high conceptual projects' agendas required that they be titled and subjected to critique, but never filmed, making their status as film subject to controversy. Accordingly, though, the works are here listed in what is considered by archivists to be their probable order of completion. We wish to say that the list's order and completeness are, at this point in time, not definitive. Each work's title is followed by either its year of completion or by B.S., designating undated completion before subsidization, by the production company, by the major players, if credited, by the storage mediums, films, gauge or gauges, by the length of the work to the nearest minute, by an indication of whether the work is in black and white, or color, or both, by an indication of whether the film is silent, or in sound, or both, by, if possible, a brief synopsis or critical overview, and by an indication of whether the work is mediated by celluloid film, magnetic video, interlaced spontaneous dissemination, TP-compatible interlace cartridge, or privately distributed by Incandenza's own company or companies. The designation unreleased is used for those works which never saw distribution and are now publicly unavailable or lost. Cage. Note to footnote. With the possible exception of Cage 3, Free Show, Incandenza's Cage series bears no discernible relation to Sidney Peterson's 1947 classic, The Cage. Dated only before subsidization, Meniscus Films Limited, uncredited cast, 16mm, 0.5 minutes, black and white, sound. Soliloquized parody of a broadcast television advertisement for shampoo utilizing 4 convex mirrors, 2 planar mirrors, and 1 actress, unreleased. Kinds of Light, B.S., Meniscus Films Limited, no cast, 16mm, 3 minutes, color, silent. 4,444 individual frames, each of which photo depicts lights of different source, wavelength, and candle power, each reflected off the same unpolished tin plate and rendered disorienting at normal projection speeds by the hyperretinal speed at which they pass. Celluloid, limited Metropolitan Boston release, requires projection at 0.25 normal sprocket drive. Dark Logics, B.S. Meniscus Films Limited, players uncredited, 35mm, 21 minutes, color, silent with deafening Wagner Sousa soundtrack, Griffith tribute, Ayamura parody. Child-sized but severely palsied hand turns pages of incunabular manuscripts in mathematics, alchemy, religion, and bogus political autobiography, each page comprising some articulation or defense of intolerance and hatred. Film's dedication to D.W. Griffith and Taka Ayamura. Unreleased. Tennis, Everyone? B.S. Heliotrope Films Limited / USTA Films. Documentary cast with narrator Judith Fukuoka Hearn. 35mm, 26 minutes. Color, sound. Public relations / advertorial production for United States Tennis Association in conjunction with Wilson Sporting Goods, Inc. Magnetic video. There are no losers here. B.S. Heliotrope Films Limited / USTA Films. Documentary cast with narrator P.A. Heaven. 35mm. Color, sound. Documentary on B.S. 1997 USTA National Junior Tennis Championships, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Miami, Florida, in conjunction with United States Tennis Association and Wilson Sporting Goods. Magnetic video. Flux in a Box, B.S. Heliotrope Films Limited / Wilson Incorporated. Documentary cast with narrator Judith Fukuoka Hearn. 35mm, 52 minutes. Black and white / color. Sound. Documentary history of box, platform, lawn, and court tennis from the 17th century court of the Dauphin to the present. Magnetic video. Infinite Jest 1. B.S. Meniscus Films Limited. Judith Fukuoka Hearn. 16 and 35mm. 90 minutes. Black and white. Silent. Incandenza's unfinished and unseen first attempt at commercial entertainment. Unreleased. Annular Fusion is Our Friend. B.S. Heliotrope Films Limited / Sunstrand Power and Light Company. Documentary cast with narrator C. N. Riley. Sign interpreted for the deaf. 78mm. 45 minutes. Color, sound. Public relations / advertorial production for New England's Sunstrand Power and Light Utility. A non-technical explanation of the processes of DT cyclolithiumization, annular fusion, and its applications in domestic energy production. Celluloid, magnetic video. Annular Amplified Light, Some Reflections. B.S. Heliotrope Films / Sunstrand Power and Light Company. Documentary cast with narrator C. N. Riley. Sign interpreted for the deaf. 78mm. 45 minutes. Color, sound. Second infomercial for Sunstrand Company, a non-technical explanation of the applications of cooled photon lasers in DT-cycle lithiumized annular fusion. Celluloid, magnetic video. Union of Nurses in Berkeley, B.S. Meniscus Films Limited. Documentary cast, 35mm, 26 minutes. Color, silent. Documentary and closed caption interviews with hearing-impaired RNs and LPNs during Bay Area healthcare reform riots of 1996. Magnetic video, privately released by Meniscus Films Limited. Union of Theoretical Grammarians in Cambridge. B.S. Meniscus Films Limited. Documentary cast, 35mm, 26 minutes. Color, silent with heavy use of computerized distortion and facial close-ups. Documentary and closed caption interviews with participants in the public Steven Pinker, Avril M. Incandenza debate on the political implications of prescriptive grammar during the infamous Militant Grammarians of Massachusetts Convention, credited with helping incite the MIT language riots of B.S. 1997. Unreleased due to litigation. Widower, B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Cosgrove Watt, Ross Reet. 35mm, 34 minutes. Black and white. Sound. Shot on location in Tucson, Arizona. Parody of broadcast television domestic comedies. A cocaine-addicted father, Watt, leads his son, Reet, around their desert property, immolating poisonous spiders. Celluloid. Interlace Telent cartridge re-release, number 357-75-00. Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. Cage 2. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Cosgrove Watt, Disney Leith. 35mm, 120 minutes. Black and white. Sound. Sadistic penal authorities place a blind convict, Watt, and a deaf-mute convict, Leith, together in solitary confinement, and the two men attempt to devise ways of communicating with each other. Limited celluloid run, re-released on magnetic video. Death in Scarsdale, B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Cosgrove Watt, Marlon R. Bain. 78mm, 39 minutes. Color, silent with closed caption subtitles. Man/Alan Parody, a world-famous dermatological endocrinologist, Watt, becomes platonically obsessed with a boy, Bain, he is treating for excessive perspiration, and begins himself to suffer from excessive perspiration. Unreleased. Fun with Teeth, B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Herbert G. Birch, Billy Tolan, Pam Heath. 35mm, 73 minutes. Black and white. Silent with non-human screams and howls. Kaczynski/Updike/Peckinpah parody. A dentist, Birch, performs 16 unanesthetized root canal procedures on an academic, Tolan, he suspects of involvement with his wife, Heath. Magnetic video, privately released by Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Infinite Jest 2. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Pam Heath. 35 and 78mm. 90 minutes. Black and white. Silent. Unfinished, unseen attempt at remake of Infinite Jest 1. Unreleased. Eminent Domain. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Cosgrove Watt, Judith Fukuoka Hearn, Pam Heath, Pamela Sue Voorhees, Herbert G. Birch. 35mm, 88 minutes. Black and white with microphotography. Sound. 3 memory neurons, Fukuoka Hearn, Heath, Voorhees, with polyurethane costumes, in the inferior frontal gyrus of a man's, Watt's, brain, fight heroically to prevent their displacement by new memory neurons as the man undergoes intensive psychoanalysis. Celluloid. Interlace Talent Cartridge Re-Release, number 340-03-70, Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. Kinds of Pain. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Anonymous Cast. 35 and 78 mm. 6 minutes. Color. Silent. 2,222 still-frame close-ups of middle-aged white males suffering from almost every conceivable type of pain, from an ingrown toenail to craniofacial neuralgia to inoperable colorectal neoplastis. Celluloid. Limited Metro Boston release. Requires projection at 0.25 normal sprocket drive. Various Small Flames. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Cosgrove Watt. Pam Heath. Ken N. Johnson. 16 mm. 25 minutes with recursive loop for automatic replay. Color. Silent with sounds of human coitus, appropriated from and credited to Caballero Control Corporation adult videos. Parody of neo-conceptual structuralist films of Godbout and Vaudrillard. N-frame images of myriad varieties of small household flames, from lighters and birthday candles to stove-top gas rings and grass clippings ignited by sunlight through a magnifying glass, alternated with anti-narrative sequences of a man, Watt, sitting in a dark bedroom drinking bourbon, while his wife, Heath, and an Amway representative, Johnson, have acrobatic coitus in the background's lit hallway. Unreleased due to litigation by 1960s U.S. conceptual director of various small fires, Ed Ruscha. Interlace Talent Cartridge Re-Release, number 330-54-94, Year of the Trial-Size Dove Bar. Cage 3, Free Show. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions / Infernitron Animation Concepts, Canada. Cosgrove Watt, P.A. Heaven. Everard Maynell, Pam Heath. Partial animation, 35 mm, 65 minutes. Black and white, sound. The figure of death, Heath, presides over the front entrance of a carnival sideshow whose spectators watch performers undergo unspeakable degradations, so grotesquely compelling that the spectators' eyes become larger and larger until the spectators themselves are transformed into gigantic eyeballs and chairs, while on the other side of the sideshow tent, the figure of life, Heaven, uses a megaphone to invite fairgoers to an exhibition in which, if the fairgoers consent to undergo unspeakable degradations, they can witness ordinary persons gradually turn into gigantic eyeballs. Interlace Talent Feature Cartridge, number 357-65-65. The Medusa v. the Odalisque. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Uncredited cast. Zone plating laser holography by James O. Incandenza and Urquhart Ogilvy, Jr. Holographic fight choreography by Kenjiro Hirota, courtesy of Sony Entertainment Asia. 78 mm. 29 minutes. Black and white. Silent with audience noises appropriated from network broadcast television. Mobile holograms of two visually lethal mythologic females duel with reflective surfaces on stage, while a live crowd of spectators turns to stone. Limited celluloid run, privately re-released on magnetic video by Latrodectus Mactans Productions. The Machine in the Ghost. Annular holography for fun and profit. B.S. Heliotrope Films Limited and National Film Board of Canada. Narrator, P.A. Heaven. 78 mm. 35 minutes. Color. Sound. Non-technical introduction to theories of annular enhancement and zone plating and their applications in high-resolution laser holography. Unreleased due to U.S.-Canadian diplomatic tensions. Homo Duplex. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Narrator, P.A. Heaven. Super 8mm. 70 minutes. Black and white. Sound. Parody of Voitit's and Shulgin's post-structural anti-documentaries. Interviews with 14 Americans who are named John Wayne but are not the legendary 20th century film actor John Wayne. Magnetic Video. Limited release. Zero Gravity Tea Ceremony. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Ken N. Johnson. Judith Fukuoka Hearn. Otto Brandt. E. J. Kenkel. 35mm. 82 minutes. Black and white and color. Silent. The intricate Okakai is conducted 2.5 meters off the ground in the Johnson Space Center's zero-gravity simulation chamber. Celluloid. Interlaced Talent Re-Release, number 357-40-01. Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. Prenuptial Agreement of Heaven and Hell. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions and Infernitron Animation Concepts, Canada. Animated with uncredited voices. 35mm. 59 minutes. Color. Sound. God and Satan play poker with tarot cards for the soul of an alcoholic sandwich bag salesman obsessed with Bernini's The Ecstasy of St. Teresa. Privately released on celluloid and magnetic video by Latrodectus Mactans Productions. The Joke. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Audience as reflexive cast. 35mm and 2 cameras. Variable length. Black and white. Silent. Parody of Hollis Frampton's audience-specific events. 2 Ikegami EC35 video cameras in theater record the film's audience and project the resultant raster onto screen. The theater audience watching itself watch itself get the obvious joke and become increasingly self-conscious and uncomfortable and hostile supposedly comprises the film's involuted anti-narrative flow. Incandenza's first truly controversial project, film and cartridge culture's Sperber credited it with unwittingly sounding the death knell of post-structural film in terms of sheer annoyance. Non-recorded magnetic video, screenable in theater venue only. Now unreleased. Various lachrymose U.S. corporate middle management figures. Unfinished. Unreleased. Every Inch of Disney Leaf. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions and Medical Imagery of Alberta Limited. Disney Leaf. Computer enlarged, 35mm, enlarged to 2 meters. 253 minutes. Color. Silent. Miniaturized, endoscopic, and microinvasive cameras traverse entire exterior and interior of one of Incandenza's technical crew as he sits on a folded serape in the Boston Common, listening to a public forum on uniform North American metricization. Private release on magnetic video by Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Interlaced Talent Re-Release, number 357-56-34. Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. Infinite Jest 3. B.S. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Uncredited cast. 16 and 35mm. Color. Sound. Unfinished, unseen remake of Infinite Jest 1 and Infinite Jest 2. Unreleased. Found Drama 1. Found Drama 2. Found Drama 3. Conceptual. Conceptually unfilmable. Unreleased. The Man Who Began to Suspect He Was Made of Glass. Year of the Whopper. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Cosgrove Watt. Gerhard Stitt. 35mm. 21 minutes. Black and white. Sound. A man undergoing intensive psychotherapy discovers that he is brittle, hollow, and transparent to others, and becomes either transcendentally enlightened or schizophrenic. Interlaced Talent Feature Cartridge number 357-59-00. Found Drama 5. Found Drama 6. Conceptual, conceptually unfilmable, unreleased. The American Century as Seen Through a Brick. Year of the Whopper. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Documentary cast with narration by P. A. Heaven. 35mm. 52 minutes. Color with red filter and oscillophotography. Silent with narration. As U.S. Boston's historical Back Bay streets are stripped of brick and repaved with polymerized cement, the resultant career of one stripped brick is followed, from found art temporary installation to displacement by EWD catapult to a waste quarry in southern Quebec to its use in the FLQ-incited anti-ONAN riots of January Whopper. All intercut with ambiguous shots of a human thumb's alterations in the interference pattern of a plucked string. Privately released on magnetic video by Latrodectus Mactans Productions. The Onantyad, Year of the Whopper, Latrodectus Mactans Productions and Claymation Action Sequences, copyright Infernitron Animation Concepts, Canada. Cosgrove Watt, P. A. Heaven, Pam Heath, Ken N. Johnson, Ibn Said Shawaf, Squire Friedel, Marla Dean Chum, Herbert G. Birch, Everard Maynell. 35mm. 76 minutes. Black and white and color. Sound and silent. Oblique, obsessive, and not very funny claymation love triangle played out against live-acted backdrop of the inception of North American interdependence and continental reconfiguration. Privately released on magnetic video by Latrodectus Mactans Productions. The Universe Lashes Out. Year of the Whopper. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Documentary cast with narrator Herbert G. Birch. 16mm. 28 minutes. Color. Silent with narration. Documentary on the evacuation of Atkinson, New Hampshire, New Quebec, at the inception of continental reconfiguration. Magnetic video, limited release. Poultry in Motion. Year of the Whopper. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Documentary cast with narrator P. A. Heaven. 16mm. 56 minutes. Color. Silent with narration. Documentary on renegade North Syracuse, New York turkey farmers' bid to prevent toxification of Thanksgiving crop by commandeering long, shiny ONAN trucks to transplant over 200,000 pertussive fowl south to Ithaca. Magnetic video, limited release. Found Drama 9. Found Drama 10. Found Drama 11. Conceptual, conceptually unfilmable, unreleased. Mobius Strips. Year of the Whopper. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Hugh G. Rection, Pam Heath, Bunny Day, Taffy Apple. 35mm. 109 minutes. Black and white. Sound. Pornography parody, possible parodic homage to Fosse's All That Jazz, in which a theoretical physicist, Rection, who can only achieve creative mathematical insight during coitus, conceives of death as a lethally beautiful woman, Heath. Interlaced Talent Feature Cartridge number 357-65-32. Year of the Whopper. Wave Bye-Bye to the Bureaucrat. Year of the Whopper. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Everard Maynell, Philip T. Smothergill, Paul Anthony Heaven, Pamela Sue Voorhees. 16mm. 19 minutes. Black and white. Sound. Possible parody/homage to B.S. Public Service Announcement Cycle of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Note to footnote. See Romney and Sperber, Has James O. Incandenza ever even once produced one genuinely original or unappropriated or non-derivative thing? Post-Millennial Film Cartridge Journal, numbers 7 through 9, Fall, Winter, Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken, pages 4 through 26. A harried commuter is mistaken for Christ by a child he knocks over. Blood Sister, One Tough Nun. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Thelma Hurley, Pam Heath, Marla Dean Chum, Diane Saltoun, Soma Richardson Levy, Cosgrove Watt. 35mm, 90 minutes. Color, sound. Parody of revenge/recidivism action genre. A formerly delinquent nun's, Hurley's, failure to reform a juvenile delinquent, Chum, leads to a rampage of recidivist revenge. Interlace Talent Pulse Dissemination, 21st July. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Cartridge number 357-87-04. Infinite Jest 4. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. Pam Heath, Madam Psychosis, 78mm, 90 minutes. Color, sound. Unfinished. Unseen attempt at completion of Infinite Jest 3. Unreleased. Let There Be Light. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Documentary cast with narrator Ken N. Johnson. 16mm. 50 minutes. Black and white. Silent with narration. Unfinished documentary on genesis of reduced-calorie bourbon industry. Unreleased. Untitled. Unfinished. Unreleased. No Troy. Year of the Whopper. Latrodectus Mactans Productions. No cast. Liquid surface holography by Urquhart Ogilvy Jr. 35mm. 7 minutes. Enhanced color. Silent. Scale model, holographic recreation of Troy, New York's bombardment by miscalibrated waste displacement vehicles and its subsequent elimination by ONAN cartographers. Magnetic video, private release limited to New Brunswick, Alberta, Quebec. Note: archivists in Canada and the U.S. West Coast do not list No Troy, but do list titles The Violet City and The Violet X City, respectively, leading scholars to conclude that the same film was released under several different appellations. Untitled. Unfinished. Unreleased. Valuable coupon has been removed. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Cosgrove Watt, Philip T. Smothergill, Diane Saltoun. 16mm. 52 minutes. Color, silent. Possible Scandinavian psychodrama parody. A boy helps his alcoholic delusional father and disassociated mother dismantle their bed to search for rodents, and later he intuits the future feasibility of DT-psycho-lithiumized annular fusion. Celluloid. Unreleased. Baby Pictures of Famous Dictators. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Documentary or uncredited cast with narrator P. A. Heaven. 16mm. 45 minutes. Black and white. Sound. Children and adolescents play a nearly incomprehensible nuclear strategy game with tennis equipment against the real or holographic backdrop of sabotaged ATH-SCME 1900 atmospheric displacement towers exploding and toppling during the New England chemical emergency of Year of the Whopper. Celluloid. Unreleased. Stand Behind the Men Behind the Wire. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Documentary cast with narrator Soma Richardson Levy. Super 8mm. 52 minutes. Black and white and color. Sound. Shot on location north of Lowell, Massachusetts. Documentary on Essex County Sheriff's Department and Massachusetts Department of Social Services expedition to track, verify, capture, or propitiate the outsized, feral infant alleged to have crushed, gummed, or picked up and dropped over a dozen residents of Lowell in January, year of the Tux medicated pad. Interlaced talent cartridge, number 357-12-56. As of yore, year of the Tux medicated pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Cosgrove Watt. Marlon Bain. 16 and 78 millimeter. 181 minutes. Black and white and color. Sound. A middle-aged tennis instructor, preparing to instruct his son in tennis, becomes intoxicated in the family's garage and subjects his son to a rambling monologue while the son weeps and perspires. Interlaced talent cartridge number 357-16-09. The Clever Little Bastard. Unfinished, unseen, unreleased. The Cold Majesty of the Numb. Unfinished, unseen, unreleased. Good-looking men in small, clever rooms that utilize every centimeter of available space with mind-boggling efficiency. Unfinished due to hospitalization. Unreleased. Low-temperature civics. Year of the Tux medicated pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Cosgrove Watt. Herbert G. Birch. Ken N. Johnson. Soma Richardson Levy. Everard Meynell. Madam Psychosis. Philip T. Smothergill. Paul Anthony Heaven. 35 millimeter. 80 minutes. Black and white. Sound. Wyler parody in which four sons, Birch, Johnson, Meynell, Smothergill, intrigue for control of a sandwich bag conglomerate after their CEO father, Watt, has an ecstatic encounter with death, Psychosis, and becomes irreversibly catatonic. National dissemination in Interlaced Talent's Cavalcade of Evil series. January, year of trial-size Dove Bar. And Interlaced Talent cartridge, number 357-89-05. At least 3 cheers for cause and effect. Year of the Tux medicated pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Cosgrove Watt. Pam Heath. Hugh G. Rection. 78 millimeter. 26 minutes. Black and white. Sound. The headmaster of a newly constructed high-altitude sports academy, Watt, becomes neurotically obsessed with litigation over the construction's ancillary damage to a VA hospital far below, as a way of diverting himself from his wife's, Heath's, poorly hidden affair with the academically renowned mathematical topologist who is acting as the project's architect, Rection. Celluloid. Unreleased. The Desire to Desire. Year of the Tux medicated pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Robert Lingley. Madam Psychosis. Marla Dean Chum. 35 millimeter. 99 minutes. Black and white. Silent. A pathology resident, Lingley, falls in love with a beautiful cadaver, Psychosis, and the paralyzed sister, Chum, she died rescuing from the attack of an oversized feral infant, listed by some archivists as unfinished. Unreleased. Safe boating is no accident. Year of the Tux medicated pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. And X-ray and infrared photography by Schuko Mist Medical Pressure Systems, Enfield, Massachusetts. Ken N. Johnson. Madam Psychosis. P.A. Heaven. Kierkegaard Lynch. Parody. A claustrophobic water ski instructor, Johnson, struggling with his romantic conscience after his fiancée's, Psychosis's, face is grotesquely mangled by an outboard propeller, becomes trapped in an overcrowded hospital elevator with a defrocked Trappist monk, 2 overcombed missionaries for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, an enigmatic fitness guru, the Massachusetts State Commissioner for Beach and Water Safety, and 7 severely intoxicated opticians with silly hats and exploding cigars. Listed by some archivists as completed the following year. Year of the trial-sized Dove Bar. Unreleased. Very low impact. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Marla Dean Chum. Pam Heath. Soma Richardson Levy O'Byrne. 35mm. 30 minutes. Color. Sound. A narcoleptic aerobics instructor, Chum, struggles to hide her condition from students and employers. Posthumous release. Year of the Whisper Quiet Maytag Dishmaster. Interlaced Talent Cartridge number 357-97-29. The Knight Wears a Sombrero. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Ken N. Johnson. Philip T. Smothergill. Diane Saltoun. Madam Psychosis. 78mm. 105 minutes. Color. Silent and sound. Parody/homage to Lang's Rancho Notorious. A nearsighted apprentice cowpoke, Smothergill, swearing vengeance for a gunslinger's, Johnson's, rape of what he, the cowpoke, mistakenly believes is the motherly brothel owner, Saltoun, he, the cowpoke, is secretly in love with, loses the trail of the gunslinger after misreading a road sign, and is drawn to a sinister Mexican ranch where Oedipally aggrieved gunslingers are ritually blinded by a mysterious veiled nun, Psychosis. Listed by some archivists as completed the preceding year. Year of the Whopper. Interlaced Talent Cartridge, number 357-56-51. Accomplice. Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Cosgrove Watt. Stokely Dark Star McNair. 16mm. 26 minutes. Color. Sound. An aging pederast mutilates himself out of love for a strangely tattooed street hustler. Interlaced Talent Cartridge number 357-10-10. Withdrawn from dissemination after cartridge scene reviewers called Accomplice the stupidest, nastiest, least subtle and worst edited product of a pretentious and wretchedly uneven career. Now unreleased. Untitled, unfinished, unreleased. Untitled, unfinished, unreleased. Untitled, unfinished, unreleased. Dial C for Concupiscence. Year of the Trial-Sized Dove Bar. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Soma Richardson Levy O'Byrne. Marla Dean Chum. Ibn Said Chawaf. Yves Francoeur. 35mm. 122 minutes. Black and white. Silent with subtitles. Parodic noir-style tribute to Bresson's Les Gens du Pouchet. A cellular phone operator, Richardson Levy O'Byrne, mistaken by a Quebecois terrorist, Francoeur, for another cellular phone operator, Chum, the FLQ had mistakenly tried to assassinate, mistakes his mistaken attempts to apologize as attempts to assassinate her, Richardson Levy O'Byrne, and flees to a bizarre Islamic religious community, whose members communicate with each other by means of semaphore flags, where she falls in love with an armless Near Eastern medical attaché, Chawaf. Released in Interlaced Talent's Howls from the Margin Underground film series, March, Year of the Trial-Sized Dove Bar, and Interlaced Talent Cartridge number 357-75-43. Insubstantial Country. Year of the Trial-Sized Dove Bar. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Cosgrove Watt. 16mm. 30 minutes. Black and white. Silent and sound. An unpopular après-garde filmmaker, Watt, either suffers a temporal lobe seizure and becomes mute, or else is the victim of everyone else's delusion that his, Watt's, temporal lobe seizure has left him mute. Private cartridge release by Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. It was a great marvel that he was in the Father without knowing him. Year of the Trial-Size Dove Bar. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. Cosgrove Watt, Philip T. Smothergill. 16mm, 5 minutes, black and white, silent and sound. A father, Watt, suffering from the delusion that his etymologically precocious son, Smothergill, is pretending to be mute, poses as a professional conversationalist in order to draw the boy out. Released in Interlaced Talent's Howls from the Margin Underground Film Series, March, year of the Trial-Size Dove Bar, and Interlaced Talent Cartridge number 357-75-50. Cage 4, Web. Unfinished, unreleased. Cage 5, Infinite Jim. Unfinished, unreleased. Death and the Single Girl. Unfinished, unreleased. The film adaptation of Peter Weiss's The Persecution and Assassination of Marat, as performed by the inmates of the asylum at Charenton under the direction of the Marquis de Sade. Year of the Trial-Size Dove Bar. Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited. James O. Incandenza, Disney Leith, Urquhart Ogilvy, Jr., Jane Ann Prickett, Herbert G. Birch, Madam Psychosis, Marla Dean Chum, Marlon Bain, Pam Heath, Soma Richardson Levy O'Byrne Chawaff, Ken N. Johnson, Diane Saltoun. Super 8mm, 88 minutes, black and white, silent and sound. Fictional interactive documentary on Boston stage production of Weiss's 20th century Play Within Play, in which the documentary's chemically impaired director, Incandenza, repeatedly interrupts the inmates' dumb show capering, and Marat and Sade's dialogues, to discourse incoherently on the implications of Brando's method acting and Artaud's theater of cruelty for North American filmed entertainment, irritating the actor who plays Marat, Leith, to such an extent that he has a cerebral hemorrhage and collapses on stage well before Marat's scripted death, whereupon the play's nearsighted director, Ogilvy, mistaking the actor who plays Sade, Johnson, for Incandenza, throws Sade into Marat's medicinal bath and throttles him to death, whereupon the extra-dramatic figure of death, Psychosis, descends deus ex machina to bear Marat, Leith, and Sade, Johnson, away, while Incandenza becomes ill all over the theater audience's first row. 8mm, sync projection celluloid, unreleased due to litigation, hospitalization. Too Much Fun, unfinished, unreleased. The Unfortunate Case of Me, unfinished, unreleased. Sorry All Over the Place, unfinished, unreleased. Infinite Jest 5, Year of the Trial-Size Dove Bar, Poor Yorick Entertainment Unlimited, Madam Psychosis. No other definitive data. Thorny problem for archivists. Incandenza's last film, Incandenza's death occurring during its post-production. Most archival authorities list as unfinished, unseen. Some list as completion of Infinite Jest 4, for which Incandenza also used Psychosis, thus list the film under Incandenza's output for Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. Though no scholarly synopsis or report of viewing exists, 2 short essays in different issues of Cartridge Quarterly East refer to the film as extraordinary. Note to footnote. E. Duquette, Beholden to Vision, Optics and Desire in 4 Après-Garde Films, Cartridge Quarterly East, Volume 4, Number 2, Year of the Whisper Quiet Maytag Dishmaster, pages 35 through 39. And far and away, James O. Incandenza's most entertaining and compelling work. Note to footnote. Anonymous, Seeing versus Believing, Cartridge Quarterly East, Volume 4, Number 4, Year of the Whisper Quiet Maytag Dishmaster, pages 93 through 95. West Coast archivists list the film's gauge as 16, 78, and N mm, basing the gauge on critical allusions, note to footnote, Ibid, to radical experiments in viewers' optical perspective and context as IJ5's distinctive feature. Though Canadian archivist Tet Besh lists the film as completed and privately distributed by PYEU through posthumous provisions in the filmmaker's will, all other comprehensive filmographies have the film either unfinished or unreleased, its master cartridge either destroyed or vaulted sui testator. 25. More like July to October, actually. 26. Synthetically enhanced enkephalin, an opiate-like pentapeptide, or so-called endorphin manufactured in the human spine, one of the compounds prominently involved in the infamous Cadavergate scandal that brought down so many funeral directors in the year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. 27. Metro Boston subdialectical argot, origin unknown, for cannabis, pot, grass, dubois, dope, ganja, bhang, herb, hash, Jane, kif, etc., with Bing Crosby designating cocaine and organic methoxys, dreens, and, inexplicably, Doris, standing for synthetic dickeys, psychs, and phenols. 28. Monoamine oxidase inhibitors, a venerable class of antidepressants/anxiolytics, of which Parnate, SmithKline-Beecham's product name for tranylcypromine sulfate, is a member. Zoloft is sertraline hydrochloride, a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SRI, not all that dissimilar to Prozac, manufactured by Pfizer-Rurig. 29. Electroconvulsive therapy. 30. A neutral boric acid eye wash, a kind of turbocharged Visine, available over-counter from Wyeth Labs, with its own eye cup of apothecary blue plastic that's downright gorgeous when held up to a window's light. 31. Stitt's term for Mr. A. DeLint, which means technically soulmate or spouse, but isn't meant at all sexually. With regard to DeLint, we can rest assured. 32. Roughly, they can kill you, but the legalities of eating you are quite a bit dicier. 33. I.e., before subsidization, or the beginning of the subsidized ON-ANite lunar calendar under President Gentle. See sub. 34. AKA ELD, that still green shoot off the pure branch of math that deals with systems and phenomena, whose chaos is beyond even Mandelbrosian math's strange equations and random attractants, a delimiting reaction against the chaos theories of fractal-happy meteorologists and systems analysts, ELD, whose post-Gödelian theorems and non-existence proofs amount to extremely lucid and elegant admissions of defeat in certain cases, and thrown up with complete deductive justification. Incandenza, whose frustrated interest in grand-scale failure was unflagging through 4 different careers, would have been all over extra-linear dynamics, like white on rice, had he survived. 35. I.e., presumably, of George Cantor. Cantor being a 1900s-era set theorist, German also, and more or less founder of trans-finite mathematics, the man who proved some infinities were bigger than other infinities, and whose 1905-ish diagonal proof demonstrated that there can be an infinity of things between any 2 things, no matter how close together the 2 things are, which D-proof deeply informed Dr. J. Incandenza's sense of the trans-statistical aesthetics of serious tennis. 36. Low Bavarian for something like wandering alone in blasted, disorienting territory beyond all charted limits and orienting markers, supposedly. 37. Wheelchair. 38. Ghostly light and monster shadow phenomenon particular to certain mountains, e.g., QV, Part 1 of Goethe's Faust, the Walpurgisnacht 6-toed danceathon on the Hartsbrucken, in which there's described a classic Bracken Gespenst Fanum. Gespenst means spectre or wraith. 39. Marat Superior in the AFR, note to footnote, Les Assassins des Fauteuils Roulants, a.k.a. wheelchair assassins, pretty much Quebec's most dreaded and rapacious anti-ONAN terrorist cell. the leader of the Wheelchair Assassins USA cell, and the former boyhood friend of Remy Marat's late older brothers, both struck and killed by trains. Note to footnote. See Note 304, sub. 40. In other words, Monsieur Fortier and the AFR, as far as Marat knew, believed that Marat was functioning as a kind of triple agent, or duplicitous double agent, at Fortier's direction. Marat had pretended to approach BSS, seeking to trade knowledge of the AFR's anti-ONAN activities for protection and medical care for his hideously ill wife, Marat's. Only, as far as Marat can know, Marat and very few BSS operatives know that Marat is now only pretending to portray, that Monsieur Steepley is fully aware that Marat responds to BSS's summonses with what Monsieur Fortier believes is his, Fortier's, full knowledge, that Monsieur Fortier is not, as far as Marat and Steepley can reasonably posit, aware that Steepley and BSS are aware that Fortier is aware of Marat's meetings with Steepley, and that Marat's own violent death will be the smallest of his, Marat's, problems, should his Montreblanc countrymen come to suspect the even-numbered total of his final loyalties. 41. Intra-ONAN sobriquet, 4. Acting as a double agent. Similarly with tripling, and so on. 42. The thing of important seems to be that Marat's AFR superiors believe he only is pretending to betray them in order to secure advanced U.S. cardiac prosthetic technology for his wife, but that in fact he really is betraying them, the superiors, his country, probably actually for that medical tech, and is thus only pretending only to pretend. 43. Chronic inflammation of the terminal ileum and adjacent tissues, named in dubious honor of Dr. Krohn in B.S. 1932. 44. Professional euphemism for involuntary interrogation, either with or without physical inducements. 45. See Note 304, sub. 46. Over-the-counter topical stuff for the corticatization of skin. Tincture of benzoin facilitates the development of the kinds of calluses that don't get blood blisters underneath. Way more common and universal among serious players than lemon pledge. Finding the smell of T of B nauseous, some junior players prefer an applied layer of cornstarch or baby powder, which makes the T of B easier to wash off later, but also leaves weird little white fingerprints over everything you touch. 47. Le Front de la Libération de la Québec. Rather a younger and rowdier and less implacably businesslike cell than the AFR, and symbolically adopting certain cultural customs, musics, and motifs associated with Hawaii, supposedly an ironic nod to the idea that Quebec is now, too, a kind of annex or territory of the U.S., a Canadian province only on paper, and separated from its real captor nation by distances of space and culture that are unbridgeable. 48. The progressive asymmetrical narrowing of one or more cardiac sinuses can be either atherosclerotic or neoplastic, rare before continental interdependence, now the third leading cause of death among adults of Quebec and New Brunswick, and the seventh among adults of the northeastern USA. Associated with chronic low-level exposure to 2,3,7,8 tetrachlorodibenzo P, di, and trioxin compounds. 49. Redundancy, sick. 50. Said galoots also known, in the old Founders AA circle, Enfield MA's White Flag group as the Crocodiles. 51. Syntax, sick, which had helped drive Mrs. Avril Incandenza, her op-ed letters and formal complaints apparently ignored at every political level, to help found the Militant Grammarians of Massachusetts, ever since a bramble in the flank of advertisers, corporations, and all fast and loose players with the integrity of public discourse. See sub. 52. The gas chromatography mass spectrometry scan uses particle bombardment and a positive ion read by a spectrometer. It's the mid-range test of choice for corporations and athletic bodies, way less expensive than chromosomatic breakdowns of hair samples, but, as long as environmental controls on the hardware are strictly observed, more comprehensive and reliable than the older EMIT and ABU-Screen RIA urine tests. 53. Eschaton is a real participant and tennis court modified version of the NSTAR, registered trademark, ROM-Run nuclear conflagration game. 54. Namely, prescriptive grammar, grade 10, descriptive grammar, 11, grammar and meaning, 12. 55. Hal, who personally thinks the term that'd apply here would be suborned, not entrapped, unless the caller were himself a police officer, keeps his own counsel on this point, and basically goes along to get along. 56. Or PMA, Grievous Bod, Nutmegs Myristicin, or Hawaiian baby woodrose seeds ergin, or the African Obogas Obogaine, the Yahes harmaline, or the fly agaric fungus's well-known mucimol, which Fit-Viavi's derived DMZ resembles chemically sort of the way an F-18 resembles a Piper Cub. 57. Ingesters' accounts of the temporal perception consequences of DMZ in the literature are, as far as Pemulus is concerned, vague and inelegant, and more like mystical in the Tibetan dead book vein than rigorous or referentially clear. One account Pemulus doesn't completely get, but can at least get the neuro-titillating gist of, is one monograph's toss-off quote from an Italian lithographer who'd ingested DMZ once and made a lithograph comparing himself on DMZ to a piece of, futurist sculpture, plowing at high nottage through time itself, kinetic even in stasis, plowing temporally ahead, with time coming off him like water in sprays, and wakes. 58. Certified by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Substance Abuse Counselor. 59. Oxycodone hydrochloride with acetaminophen, C2 class, DuPont Pharmaceuticals. 60. Replacing the old Neo-Georgian J.A. Stratton Student Center right off Mass Ave and gutted with C4 during the so-called MIT language riots of 12 years past. 61. An après-garde digital movement, a.k.a. digital parallelism, and cinema of chaotic stasis, characterized by a stubborn and possibly intentionally irritating refusal of different narrative lines to merge into any kind of meaningful confluence. The school derives somewhat from both the narrative bradykineticism of Antonioni and the disassociative formalism of Stan Brakhage and Hollis Frampton, comprising periods in the careers of the late Beth B., the Snow Brothers, Vigdis Simpson, and the late J.O. Incandenza, middle period. 62. At the zenith of the self-help group movement in the BS mid-1990s, there were estimated to be over 600 wholly distinct, step-based fellowships in the USA, all modeled, however heretically or flakily, on the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. By the year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, the number has dropped to about one-third of that. 63. The Student Engineer's Analogy. 64. Not 100% clear on this, but the thrust is that the T and Q are the two basic courses of study leading historically to the, 18th century equivalent of an HS diploma and a BA, or maybe MA, respectively, at nodes of hoary classicality like Oxford and Cambridge U during the time of Samuel Johnson, more or less the original grammato-lexical and pedagogical hard-ass, and that the trivium makes you take grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and then, if you're still standing, you get the quadrivium of math, geometry, astronomy, and music, and that none of the classes, including the potentially lightweight astronomy and music, were in fact lightweight, which is one possible reason why the portraits of all these classical and neoclassical BAs and D.Phils at Oxford and Cambridge look so pale and wasted and haunted and grim. Not to mention that the only day ETAs get off classes is Sunday, partly to make up for how much they're away from the classroom on trips. And back at ETA, classless Sunday is a 3-session day on the courts, all of which strikes people outside academies as almost fanatically brutal. For more general pedagogy here, see P. Beasley's somewhat frumpy and dated BS era Revival of the Humanities in American Education, or better yet, Dr. A.M. Incandenza's updated version of same, with its prose updated and typos eradicated and argument rather more keenly honed, available on CD-ROM through Interlace at cornup3.com, or in trade paperback from Cornell University Press, 3rd edition, copyright, Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. 65. ETA's moniker for the headmaster's house. 66. Some MITs are compulsive about taping the shows and then listening to the musics again and trying to track them down in stores and college archives, not unlike the way some of their parents had killed whole evenings trying to parse out the lyrics on REM and Pearl Jam tapes, etc. 67. A couple of the Enfield Marine Public Health Hospital security officers know ETA's Hal Incandenza from having met his brother, Mario, when James O. Incandenza had hired the officers as lineless figurant background extra cops for both Dial C for Concupiscence and 3 Cheers for Cause and Effect. The EM officers are sometimes down in the Unexamined Life Tavern on blind bouncer nights, when Hal is in there with, like, Axford, Hal hitting the life quite a bit less frequently than Axford and Struck and Troeltsch, who rarely miss a Bring Your Braille ID theme night at the Unexamined Life, and seem able to function during AM drills even after several parasoled mudslides, or the house specialty blue flame cognac-based things you have to blow out before sipping from their huge blue-rimmed snifters. The EM cops are both young, dim, big, good, regular blue, literally, collar Boston guys. High school tackles, now going soft, their jowls razor-burned and purpling with gin. And they'll sometimes regale the ETAs with regard to some of the more colorful EM specimens they're paid to keep secure. There's something a little compulsive about the cops' particular interest in number 5 chronic catatonics, especially. The EM cops call Unit Number 5 the Shed, they say, because its residents don't seem housed there so much as more like stored there. The EM cops pronounce stored steward. The chronic catatonics themselves they refer to as objet darts, which is something else Don G. over in Number 6 has never understood. Over mudslides, they'll often give little thumbnail anecdotes about various of the Shed's objet darts. And one of the reasons why they regale the ETAs only when Hal's down there at the Unexamined Life is that Hal is the only ETA who seems truly interested, which is the sort of thing your veteran off-duty cop can always sense. E.g., one of the objet darts they're into is the lady who sits very still with her eyes closed. The cops explain that the lady is not catatonic, in the strict sense of catatonic, but rather a DP, which is mental health facility slang for debilitatingly phobic. Her deal is, apparently, that she's almost psychotically terrified of the possibility that she might be either blind or paralyzed or both. So, e.g., she keeps her eyes shut tight 24/7, 365, out of the reasoning that as long as she keeps her eyes shut tight, she can find hope in the possibility that, if she was to open them, she'd be able to see, they say. But that, if she were ever to actually open her eyes and actually not be able to see, she reasons, she's lost that precious, margin of hope that she's maybe not blind. Then they run through her similar reasoning behind sitting absolutely motionless out of a phobia of being paralyzed. After each anecdote tale, they've got an anecdote routine, the EM cops. The shorter EM security officer always uses his tongue to manipulate the little green parasol from one side of his mouth to the other, as he holds his snifter tight in both hands and makes his jowls accordionize, as he nods and posits that the terrifying thing is that the common unifying symptom of most of the Shed's objet darts is a terror so terrifying it makes the object of the terror come true somehow. Which observation always makes both of the big, dim working men shiver an identical and kind of almost delicious-looking shiver, pushing their hats back and shaking their heads at their glasses, as Hal blows out the fire of the second blue flame they've bought him, making a wish before he blows. 68. Freer's The Viking moniker is his own invention, and nobody else uses it, instead referring to him as just Freer, and regarding it as a classic, pathetic, Freer-type move that he goes around trying to get people to refer to him as the Viking. 69. NA stands for Narcotics Anonymous. CA stands for Cocaine Anonymous. In some cities there are also Psychedelics Anonymous, Nicotine Anonymous, also confusingly called NA, Designer Drugs Anonymous, Steroids Anonymous, even, especially in and around Manhattan, something called Prozac Anonymous. In none of these anonymous fellowships, anywhere, is it possible to avoid confronting the God stuff eventually. 70. Not to mention, according to some hardline schools of 12-step thought, yoga, reading, politics, gum-chewing, crossword puzzles, solitaire, romantic intrigue, charity work, political activism, NRA membership, music, art, cleaning, plastic surgery, cartridge viewing even at normal distances, the loyalty of a fine dog, religious zeal, relentless helpfulness, relentless other folks' moral inventory taking, the development of hardline schools of 12-step thought, ad darn near infinitum including 12-step fellowships themselves, such that quiet tales sometimes go around the Boston AA community of certain incredibly advanced and hardline recovering persons who have pared away potential escape after potential escape until finally, as the stories go, they end up sitting in a bare chair, nude, in an unfurnished room, not moving but also not sleeping or meditating or abstracting, too advanced to stomach the thought of the potential emotional escape of doing anything whatsoever, and just end up sitting there, completely motion and escapeless, until a long time later all that's found in the empty chair is a very fine dusting of off-white ashy stuff that you can wipe away completely with like one damp paper towel. 71. The Boston AA slogan with regard to this phenomenon is, "You can't unring a bell." 72. About which Pakistani manager and his ancestry, and ratty little mustache and officious management style, McDade has a colorful thing or two to say, boy. 73. One of the graduate pro-rector's little tasks is supposedly to go around to different sub-dorm floors and check the rooms for things like, are the beds made up drum-tight, with unpleasant little extra drills added to the regimens of bed-making and toothpaste cap-replacing slackers. Though few of the pro-rectors have the combination inality and drive actually to go around to their assigned rooms with a checklist, the exceptions being Aubrey DeLint, Mary Esther Thode, and the hatchet-faced Kenyan Tony Nwangi, who's got the Pemulous Troeltsch shocked suite under extremely beady scrutiny at all times. 74. Davis Cup is male. Whiteman, female. 75. Hal's private dread is that Tavis will want him to offer up his personal competitive map and dignity to John N.R. Wayne, who's never in such matches lost more than 3 games in a set to Hal, for the titillation of the alumni and patrons at the November fundraiser gala's exhibitions, though this is pretty unlikely right before the Whataburger, when Hal will be apt to face Wayne in the semis anyway. And Stitt isn't apt to want an utter demapping that fresh in Hal's mind right before a major event. 76. Hal and Candenza had been thought for a while as a toddler to have some sort of attention deficit disorder, partly because he read so fast and spent so little time on each level of various pre-CD-ROM video games, partly because just about any upscale kid, even slightly to port or starboard of the bell curve's acme, was thought at that time to have ADD. And for a while, there'd been a certain amount of specialist shuttling, and many of the specialists were veterans of Mario, and were preconditioned to see Hal as also damaged. But thanks to the diagnostic savvy of Brandeis's Child Development Center, the damage assessments were not only retracted but reversed way out to the other side of the damaged-to-gifted continuum, and for much of the glabrous part of his childhood, Hal'd been classified as somewhere between borderline gifted and gifted, though part of this high cerebral rank was because BCDC's diagnostic tests weren't quite so keen when it came to distinguishing between raw neural gifts and the young Hal's monomaniacally obsessive interest and effort. As if Hal were trying, as if his very life were in the balance to please some person or persons, even though no one had ever even hinted that his life depended on seeming gifted or precocious or even exceptionally pleasing, and when he'd committed to memory entire dictionaries and vocab check software and syntax manuals, and then had gotten some chance to recite some small part of what he'd pounded into his RAM for a proudly nonchalant mother, or even a, by this time, as far as he was concerned, pretty much out there father. At these times of public performance and pleasure, the Weston MA School District in the early BS 1990s had had interschool range of reading and recall spelling bee-ish competitions called Battle of the Books, which, these were for Hal, pretty much of a public turkey shoot and approval fest. When he'd extracted what was desired from memory and faultlessly pronounced it before certain persons, he'd felt almost the same pale sweet aura that an LSD afterglow conferred, some milky corona, like almost a halo of approved grace, made all the milkier by the faultless nonchalance of a mom's who made it clear that his value was not contingent on winning first, or even second prize, ever. 77. Granted, Pemulus, over the summer, he boards at ETA during the summer, but hasn't qualified for the European trip since the year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken, had made and distributed, at cost, a few copies of a highly amusing low-memory TP game, whose graphics featured a picture of DeLint and a mock-up of the Hell panel from H. Bosch's triptych The Garden of Earthly Delights, which TP game continues to enjoy a select late-night vogue among the sub-16s. 78. Subject to ONAN Department of Weights and Measures Oversight Committee ratification of final contract between GFR Company, Zanesville, Ohio, and the Bureau of Endorsement Revenue, United States Office of Unspecified Services, Vienna, Virginia, 15 December, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. 79. And it goes without saying, without one of those video-recorded suicide notes, or fond farewells from the terminally ill, which digital halloos from beyond the grave were, after a brief and videophony-like vogue, by the year of the trial-sized Dove Bar, used only by the tasteless and trailer park tacky, with the very tackiest using tableau with famous dead Elvis/Carson-grade celebrities to convey their farewells. 80. Orrin Incandenza knew that Joelle Van Dyne and Dr. James O. Incandenza weren't lovers. Mrs. Avril Incandenza did not know that they weren't lovers, although, by the time of Joelle's acquaintance with him, Jim wasn't in a position to be lovers with anybody, neurologically speaking. Though it's not clear to Joelle whether Avril even knew this, since Jim and Avril hadn't been intimate with each other, i.e. conjugally, for quite some time. Though Jim hadn't known the precise reason why Avril was so sanguine about their not being intimate, until the incident with the Volvo, where, apparently, Avril had been with someone, Orrin would not say who, or whether he knew who, in the Volvo, and had, idly and disastrously, whether with unconscious intent or not, and presumably post-coitally idly, written the person's first name in the steam of the steamed-up car window, which name had disappeared with the steam, but had reappeared the next time the window had steamed up, which had been when James had been driving to this very brownstone to shoot Joelle in the weird, wobble-lensed, maternal, I'm so terribly sorry monologue scene of the last thing he'd done, and then never shown her, and had ordered the cartridge's burial in the brass casket with him, in the same testament in which he'd willed Joelle an absurd and addiction-enabling annuity, which Avril never have lowered herself to the level of contesting, but which could hardly be expected not to have solidified the appearance that they'd been lovers, Joelle and Jim. 81. Theory and Praxis in Peckinpah's Use of Red. Classic Cartridge Studies, Volume 9, Numbers 2 and 3. Year of the UShitU 2007 Mimetic Resolution Cartridge View Motherboard, Easy-to-Install Upgrade. For Infernitron Interlace TP Systems, for home, office, or mobile, SICK. 82. Maybe in like psychic opposition to their mom's compulsive cleaning thing, both Orrin, when he was at ETA, and now Hal, are horrific slobs. In Hal's case, this is facilitated by the fact that the third floor of Subdorm C's prorector is the incredibly lax and laid-back Corbett Thorpe, who may stutter and go in for half-baked motivational experiments on the younger players, but never comes around with the white glove and clipboard. Mario makes his bed without fail, but you have to keep in mind that it's not like he's got all that much else to do. Hal's fitted sheet and sheet are Bean James River flannels in matching green and black Night Watch plaid, and for a comforter he uses a green fiberfill winter camp sleeping bag that's of unknown origin and price, because he got it for Xmas, and it had all the tags removed. 83. Boston Police Department. 84. Available on ROM via interlace at deltad3.com, or in remaindered paperback from Delta/Delacorte Division of Bantam Doubleday Del Little Brown, itself a division of Bell Atlantic/TCI. 85. Equals no Academy affiliation. 86. The ONANTA Junior Tour allows courtside oxygen ever since an unfortunate embolism in Raleigh, North Carolina. Year of the Whisper Quiet Maytag Dishmaster. 87. QV Note 24 Supra. 88. Since claiming rampant and mysterious breakage, and then one time having the Dunlop rep passing through Alston on his way out of Boston from ETA, see not one but 3 kids on 3 separate corners hawking shiny new Dunlop sticks in what amounted, Dunlop charged, almost to conspiracy to defraud. In Year of the Ushityu 2007 Mimetic Resolution Cartridge View Motherboard Easy-to-Install Upgrade for Infernitron Interlace TP Systems for home, office, or mobile, SICK. 89. The fact that it's not at all clear, day to day, what this it and caring mean, or how you can be expected both to care passionately and not care at all, that huge amounts of internal psychic energy get expended on trying to come to some acceptable understanding of all this stuff, particularly from 16 to, 18, is not accidental or a weakness in ETA pedagogy, in Schacht's opinion. Though a sizable contingent of ETAs view Stitt as bats and essentially a figurehead, and choose to steer more by head prorector DeLint's clipboard and reductive statistics, which at least afford you a firm idea of where you stand, comparatively, at all times. 90. E.g., selected snippet from the individual resident informal interface hours of D.W. Gately, live-in staff, Enid House, Drug and Alcohol Recovery House, Enfield, Massachusetts, on and off from just after the Brookline Young People's AA meeting up to about 23:29 hours, Wednesday, 11 November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment.
I fear I simply have to deny the insinuation that it's disloyal or ungrateful to find oneself troubled by certain quite glaring inconsistencies in this master quote-unquote program you all seem to expect us simply to open up and blindly swallow whole, and then walk around glazed with our arms right out straight in front of us, parroting, reciting. Jeffrey, man, I don't think anybody's trying to insinuate anything over on you, brother. I know I ain't trying to. No, you simply sit there with your arms crossed, nodding with that timeless patience that communicates condescension and judgment without exposing you to responsibility for insinuating anything aloud. Maybe when I look patient, I'm really trying to be patient with myself for not finishing school and etc., and having a hard time keeping up with you. This AA tactic of masking condescension behind humility. I guess I'm just sorry for you. You're feeling frustrated with the program today. I know there's lots of days I'm frustrated with it. So, I don't know what to say helpful to you except what they said to me, to just hang in there. One day, at a one day, at a one day. Brother, That's just all I know to tell you. That's worked for me. I know for me, it don't matter if there's days I fucking hate it. I just have to do it. And it don't help me or anybody else if I go around negativing on newcomers and trying to take out my issues on trying to fuck them up with God puzzles. Mr. Gately, sir, I found myself sitting tonight in yet another Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, the central message of which was the importance of going to still more Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. This infuriating carrot and donkey aspect of trudging to meetings, only to be told to trudge to still more meetings. I hear you. As if, I mean, what's supposedly going to be communicated at these future meetings I'm exhorted to trudge to, that cannot simply be communicated now, at this meeting, instead of the glazed recitation of exhortations to attend these vague future revelatory meetings. I'm doing my best to stay with you here, Dayman. And tonight, I'm just settling in yet another uneven-legged chair, cultivating that glazed, passive, spectatorial state of mind that is clearly what they're trying to inspire in the ephebe, settling in next to a positively redolent Emil M., and trying to hold my poor addled, denial-ridden mind open with all available main, listening to this ravaged-looking Yaley in yellow slacks detail episodes of tremens whose gruesomeness interdicted any possible identification. I'm remembering I heard Pat tell you that thinking people who are walking ahead of you are following you is a pretty bad kind of DTs, brother. And I informed her that there's a well-known surveillance tactic known as the box surveillance, which involves certain members of the surveillance team establishing themselves in front of the subject. Except I don't ever remember you explaining why a sociology teacher, weaving his way from his 4th bar to his 5th bar, is important enough for 4 guys from some you-never-mentioned-what kind of conspiracy to be pulling this real complex surveillance thing. Except I was interrupting your point you were sharing. I know, and I'm sorry. Your basic decency is why you're whom I bring my thoughts to, Don. You know that. That makes me feel good, Dayman. I mean, to whom else might I speak? The girl who takes her eye out and fondles it? Poor Ewell with his obsessive tattoo charts? Lentz? It makes me feel good. You think I'm decent to talk to. That's supposed to be why I'm here. I sure needed to talk at the start. Can you remember where you were headed before I interrupted? Something this broken Ivy Leaguer said, some AA Sally. He said that only one newcomer in a million actually trudges into an Alcoholics Anonymous closed meeting and, in fact, doesn't belong there. Meaning, doesn't turn out to have the disease, you mean? Yes. And that, he said, that, quote, if you, looking right at yours truly, seemingly, with that wearily amused, patient expression you all must practice in front of the mirror, he said that only one newcomer in a million doesn't belong here, and if, quote, you think you're that one in a million, you definitely belong here. And everyone howled with mirth, stomped their feet and blew coffee through their noses, and wiped their eyes with the backs of their hands, and elbowed each other. Howled with mirth. But you were like, unsmiling at it. And everyone labels as denial or ingratitude what's actually horror, Don. The horror of acknowledging that you do, apparently, have some sort of problem with mild sedatives and fine Chianti, and wanting, with all sincerity, to give every fair chance to a treatment modality which millions swear up and down has helped them with their own problem. You're talking about AA. To want very much to believe in it, and to try, and then, to your horror, find the program riddled with these obvious
and idiotic fallacies, and redactia ad absurdum which—
I'm going to need to ask you to try and say that again in words I can follow, Jeffrey, if you want me to be right there alongside with you. And I'm sorry if that seems descending.
Don, I am sincere when I say I'm frightened when I find that there are things about this allegedly miraculous program's doctrine that simply do not follow, that do not cohere, that do not make anything resembling rational sense.
I'm with you on that one now, brother.
Tonight's example of the 1 in a million, say. Don, let me ask you, Don, in all earnest, why shouldn't every human being in the world be in AA?
Now I'm not with you anymore again, Jeffrey.
Don, why doesn't every featherless biped on Earth qualify for AA? By AA's reasoning, why isn't everyone, everywhere, an alcoholic?
Well, Jeffrey, man, it's a totally private decision to admit the disease. Nobody can go tell another man he's—
But indulge me for a moment. By AA's own professed logic, everyone ought to be in AA. If you have some sort of substance problem, then you belong in AA. But if you say you do not have a substance problem, in other words, if you deny that you have a substance problem, why then you're, by definition, in denial. And thus you, apparently, need the denial-busting fellowship of AA, even more than someone who can admit his problem. Don't look at me like that. Show me the flaw in my reasoning, I beg you. Show me why not everyone should be in AA, given the way AA regards those who don't believe they belong there. And now, you don't know what to say. There's no cockle-warming cliché that applies.
The slogan I've heard that might work here is the slogan, analysis paralysis.
Oh, lovely. Oh, very nice. By all means, don't think about the validity of what they're claiming your life hinges on. Oh, do not ask what is it. Do not ask not whether it's not insane. Simply open wide for the spoon.
For me, the slogan means there's no set way to argue intellectual-type stuff about the program. Surrender to win, give it away to keep it, God as you understand him. You can't think about it like an intellectual thing. Trust me, because I've been there, man. You can analyze it till you're breaking tables with your forehead and find a cause to walk away, back out there where the disease is. Or you can stay and hang in and do the best you can.
AA's response to a question about its axioms, then, is to invoke an axiom about the inadvisability of all such questions.
I ain't AA, Dayman. No one like individual can respond for AA.
Am I out of line in seeing something totalitarian about it? Something, dare I say, un-American? To interdict a fundamental doctrinal question by invoking a doctrine against questioning? Wasn't this the very horror the Madisonians were horrified of in 1791? Amendments 1 and 9? My grievance is disallowed because my petition for redress is a priori interdicted by the inadvisability of all petitioning?
I'm about to get fucking laughed here, I'm so not following. You honestly don't see what's a little whacked out about what you're saying about denial?
I'm thinking your failure to engage me on the question itself means either I'm right, and AA's whole belonging versus denial matrix is constructed on logical sand, in which case horror, or else it means you're stupefied with condescending pity for me, for some reason I fail to grasp. Doubtless because of denial, in which case the look on your face right now is the same weary patience that makes me want to scream in meetings.
So scream. They can't kick you out.
How comforting.
This is a thing I do know. They can't kick you out.
91. Pillow biters, a North Shore term, one Gately grew up with, and it and the F term are the only terms for male homosexuals he knows still. 92. Diane Prinz, Perth Amboy, New Jersey. 93. An anxiety fest captured nicely by the banner-shaped posters DeLint used to have D. Hardy put up each fall over the senior locker sections of both locker rooms that had "Winners never have to quit," until some of the other pro-rectors went to shtit and got him to make DeLint take them down. 94. It's surely been spelled out already that pro-rectors teach one marginal class per term and serve as on-court assistants to Stitt's Liebensgefährten Aubrey DeLint, and that their existence at ETA is marginal and low prestige, and their spiritual state on the low continuum between embittered and accepting, and for many of the more neurasthenic ETA students, the pro-rectors are kind of repellent, the way hideously old people are repellent, reminding the students of the kind of low-prestige, purgatorial fate that awaits the marginal and low-ranked junior player. And while a couple of the pro-rectors are feared, none of them is all that much respected, and they're avoided, and stick together with one another, and keep to themselves and seem on the whole sad, with that grad-schoolish sense of arrested adolescence and reality avoidance about them. 95. Pink being Microsoft Inc.'s first post-Windows DOS, quickly upgraded to Pink Sub 2 when Interlace took everything 100% interactive and digital. By year of the Depend Adult undergarment, it's kind of a dinosaur, but it's still the only DOS that'll run a mathpack/nstat tree without having to stop and recompile every few seconds. 96. A kind of pro-rectorishly sad post in amateur sports administration at tiny Throppinghamshire Provincial College in Fredericton, NB, CT's undergrad alma mater. 97. It's both perverse and kind of understandable that getting some sort of college scholarship or ride, while very few ETAs, and certainly not Oren and Candenza, have any real kind of financial need, that nevertheless a scholarship is enormously important, self-esteem-wise, since opting for the college tennis route in the first place is kind of an admission of defeat and a surrender of dearly held dreams of the professional show. 98. And to keep a distant but weirdly beady and obsessive eye on Mario, from whose lordotic presence in a room Tavis would flee just as Avril was fleeing from the temptation of over-lobbying Oren on BU, such that for a few days, when both Oren and Mario entered a room, there'd be the sound of a tremendous collision in the hall outside as CT and Avril's flight's vectors met. 99. Massachusetts Department of Revenue. 100. The way a white flagger formulates this, e.g., is that 99.9% of what goes on in one's life is actually none of one's business, with the 0.1% under one's control consisting mostly of the option to accept or deny one's inevitable powerlessness over the other 99.9%, which, just trying to parse this out, makes Don Gately's forehead turn purple. 101. Some of their earliest dates were watching big-budget commercial films, and Oren had, one time, completely unpremeditatedly, told her it was a strange feeling watching commercial films with a girl who was prettier than the women in the films, and she'd punched him hard in the arm in a way that just about drove him wild. 102. International Brotherhood of Pier, Wharf, and Dock Workers. 103. A, quote, episode of excessive neuronal discharge manifested by motor, sensory, and/or psychic dysfunction, with or without unconscious and/or convulsive movements, plus eye-rolling and tongue-swallowing. 104. In order for ONANTA academies to qualify as actual schools, and not just like extended-term sports camps, all instructors and pro-rectors, except the head, have to be listed as more like academic instructors who pro-rect on the side. 105. A Dworkinite heavy leather organization whose membership on the U.S. East Coast was in the 5 figures up until the ugly Pizzatola riots of Providence, Rhode Island, in the year of the Whisper Quiet Maytag Dishmaster, discredited the FOPPPs and fragmented them. 106. There's a viewing room on each subdorm floor. and room-sized TPs with phone consoles and, if a kid wants, modems are standard issue, but only ETA juniors and seniors get to have actual cartridge viewers in their subdorm rooms, a 2-year-old administrative concession, the credit for which goes largely to Troeltsch, who made such a pest of himself with Charles Tavis over the issue that Tavis finally relented just to keep the kid from lurking in his office's waiting room, speaking into his fist, pretending to report on the flames of controversy surrounding individual rights raging here in quaint and peaceful Enfield. And none of these viewers, likewise the viewing room's units, can have motherboard cards for spontaneous interlaced disseminations or for ROM-caliber games, which broadcasts and video-ish games encourage a stuporous passivity that ETA's philosophy now regards as venomous to the whole set of reasons the kids are enrolled there in the first place. 107. E.g., the Whataburger Invitational will allegedly be recorded for fringe market, order-only viewing later this month. 108. Sometimes, especially in early fall and late spring, this can involve a lapse of several weeks. WETA doesn't broadcast when most of the kids are away at some competitive thing, and Saturday classes are likewise often canceled. This is one reason why so many prorectors classes are relegated by Mrs. AMI to Saturdays. 109. Apparently the Parti Q is provincial, intra-Québécois, the bloc's its federal counterpart, with members in Parliament, and so on and so forth. 110. QV, here later in the same day, 11/7, as Howland Cadenza sits on the edge of his unmade bed, undressed, with the good right leg curled under him, and the bad ankle soaking in a janitor pail of dissolved Epsom salts, looking through one of Mario's old hush-puppy shoeboxes of letters and snapshots. Saturdays involve classes and drills, and PM matches, but no conditioning run or weight circuits. Afternoons, odd mismatched challenge matches, held on staff squeegeed center courts under a steady, metal, sunless sky. The air still damp after lunchtime's rain. Hal's own odd match was truncated when C-squatter Hugh Pemberton took a ball in the eye up at net and began wandering the service box in wobbled circles. Hal skipped a quick trip down to the pump room and got to shower nearly solo in the main locker room. Tomorrow's Interdependence Day communal supper at ETA is a big deal and includes each person's own specially selected hat plus real dessert and a postprandial Mario-made film, and sometimes a sing-along. Hal and Pemulus, Struck and Axford and Troeltsch and Schacht, and sometimes Stice, have their own special private day-before I-Day ritualistic supper-out and trip to the unexamined life blowout gala, since Sunday is a day of total mandatory R&R. The untruncated matches are winding down out there, Hal can hear. The sun is coming out just in time to go down. The com-ad pipes start to moan and sing with crowded, showering kids. Pale net shadows are starting to elongate acutely across the sidelines of the court's north sides. Mario is, more or less, the Incandenza family archivist ex officio. Mario has been closeted with Disney Leith all day, preparing things for Sunday's postprandial gala and film fest. The phone sits mute atop the answering machine attachment on the telephone's power unit's console. Its antenna is retracted, and it simply sits there, exuding the vague, contained menace of mute phones. The phone's ringer sort of twitters instead of ringing. The audio-only comm system's power console is bolted to a receptacle on the side of Hal and Mario's TP, and its red power light blinks at the slow liquid rate of a radio tower. The phone and answering machine are hand-me-downs from Oren's days at ETA, old models of transparent plastic, so you can see everything's quad-colored pasta of wires and chips and tin discs. The only message when Hal got in was from Oren at 14:12 hours. Oren had said he'd just called to ask whether by any chance Hal'd ever realized that all of Emily Dickinson, as in the Belle of Amherst Emily Dickinson, the canonical agoraphobic poet, that every single one of Ms. Dickinson's canonical poems could be sung without loss or syllabic distortion to the tune of The Yellow Rose of Texas. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me, Orrin had sung illustratively onto the recording. I hope the Father in the skies will lift his little girl. Actually, more like sort of sung. There had been professional locker room sounds in the background, locker doors banging, bass voices on tile and steel, personal stereos, hisses of antiperspirant and styling spritz. The odd enclosed echo of locker rooms everywhere, junior or pro. On my volcano grows the grass a meditative spot, and so on. The fleshy pop of a professionally snapped towel on adult skin. A black man's falsetto laughter. Orrin's recorded voice said he just grabbed an odd free second to inquire what Hal's machine might make of this fact. Hal spits Kodiak tobacco juice into an old rocket-emblazoned NASA glass on the bedside table, idly and for no special reason riffling through densely packed letters, tri-folded and packed upright, a kind of Rolodex of different mementos and postal correspondence, Mario's rescued from wastebaskets and recycling bins and dumpsters, and quietly saved in shoeboxes. Mario has no problem with Hal perusing his closet stuff. Mario's closet has a canvas strap instead of a knob. Ideally, there would also be a bucket of very cold water, and Hal would move the bad ankle from one bucket to the other and back again. A whistle sounds from down near the girls' west courts. Someone little in the hall outside the closed door shouts, "Guess again!" to someone else farther down the hall. None of the hush-puppy box's snail mail letters are to or from Mario. Mario's bed is loosely, unanally made. Hal's bed is unmade. Hal and Mario's mother had done her undergraduate honors work at McGill on the use of hyphens, dashes, and colons in E. Dickinson. The Epsom water whitens his calluses. Unlaundered bedding swims around him. The phone twitters. Ample, make this bed, or ample, make this bed. The phone twitters again. A moving example of the sorts of physical post-mail Mrs. Avril Incandenza has sent her eldest child, Orrin, since the philodicee of Dr. J. O. Incandenza. The sort of chirpily quotidian mail that, here's the moving part, seems to imply a context of regular inter-party communication still. 20 June, year of the Whisper-Quiet Maytag Dishmaster. Dear Filbert, note to footnote. Don't ask. It's been a quiet week here on Mount Godforsaken. Note to footnote. Ibid. Today is perishing hot, windless, quiet as a tomb, lush and pretty. Every floral unit on the grounds has its pistil a-prick and petals a-tremble in a truly shameless fashion, for the bees are about. The whole hill hums drowsily. Yesterday your Uncle Charles was accosted on the north path by a bumblebee that, he alleges, was so enormous it sounded like a tuba, and he dispatched Mr. Hardy and the grounds crew with skeet rifles and orders to bring the Sikorsky-sized bugger down. I shall spare you details of the subsequent misadventures of the grounds crew, 2 of whom are now recovering satisfactorily. The paucity of decibels here is due in part to all 6A teams' departure yesterday for Milan with Gerhard, Aubrey, Carolyn, and Urquhart at the pedagogical tiller. It seems not so many moons ago that we were seeing you, Marlin, Ross, and the rest off on the European clay junket. I recall pressing the maternal beak to the terminal window's glass, trying to make my Filbert out somewhere behind the airplane's impossible little bullet-hole windows. I cried like a fool every time, as of course I did all over again yesterday, embarrassing everyone but Mario, who also cried. As for me, I've swatted and whacked all morning, cranking up your Uncle Charles's videophone and trying to cajole the editors of various supermarket trade publications to run MGM's, note to footnote, The Militant Grammarians of Massachusetts, a syntactic integrity pack Avril had put together with 2 or 3 very dear friends and colleagues around Metro Boston. Latest plea for amending less to fewer in those express checkout lanes. One old editorial codger said that he'd dearly love to help me out, but that his newsletter was devoted exclusively to issues of promotional display. When I suggested that a little comic relief in the form of the L to F bulletin might not be amiss, he chortled. Chortling is good. We like chortling. However, I did manage to twist the arms, harder to do telephonically than one might think, of Produce Weekly, Star Market's Quarterly Register, and Price Chopper's Shelf and Cart, so the wheels of adjectival justice continue, albeit creakily, to turn. The very last gobbet of Academy news is that your Uncle Charles had his blood cholesterol tested late last week, though the verdict rendered was no worse than a rather unperspicuous normal to upper normal, sick. The penultimate modifier has caused, as you might anticipate, much pacing and high-decibel whinging, as well as vows of eternal xerophagy from here on out. Your Uncle Charles has already, for some months now, made a practice of swallowing 3 teaspoons of fish liver oil just before he hurls the administrative skeleton bedward for the night. Your brothers have taken to trekking over on slow nights to watch him swallow his oil, purely out of enthusiasm for the faces Charles makes as the stuff goes gulletward. I ordered the poor man a low-lipid, artery-friendly cookbook as a sort of what-the-hell present the day the results came in, and your Uncle Charles has already pored over the thing and marked several yummers. We're to have a swat at cabbage patties tonight, fast-laners that we are. I do suppose the poor man will find a way to ladle rice bran, note to footnote, the year of the whisper-quiet Maytag dishmaster's anti-sclerotic miracle food craze, into his toothpaste before this spasm of angst subsides, bless his heart, as it were. My, this machine does let one maunder on. I'd best get back to harrying grocers. One of this fall's matriculates, note to footnote, the then skinny Elliot Cornspan before Loach and Freer got hold of him, is the son of a man who's apparently become an immensely wealthy telegrocer. Note to footnote. At once high-tech and somehow atavistic, telegrocery services let you order off your TP and then have the stuff brought right to your door by college student-y types, often within hours, saving one the stress and fluorescent hassle of public food shopping. As of the year of the Depend adult undergarment, it's still very big in some areas, and not all that big in others. The first telegrocery service didn't even launch in Metro Boston until the year of the You Shit You 2007 Mimetic Resolution Cartridge View Motherboard, easy-to-install upgrade for Infernitron/Interlace TP systems for home, office, or mobile. Sick. And it's mostly in Boston, a downscale and blue-collar thing, oddly. In the upper Midwest, so perhaps the express lane solecism issue will simply disappear in these here parts as well. It goes without saying that you are, of course, wearing your halo and mouthguard at all appropriate times and eating at least 1 green leafy vegetable per day. Oh, 'twas wonderful to hear about the arbitration and contract. Mr. DeLent read a detailed account and told us all about it. Proud, as ever, to know you. Miss you and love you lots. And C. And an example of the invariant response these pieces of mail elicit. Dear Ms. Incandenza, due to the large number of mail the New Orleans Saints, registered trademark, are so fortunate enough to receive from all across the second Interlace grid, note to footnote. Interlace serves just about all of habitable ONAN. Each nation comprises, roughly speaking, an entertainment dissemination grid. We regrettably say Orin Incandenza number 71 cannot answer your letter in person. However, on behalf of the New Orleans Saints, registered trademark, Orin has asked me to say thank you for your message of support and best wishes. Enclosed, please accept a special, color, 20 by 25 centimeter, personally autographed action photo of Orin Incandenza, number 71, as our way of saying thank you and how important your letter has been to us. Cordially, Jethro Bodine, Assistant Mailroom Technician. And C.
Yellow. Presenting Speedy Seduction Strategy Number 7. Oren? Happy Interday Eve, e unibus plurum, and so on. Still dodging the disabled? A proviso up front, Hallie. Number 7 never misses.
And not every Dickinson poem is singable to Yellow Rose, O. Sorry to disappoint you. For instance, like ample make this bed with all, isn't even iambic, much less quatrameter trimeter.
Just a theory. Just tossing it out for the machine's consideration.
I practice to be encouraged. This particular theory is unfortunately a dink. Plus, I don't think you quite meant proviso.
Number 7 remains a no-miss proposal, though. Picture this. Obtain a ring, as in a wedding band, so you present yourself to the subject as visibly married.
You know I hate these strategy calls.
Also, of course, works if you really do happen to be married, in which case you've got a ring already.
I'm sitting here soaking my ankle, O.
The object being to present yourself to the subject as married, as in happily married, and you engage her in a conversation in which you make a big deal of how head over heels in love you are with your wife, how wonderful she is, the wife, how blue and clean the pilot light of passion still burns in the central heating system of your love for her, your wife, even after all these several years you've been hitched.
I'm sitting here looking through an old box of letters to kill just a very few minutes before a bunch of us climb in the tow truck for Pemulus's annual I-Day Eve town painting.
But as you're saying all this to the subject, your manner is nevertheless indicating that you're attracted to her.
It's poignant somehow that you always use the word subject when you mean the exact obverse.
But it's not like flirtatious or salvious, your manner. More like just strongly involuntarily attracted, almost as if hypnotized against your will. Your manner can indicate this just by following the subject's conversational movements and changes of posture or facial expression in that sort of vacant, intense way a hungry person watches somebody eating. Following the movements of the fork as if memorized. With, of course, now the occasional flicker of pain and conflict in your eyes at the fact that here you are involuntarily memorized by somebody other than your seraphic wife, which the point time, yo, I think you mean seraphic. I also think you mean lascivious and mesmerized. You know what your problem is, Hallie?
I have just one problem?
But hang on until you see that 7's worth not making me digress away from, though. Because the point being to get across how it's an incredible tribute to the subject's overwhelming female charms that you can even see her, the subject. Since you're so in love with your wife, you barely even see most women as even female anymore. Much less be involuntarily attracted to the subject, much less have maybe the thought of infidelity skitter, no matter how involuntarily, across your devoted mind. And it's not like you'll have to volunteer any of this directly. The subject'll draw the observations on her own. That's the point of the conflicted flickers in your memorized eyes. Or, at the most, an involuntary tortured groan, a quick bite of the knuckle of the forefinger, a heel of the hand to the forehead, or something like that. Get your manner down just conflicted-looking enough, and the subject herself will actually start drawing you out on this fact, the involuntary attraction that's so painful to you, and so flattering and tributary to her. So wait, this is like a conversation where you're affecting all this flickering and groaning? Like you mean a cocktail party small talk conversation? Or do you just brandish your fake ring at some girl at a bus stop and start a tortured tribute to your seraphic wife? It takes place anywhere. Venue adjustable. 7's portable and never miss. The point is to maneuver the issue of your devoted, attracted, conflicted pain to the point where you can appear to almost sort of break down, and can ask the subject in all tortured sincerity if she thinks you're involuntarily finding her so visibly female and attractive makes you a bad husband.
display vulnerability and ask her to evaluate the, integrity of your heart. Seem desperate. Your whole married self-concept shaken. Practically beg the subject to reassure you you're not a bad-hearted man. Plead with the subject to say what she thinks it might be about her charms that could drive your seraphic wife even momentarily from your heart. You present the attraction you feel for the subject as this involuntary, identity-threatening, soul-searing type crisis you just desperately need her help with, the subject's, person to person. Sounds very moving. And if it so happens you really are married, the additional advantage to Seven's pitch is that you and the subject both, however briefly, get to believe it. The pitch. The involuntary, passionate, doomed, knight-errant type pitch. And of course, the subject just happens to be married herself, often with small children, putting her directly in your crosshairs. A matter of, personal preference and taste that doesn't impact Seven's surefire no-miss quality one way or the other. It's the doomed, involuntary, conflicted, good man's downfall type quality that no subject can seemingly resist. I'll see, then. Well, the thing's sick. It's even sicker than 4. Was it 4? The one you said that Loach inspired, where you'd supposedly, just that very day, dropped out of Jesuit seminary after upteen years of disciplined celibacy because of Carnot's spiritual yearnings you hadn't even been quite in touch with, as Carnot's spiritual in nature, until you just now, this very moment, laid eyes on the subject? With a breviary and rented collar? That was 4, yes. 4's pretty much of a gynecopia also, but within a kind of narrower demographic psychological range of potential subjects. Notice, I never said 4 was no miss. Well, you must be a very proud young man. This is even sicker. The fake ring and fictional spouse. It's like you're inventing somebody you love just to seduce somebody else into helping you betray her. What's it like? It's like suborning somebody into helping you desecrate a tomb they don't know is empty. This is what I get for passing down priceless fruits of hard experience to somebody who still thinks it's exciting to shave. I ought to go. I have a blackhead I have to see to. You haven't asked why I called right back. Why I'm calling during high toll hours. Plus, I feel some kind of toothache starting, and it's the weekend, and I want to see Shocked before Mrs. Clark's confectionery Day in the Sun tomorrow. Plus, I'm naked. I'm surprised you were even there, in person. I was expecting the disembodied voice, and asking you to call back ASAP on this. What is it out there, 1600? Why aren't you outside hard at play? Don't tell me Stitt started canceling PMs for I-Day Eve. I tagged this kid Pemberton in the eye up at net. It was inadvertent. We were only 4 games in. He hit a big, soft, fluffy goose of an approach, and I was trying to handcuff him. I hit it at him only to handcuff him. He never even got his stick up, right in the left socket. It made a sound like a champagne cork. A prorector named Corbett Thorpe said he thought Pemberton might have detached a retina. Something sure seemed detached. He was walking around in diminishing circles like he'd been hit with a mallet. You sound really, remorse-riddled. Kitchens and heat, oh. I've taken my share of balls in various spots. And whence bizarre metric theories about Emily Dickinson all of a sudden, by the way? And what's up with the lurking figures with wheelchairs? You're a top 10 junior stickman suddenly now this year, Hallie. What's Stitt doing giving you a cloth mouse like Hugh Pemberton to bat around anyway? You remember him? Who could forget a kid that looks like he's curtsying when he serves, with the white visor and the little amber glasses? That kid's been hanging from the bottom of the ladder by his nails since he was 9. It's been carnage all week. Stitt's playing the C teams against the A's. It's for the C's development, Donnie said. Also because today, words down from the tower, some of the staff thought some of the A's looked tentative against Port Wash. They despise tentativity. I think they want us just short of cocky for the fundraiser and then the Whataburger, where Wayne's got a chance to knock this Veach kid off the pole. Let's not forget you, though, either, H. I can get down for at least the Whataburger semis if you get there, if you want incentive. As in person, oh?
Word is you're worth watching now.
Word?
I keep my ear to the cement, Hallie. At least for very short subjects, I'd imagine. We take off for the Patriots that Friday. What is that, like the 27th or 8th? But it's a Saturday afternoon game. I could be down there by midday Sunday, if you're still in the thick.
You'll probably need to wear some sort of sign around your neck so I know it's you. So then you'll be up here just as we're down there, oddly, playing.
It goes without saying you'd give me the advanced skinny if anybody I didn't want to see was, by any chance, flying down there with you guys.
The C versus A thing's been more like grotesque than confidence-building. Guys are taking out stress in kind of twisted ways. Struck beat Glockner in 40 minutes and then made a show of revealing he'd had 3-kilo ankle weights on under his socks. Wayne made Van Slack cry right there in front of everybody.
Word is Wayne has exactly 1 gear.
Then Thursday, Coyle had his left wrist tied to his right ankle and was still beating this new kid Stockhausen until Stitt sent Tex Watson down to tell him to knock it off.
But the reason I'm really calling, Hallie.
And you're being evasive. About the dread, about the disabled. The, like, rolling stalkers.
I haven't seen Wheel 1 in days. I'm thinking possibly this was a kind of very shy sort of fan club of people without legs that look up to me.
Grotesque entendre, oh.
As like the ultimate leg.
They use different ruses to follow me around and never come close or say anything because they're really shy because they don't have legs, so now my mind's resting easier. Now if the roach and spiders at heights fears had subside, you could really hold the head high.
So the reason I'm calling,
I already said I'd let you know when and if. No sightings of any journalists. Your moment profiler.
I'm actually glad I got you in person. I was going to ask you to call me ASAP.
I'm pleased to call you a sap whenever you like, oh.
That's below you, and I can hear you still chewing that grisly shit.
That shit's going to make your lower jaw fall right off. I've seen it happen down here, believe me. And you're wondering why the tooth problems all the time suddenly? Snuff's saliva stimulating. It's actually oral hygiene enhancing, when you factor in all the extra brushing. The caries are himself's legacy. You know that. The himself whose root canals put Dr. Zegarelli's kids through Andover.
This basically non-social call, H, is because I need your feedback on some issues from these half-dozen or so very complex and far-ranging and in-depth conversations I had with a certain subject.
Not the mobile home person, surely.
Whole different ballpark of subject. The Dickinson theory, I have to admit, came from these conversations.
Sounds like one deep lady.
Whole levels and dimensions to this one. We've had a whole series of very intense verbal interchanges. Transcendentalist poetics was just one of the in-depth issues ranged over. This subject keeps me on the cerebral toes.
Dickinson's about as transcendentalist as Poe. Your subject's 0 for 2.
This is all off to the side of the call. I told this subject I consider certain issues very carefully before I really responded.
Which meant you'd consider what she wanted to hear and how to ladle it on until she begs you to have intercourse with her.
I hence need considered sounding responses to 2 basic questions.
Why this sick thing of making me complicit in these strategic pursuits when you know I think they're troubled and sick? It's like asking somebody to help you culture anthrax or something.
Just 2 questions is all.
Now I'm beginning almost to be able to feel my pulse in my tooth. It feels like the infection's gathering force so fast.
Firstly, what does the following word I can't find in the dictionary mean?
Samizdat. Samizdat. Russian compound noun. Soviet 20th century idiom. Sam, stem, self. Izdat. Undeclined verb, to publish. I think the literal denotation's technically archaic. The sub rosa dissemination of politically charged materials that were banned when the Eschaton-era Kremlin was going around banning things. Connotatively, the generic meaning now is any sort of politically underground or beyond the pale press or the stuff published thereby. There's no real samizdat in the U.S. per se, First Amendment-wise, I don't think. I suppose ultra-radical Québécois and Albertan stuff could be considered ON-Aonite samizdat. Pow! Not just separatist tour pamphlets now. It'd have to be more incendiary. Materials advocating violence, destruction of property, disruption of grids, anti-ON-AN terrorism, and so on. I don't think ON-AN's got technical bans per se, I don't think, but Poutrincourt said the RCMPs are empowered to impound literature and even desktop publishing and interleak hardware, etc., without any sort of warrant. RCMP. Mounties, the Nelson Eddy guys in silly hats and equestrian jaspers. Close enough. Next question. So, you'd have no idea why the Mad Stork's name would come up in connection with somebody saying samizdat. This is the second question? Call it 1A. Not in any strict sense of the term. I guess I could see some separatist tours trying to read the Onantiad or Brick as anti-reconfiguration films. Maybe stuff like Poultry in Motion. A lot of himself's stuff was self-distributed, too. And Eminent Domain's allegedly, on one level, an allegory about the concavity, though that overlooks that Gentle wasn't even president when the thing came out. But you can tell your subject that himself's work was all very self-consciously American. His interest in politics was subordinate to form, always, and none of it's banned. Whatever's still on the interlaced back menus is intergrid. You can order the Onantiad in Manitoba, Veracruz, anywhere. Speaking of Quebec separatism, interestingly, why do I get a sinking feeling this is going to be 1A.1 or something? Maybe I could call you back tomorrow, and we could chat on and on. I'm going to be here reading for boards till the eschaton at 1400. Holiday tolls are low. It's my nickel here. Or maybe you could simply call the person who's really the person to chat with about all issues Canadian. Droll. Moving right along to question 2, then. My Epsom salts are getting cold. The big one is, what you'd have to say if some tough-minded and spectacular subject asked you what you had to say about the way every Nook separatiste tour up there, from the Bloc Québécois and Fidemontcalm all the way out to the really bug-eyed radical fringe-type sects and terroristic cells, I'm going to have to object to the word Nook. Beg pardon. The issue being why the whole Quebec separatiste tour collection up there dropped the original Quebec independence objective like a rock and switched seemingly overnight to putting everything into agitating against ON-AN and the reconfiguration and forcing the return of the concavity to our map. This is ON-ANite politics. I look my subject right in the big blue eye and tell her straight out that the field of nanomicroscopy is not yet advanced enough to measure my interest in the intricacies of ON-ANite politics. Poutrincourt's class is disquieting enough. The whole thing's unpleasant and dry and repetitive and mostly dull. Tevitt has a kind of compelling romanto-historical yarn to spin, though, about, I'm serious. You've had some background, at least. The only Nook prorector we ever got taught ceramics. But you're the one with the Pleiades, and the 5 on the French achievement boards, and the ability to trill your R's. That's Parisian. And now I don't even watch the sports summaries, much less the political stuff. Just try, for just 1 second. This subject raised issues that were way out of my depth. That's not even coherent enough to be a mixed metaphor, Are you honestly telling me you want your depth increased? Or are you just looking for some Cliff Note summary so you can incorporate the impression of depth into some new panty removal campaign? Are you going to tell her you studied ON-ANite politics under the Jesuits? The whole thing was dicey. I had to tell the subject that I had to think about it and ponder, that I always took time to ponder at depth before I just dashed off an opinion. And don't tell me, this is your moment profiler? Your Boswell in an E-cup? Is this why she's en route? Was the whole Familio historical profile story last week a dodge? Am I really supposed to sit down with her and paint you now as a political-minded ex-seminarian who's married to someone only some sort of heroically proportioned goddess could tempt you to betray? Because I'll tell you right now that Stitt's not going to let any of us here talk to anybody from some glossy rag-like moment without him or DeLint sitting right there with us. Gone are the days of himself not caring how many Who's the Next Venus Williams hype journalists haunt the grounds, man. Stitt's now calling the shots on who talks to whom. DeLint has a whole scathing appendix on the admissions manual about junior development and toxic hype. Helen'll be able to get in. Stitt's not going to let me hype your political acuity, or pseudo-wife, or anything else. He's got CT seeing this place as a sort of prophylactic against commercial attention. He thinks junior commercial attention's deforming. The manual now invites us to see ourselves as in utero, and hype as thalidomide. Stitt'll let her in, and stick her in with CT, and let CT filibuster her till she throws herself out the window, like that journalist from Condé Nast last fall. Forget the profile. Speak to her or don't. This is personal. Meaning you've discovered she has small children and maybe a marriage you can deform. I'm ignoring all this. Helen's a different sort of subject. I've discovered levels and dimensions to Helen that have nothing to do with profiles. Meaning she's a tough nut. Meaning you've set your crosshairs and she hasn't succumbed, and she knows you're not married and not a tormented Jesuit. She's strategy-resistant because she knows too much to fall for a persona. Co-ponder with me a second if you're through. Stop me at any time. Jump right in at any time. On both the ultra-left and right. The brass ring up there has always been independent secession for Quebec. Historically, no? Am I off? The Front Libération, and so on? The Filles de Montcalm? Or is it maybe deux? Are they the ones in spandex and pancake makeup? The giant pies dropped on Ottawa after the third Meech Lake Accord? Parizeau et al. And so on? Feel free to stop me or jump in. It all been about getting Quebec out of Canada, right? The Meech Lake and Charlottetown revolts, the Chrétien assassination, Notre Épée, terrorists in plaid flannel, French Canada for the francophonic, Acadian Zionism, le Québécois toujours, on ne parle d'anglais ici. With all the terrorism especially directed at Ottawa, pressure on Ottawa and Canada. Permettez-nous partir, permettez-nous être. Or we blow up the Frontenac. Or we irradiate Winnipeg. Or we put a railroad spike through Chrétien's eye. This is not exactly deep depth, though. Yes, and then, but suddenly, everything changes when Ottawa, under duress or no, puts itself under the surgically sterile-like thumb of ONAN, with the advent of ONAN gentle, quote-unquote, experialism. You don't sound like you need any input from me on all this, But then, in immediate unison, all the various different separatist groups drop secession and independence like rocks and all transfer their insurgent resentment to ONAN in the U.S., and now insurge against ONAN on behalf of the same Canada they'd spent decades treating like the enemy. Does this seem a little bit odd? Doesn't this seem a little odd, Hallie? I'm really the wrong blood relative to ask about the intricacies of the Canadian radical mind, We have a blood relative who's got dual citizenship, if you recall, who, I'm sure, would be overjoyed to ponder separatist ideological flux with you, all you want and then some, I'm sure, once your jaw recovered from being unhinged by joy that you actually called. I'm slapping not one but both knees at the droll. Do you know she's never once asked me whether Boo-Boo and I hear from you? Not once. A sort of appalled pride. She's ashamed of even hurting over it. Some getting all off to the side. I'm serious about this. The oddness of it. You know I respect your frontal lobes, Hallie. I'm asking for depth, not any kind of expertise. You just ignored the meat of everything I just said. You're like an old person about this, with an old person's weird selective hearing. I'm going to let this whole pot insulting the kettle on selective awareness of things just slide right on by, as a gesture that this is a serious call. Why they all, seemingly, with one mind, switched objectives. And acting on behalf of the whole of Canada, Quebec, suddenly, is what you want explained. Or do you simply want it confirmed as odd? The subject cited polls, from when they were still bothering to take polls up there, that said like upwards of 4/5 of all Canadians wanted out of ONAN, and hoped President Gentle had a ghastly accident in his UV booth, etc. So the second and final question concerns this shift from anti-Canadian Quebecer nationalism to anti-ONAN Canadian nationalism. What I was thinking is this maybe a textbook case of Johnny Gentle type find an enemy for a divided nation to come together by blaming and hating theory in action? Is this somehow Quebec like circling its wagons with Alberta and all the other provinces in the face of a common enemy? Al? You could always point out to the profiler that there's a nice little irony to Gentle's strategy, ending up bringing Canada together at our expense when it was pretty obviously meant to bring us together at Canada's expense. But you sound like you think the more deeply pondered response would be something else. All I know is some very basic schoolboy history from Poutrincourt's class, and from the advantage of occasional contact with the moms. Hit me. The historical record indicates, pretty clearly, that the one and only nationalism in the Québécois soul is Québécois nationalism. It's been nous vie la plupart toujours, and the more so, the farther out on the fringes you get. I can't see the separatist tours considering Quebec a true part of Canada, any more than Lesotho saw himself as part of South Af. Poutrincourt keeps thumbing the fact that there's no valid comparison between Quebec and our own antebellum South. Why do you think Meech Lake III, note to footnote, after Meech Lake I, Charlottetown I and II, and Meech Lake II, this was Ottawa's fifth and final attempt to placate Quebec, with a constitutional amendment formalizing the Gallic province's right to preserve and promote a distinct society and culture. Failed. It's because at root they've never seen themselves as anything other than the hostages of Ottawa and the Anglophone provinces. Even moderate separatist tours like Pirazeau spoke of the final surrender on the plains of Abraham as a kind of forced property transfer, the whole original war, note to footnote. The French and Indian War, known to Quebecers as la guerre des Britanniques et des Sauvages, v.s. circa 1754 to 1760, at the final battles of which, at the Plains of Abraham in 59 and Montreal in 60, the English and Americans kicked ass and took names in a large way that's never quite been forgotten by the Quebecois, whose memory for insult is the stuff of legend. The wily Amherst was there too, at Ticonderoga and Montreal, with his trusty smallpox blankets. As one in which French Canadians weren't the losers so much as the spoils. Booty. This all checks what the subjects take. The impression I get is that Quebec's hatred of Anglophone Canada transcends anything they could work up against ONAN. Just mention 1759 and the moms' lips disappear. Pemulus and Axford keep coming early and putting a big Gothic 1759 on the blackboard before G and M, note to footnote, grammar and meaning, just to watch the mom's lips disappear when she comes in and sees it. My sense is the subject concurs on the hatred assessment. They want plain out, always have. Healthcare and NAFTA be damned. That's why they sabotaged all 3 Meech Lake Accords, she says. She seems to imply the anti-ONAN thing is some sort of anomalous dodge or something. I've got to confess a sort of curiosity now about this profiler you, just last week, were preparing to fend off about himself. Not to mention comparing her to defensive linemen. Rubensian was never your type, I didn't think. Plus any subject you're bothering about, even giving the impression of depth to. This is more work than your type of subject tends to demand, usually, isn't it? This is something else that isn't you. You've never exactly been shy about discussing subjects with me. It's complex. She's grown on me. It's this certain way she takes notes on your explanation of coffin corner punts. It's complicated. There's a lot I'm not saying. She's got levels. I've discovered levels and dimensions to her I didn't know were originally there. Oh, please don't let it just be you've discovered she's married with little kids. That's not it by any chance, is it? Please, let it be something other than little kids. Let it be something other than the hordes of other subjects I've sat and listened to excruciatingly detailed, sadistic blow-by-blow strategic accounts of. Orin Homewrecker Incandenza, this is what the team calls you in like jest. You sick pup. I'm a sick pup. I'm the sick one? Wants to blame her. Won't admit it. Needs to. Won't admit it. Sweepingly blames the whole affair of himself on her. Won't interface with her, or worse, even acknowledge her. Resents even the fact she forgives things like you and Marlon Bain killing her dog, a hit and run, and back up and hit again driver. I told you, Rep pretends he gets the most retardate PR staffer he can make hold the crayon to send grotesque, solecistic, pseudo-impersonal replies to her pathetic letters. Jethro Bodine? Oh? Jethro Bodine? A private chuckle. She'd never get it. Disowns her. Worse, sicker, tells himself, he's convinced himself, she doesn't even exist, as if she never existed, but, by some coincidence, has this rapacious fetish. For young married mothers he can strategize into betraying their spouses and maybe damaging their kids for all time, and has this apparently even more rapacious compulsive need to call the blood relative he hasn't even seen in 4 years and tell him all about every subject and strategy, blow by blow, long distance, in nanomicroscopic detail. Let's stop and ponder this all for a moment. Oh, what say? I'm letting all this be just water off a duck's back. I can tell it's the tooth talking. I can remember the stress of the place. All I can say is that, trust me here, this moment subject is like strikingly dissimilar from what you're indicting. The levels and circumstances aren't the ones you're so anxious to call rapacious, is all I can say at this juncture. Why do I suspect it's simply that you tried to make the big X with her and she demurred, and this simply piqued your interest? During my can't-miss nail interval, you were saying how enormous interior linemen were making comments about her bottom being so huge and soft, you could whack it over and over with a car antenna and not hurt it. Allie, I never said any such fucking thing. You pulled that out of the air. And I'm sick? You said she was obese. I said she was a girl and a half in all directions, which, all of a sudden, there was something that seemed cross-cultural about it. I had this sudden flash of understanding how cultures can regard largeness as erotic, more of someone to love, not to mention queerly and oddly intense and alive and vibrant. And she declined a casual advance, and showed you pictures of her like enormous offspring, and you came to attention. With a heartbreakingly lovely face, too, Hal, all peachy and lissom, like big, pretty girls get. I'm going to have to keep her away from this kid Ortho Stice up here, because he really is a ribensophile. After PMs when we sit around, he'll go on and on about enormous breasts, and melon bellies, and quivering laps until we're all grimacing and pinching our nose bridges. And whatever you meant was not lissom. The reserve QB who's next to me, in these god-awful pregame costumes swooping glides, said something I liked. Helen passed him in the locker room, and he... Do you want to hear this? She was in the locker room? It's the law. The pros aren't a PR gulag. He said, she had a face that'd break your heart, and then also break the heart of whoever, rushed over to your aid as you pitched over sideways, grabbing your chest. That is a pretty good one, though. But so far, we concur on the basic oddness, it sounds like. If the radicals want Quebec loose from Canada still, and that's always been the priceless pearl, why, dissipate themselves trying to wreak mayhem down here? Almost the precise moment interdependence is declared. Separ? I'd rather just agree it's a stumper, and then go dry my ankle and find a clean shirt, and grab Shocked and hit him up for some Ambisol before we hit the truck. Right? And do these different groups get along amongst themselves, the different separatist flanges? Not according to Poutrincourt, they don't. So why then the united concerted switch from let Quebec go or we stick knives in the eyes of Canadian VIPs, and drop huge confections on Rue Sherbrooke during Saint Jean-Baptiste Day, to, all of a sudden, let Canada go or we blow up ATH-SCME towers and stretch mirrors across U.S. highways and hang fleur-de-lis banners from U.S. monuments and disrupt interlaced pulses and skywrite Nook obscenities over Buffalo and dicky with waste vehicle launchers so it rains moose guano on New Haven and shoot ONANite VIPs on U.S. soil and only barely get foiled from injecting anaerobic toxins into jars of Planters peanuts. The New Haven brown rain thing was sort of a chortle, though, you have to admit. Chortles are good. We like chortles. But what's the political motivation for the about-face? Account for this for me. All it has to do is sound soberly considered. Orrin, I'm trying to reconcile your doubtless sincere seriousness about this with your choice of me as co-ponderer. I'm a privileged white 17-year-old U.S. male. I'm a student at a tennis academy that sees itself as a prophylactic. I eat, sleep, evacuate, highlight things with yellow markers and hit balls. I lift things and swing things and run in huge outdoor circles. I am just about as apolitical as someone can be. I am out of all loops but one, by design. I'm sitting here naked with my foot in a bucket. What exactly is it you hope to get from me on this? I keep losing focus on whether you want a deep-sounding line of patter to facilitate Xing this fleshy subject, or have somehow been seduced into believing it's really worth pondering the weedy thought processes of fringe Canadians, of fringe anybody. How consistent do the Brazilian Nuevo Contras objectives look? The Noise Tortcrafts? Shining Paths? The Belgian CCCs? Pro-life assault squads? The Ezid Din El-Qassan? PETA fur farm arsonists' objectives? Jesus! Gentle and the poor cusps! Note to footnote. The clean U.S. party of Johnny Gentle, famous crooner. Poor cusps? Why not just soberly shrug and invoke the term wacko and leave it at that? Why not tell her you're a radically simple and somewhat sick young man who kicks balls really high in the air for a living? Why not just say, who cares? This stuff isn't about you and me. The person this stuff is about is the person you say you've erased from all RAM. Why not tell the damn truth for once? B, tell the truth. Me, lie? What, this ascopartic bathroom mag journalist who's going to give you, an SAT entrance test on francophone extremism? Like a gyno entrance exam? You have to place above a certain percentile to get her to let you X her on the floor of the nursery right next to the bassinet? Whom are you trying to kid? Whom do you think this is really about? Can you be that sick that you can't even admit it over the fucking phone? Or what? I'm sorry, I apologize. Think nothing of it. I know you didn't mean it. I hate losing my temper. You don't sound good, Hallie. You sound ground down. Hal grinds at his eye with a finger. These tooth episodes make me feel like that wobbled, shrieking figure in that Munch lithograph. That chew's going to eat right through your membranes. It's a vicious vice. I'm urging in all earnest. Ask that shocked kid. Michael Pemulus cracks Hal's door slowly, and slowly pokes his head and one shoulder in, saying nothing. He is showered but is still flushed, and his right eye gets wobbly in this certain way when 2 or 3 tenuates are wearing off. He has his yachting cap, gold epaulets of fake naval braid, and in one ear a piratical gold hoop that lights up in sync with his pulse. With the door just cracked and his head poked in, he brings his other arm in over from behind, like it's not his arm, his hand in the shape of a claw just over his head, and makes as if the claw from behind is pulling him back out into the hall, with an eye-rolling look of fake terror. Hal is hunched, examining his finger for eye material. In all the excitement, we've neglected the most obvious response then, O. Your answer for the exam, and then I can go dry the ankle. He can hear Pemulus asking Patroclus Khan and Stephen Wagenknecht something off down the hall through the cracked door. I think I already tried the obvious response on her, but hit me. Pemulus just made his first pass and left the door ajar. I'm sitting here nude in a draft through an open door, neglecting the maybe deceptively obvious fact that something like, 3/4 of the concavity's northern border runs contiguous to Quebec?
Exactamundo.
So, what if Ottawa didn't formally subjoin the concavity to any particular province? Really big favor, I'm sure, because the map speaks for itself. Bits of western New Brunswick and a smidgen of Ontario aside, the concavity, the physical fact and fallout of the concavity, it's Quebec's problem. Something like 750 clicks of border along the concavity with attendant seepage, for Notre Repay. Yes, plus the brunt of the airborne wastes from the high-altitude ATH SCMEs, plus being the province that gets splatted when the EWD vehicles overshoot the concavity. This is what I tried right off the bat on her. So what's the puzzle? Put yourself in Quebec's shoes. Once again, they get the gooey end of the Canadian dipstick. It's mostly now Western Quebecer kids the size of Volkswagens, schlumpfing around with no skulls. It's Quebecers with chloracne and tremors and olfactory hallucinations, and infants born with just one eye in the middle of their forehead. It's Eastern Quebec that gets green sunsets and indigo rivers and grotesquely asymmetrical snow crystals, and front lawns they have to beat back with a machete to get to their driveways. They get the feral hamster incursions and the infant depredations and the corrosive fogs. Although people aren't exactly flocking to New Brunswick or Lake Ontario either, and the coastal ATH SCMEs send the coastal phenols out over Fundy, and supposedly the lobsters out there are like monsters in old Japanese films, and supposedly Nova Scotia glows at night in satellite photos. Still in all, tell her, proportionally speaking, it's Quebec that's borne the brunt of what Canada had to take. The brunt again, to their way of thinking, remember. Small wonder the fringe mentalities are violently anti-ONAN up there. There's got to be a real straw and camel feel to the whole thing. The door swings all the way open and clunks against the wall behind it. Michael Pemulus has pretended to kick it in.
Good Lord preserve us! He's naked,
he says, coming in and closing the door to check behind it. Hal holds up a hand for him to wait a second. Except here's the thing, Oren says. Pemulus stands expectantly in an uncluttered patch of Hal's half of the floor and makes a show of looking at his wrist as if there were a watch there. Hal nods at him and holds up one finger. Except here's the thing, Oren is saying. The issue she raises is there really any sort of realistic hope of Quebec getting gentle to get ONAN to reverse the reconfiguration? Take back the concavity, shut down the fans, make us acknowledge the waste as fundamentally American waste? Well, probably, of course not. Hal looks up at Pemulus and makes his own hand into a claw and makes clawing motions at the phone. Pemulus is compulsively going around zipping and unzipping everything in the room with a zipper, a habit of his Hal loathes. But now she's got you falling back into demanding realistic and consistent logic from fringe mentalities again. But Hallie, just hang on. Canada, as a whole, couldn't oppose ONAN, wouldn't. Ottawa's so far in now they wouldn't say shit if they had 3 times the mouthful they already have. Of shit, I mean. Pemulus is pointing vehemently out the west window at the parking lot, where the tow truck is parked, and making exaggerated Henry VIII-like rending and chewing motions. His eyes, under the waning influence of PM stimulants, do not get mirthful or glazed. They just get tiny and lightless, and even closer together in his narrow face, like a second set of nostrils. The right eye's little wobble is out of sync with the pulse of his earring. There's the sound of Oren switching phone hands. So then I'll ask you what she seemed like she rhetorically asked. Are the separatists and fringe cells pathetic little anti-ONAN campaigns and gestures down here basically just hopeless and pathetic? Does fish shit drift slowly bottomward, oh? How could she see it as anything but, if she's as savvy as you say? Hal removes his pruned white foot from the janitor bucket and dries it on a womped-up sheet. He points at a pair of underwear near Pemulus's docksider. Pemulus picks the briefs up off the floor with 2 fingers and tosses them to Hal with a pretend shudder. So simply largely symbolic at best, then. Hal's lying back trying to get his legs into the briefs with one hand. Tell her after much chin-stroking simply yes, oh. Oh, Pemulus is standing here already in his hat, pretending to clang a dinner bell. He's got big glittery ropes of drool swinging from his lower lip. Pemulus is actually making a complex system of motions indicating both the procedures for rolling a Dubois and the lateness of the hour. For the past 2 years, Hal and Pemulus and Struck and Troeltsch, and sometimes B. Boone, they've made a little ritual of nipping out to the little hidden clearing behind Westhouse's parking lot's dumpsters and sharing an obscene cigar-sized Dubois before the I-Day Eve expedition and supper out, while Schacht and sometimes Orthostice sit inside the tow truck, faces green in the green glow of the truck's instruments, warming it up. Hal sits up and makes a waggling, go-on-ahead, on-down motion to Pemulus.
But you have the Mr. Hope,
Pemulus stage whispers. A moment, please. Hal clamps a hand hard over the phone and covers phone and hand with 2 pillows and some bedding, and stage whispers,
Where's your part of the Mr. H all of a sudden? Why do we have to roll a Zeppelin out of my part of the Hope? I bought retail from you not 3 days ago.
The nystagmus makes the eye-rolling lurider.
Extenuations. We can get it all sorted out right later. Nobody's going to, exploit you.
And then it's hard to extract the hand and phone. Oh, I'm going to have to book out of here in just about 1 second. Just how about this? Ponder this in advance for me and try and stay upright till you can call me back. This was the subject's crux-type proposal. You can call collect if you want. I don't have to respond? Hal says. Correct. I just listen and then break the connection. Call me tonight or tomorrow before lunch. Collect if I-Day's full toll. I just sit here very briefly and then the conversation's over and we can go. Hal's directing all this more at Pemulus, who's pacing and holding the Constantine bust in his hands and examining it at close range, shaking his head. All set? This is it. Are you set? So go already. Her poser goes roughly like this. If the separatists' big object has always been to independently secede, and if they've got about a snowball's chance of ever really getting ONAN reconfigured, and if pretty much all Canadians despise Gentle and the transfer of the concavity, and the whole experialist murd sandwich, but especially the concavity, the cartographic fact of a concavity in our map, and a new convexity in theirs, let the maps now say it's Canadian soil, this toxified-like area, grant that all this is obviously right, then why don't the separatists in Quebec use the fact of the odiousness of the concavity to go put their parliamentary wigs on and go to Ottawa to Parliament and say to the rest of Canada, look, let us secede, and we'll take the concavity with us when we secede. It'll be our problem, not yours. It'll go on the maps as Quebecois, and not Canadian. It'll be our blot and our bone of dissension with ONAN, and Canadian honor will be de-smirched, and Canada's pathetic standing in ONAN and the like world community of standings will be rehabilitated because of the ingenious way Ottawa's Parliament will have re-gerrymandered ONAN's map without taking on the U.S. directly. Why not this? Why don't they go to Ottawa and say cui bono all around and say, this way everybody wins. We get our own notre repay, and you get the slap in the face of the concavity off your map. The subject posited why the Nucks don't see the odiousness of the concavity as maybe the best thing that ever happened to them in terms of Canada's persuadability into letting Quebec go. She hit me with, why wouldn't your thinking militant Nucks use the concavity as a bargaining chip for independence? Why would they want ONAN to take back the one thing odious enough to be a chip? Who's this you're talking to you can't call back? Pamela says loudly, pacing back and forth with little toy soldier about faces, his hoop flickering like mad. Hal lowers the phone but doesn't cover it. It's Oren, wanting to know why Quebec and the FLQ and so on haven't tried bargaining with the Canadian administration, offering Quebec's cartographic adoption of the concavity in exchange for separation. Hal cocks his head slightly. This could be Poutrincourt's so-called separation and return's real meaning, it occurs to me. Oren, as in your brother with the leg? He's all in a swivet about inter-ONANite politics. Pemulus makes a megaphone of his hands. Tell him who gives a bright flaming fart. Tell him to go read a book. Tell him to access any one of a dozen D-bases off of the net. Tell him you're pretty sure he can afford it. Pemulus's hands are slender and red-knuckled and his fingers long and sort of falcate. Tell him you can hear the truck getting impatiently revved as on one of the very few totally free nights we ever get, our friends get ready to leave without you. Remind him how we have to eat on schedule up here, or we get the wobbles. Tell him we read books and tirelessly access D-bases and run our asses off all day here and need to eat instead of we don't just stand there and swing one leg up and down over and over for 7+ figures. Tell Penisless to go sit on something sharp, Oren says. Oh, he's right. I can feel that feeling of my body starting to feed on itself. You said I could think and call you back. I'll use your pager if you like. Pemulus has used one foot to clear a path through laundry and diskettes and books and gear to the west window, where he's making broad involved gestures with a person or persons outside, down on the grounds, whom the window's big sill keeps Hal from being able to see. Hal's underwear is at a diagonal across his pelvis. Oren on the phone is saying, picture this and see what you think. Imagine this. The FLQ and other various separatist cells all suddenly divert their terrorist energies away from Canada and suddenly start mounting an insurgent campaign of U.S. and Mexican harassment. But the thing is, they make a big deal of terroristically insurging against ONAN on the behalf of all of Canada. They even find a way to bring the Albertan ultra-rightists in on it, plus other provincial fringes. So it looks to ONAN like maybe all of Canada as a whole is in on the insurging. I don't have to picture it. It's what's going on. The CPCP, note to footnote, the Calgarian pro-Canadian phalanx, makes incursions against Montana like clockwork. There was that horrific jamming of interlaced pulses and substitution of porn films for children's programming around Duluth in June, traced to that psycho quintet in southwest Ontario. The interstates north of Saratoga are still supposed to be undrivable after sunset. Exactly. So some point for me to ponder needs to emerge really fast here, Oren. The point is, I was rhetorically invited by the subject to entertain the picture of it all really being the Nucks, the pan-Canadian thing being a dodge, the separatists all somehow united in orchestrating the anti-ONANism. The rhetorical question becomes to imagine this and ask, why would they do this? We're wearing a groove in the same track again, O. It's because the concavity impacts mainly Quebec. No, I mean, she meant why would they make such a noise about insurging on behalf of all of Canada and go to such lengths to orchestrate the appearance of pan-Canadian anti-ONANism? And then, judging by precedent, the subject gave a hypothetical answer to her own question. Have you gotten to get a word in edgewise throughout this series of interviews, O? What if? It's that the Nuck separatists know totally well that if the ONAN administration sees Canada as a big enough roach in the ointment, gentle and unspecified services boys in white can get together with Mexico's Vichy-fied puppet state and make things like really unpleasant indeed for Ottawa. They could make Canada the sort of black scapegoat of all of ONAN. There's little you can picture that might be worse than being the one country in a three-country continental Anschluss that the other two countries are ganging up on and making things unpleasant for. Vichy-fied? Anschluss? This doesn't sound like any Oren I know. These are rabidly political catchwords. What kind of heartbreaking Rubensian moment-type fluff journalist is this you're so determined to— The unpleasantness is pretty easy to imagine a picture of. The EWD vectors could easily be recalibrated for the north, Gentle could tell them. Our waste resources are extensive. At the mildest, he could say good-sized chunks of Canada could be concavitized. I have to go. Pemulus is slumped back against the wall with his hands over his stomach, and is slumping all the way down the wall looking wobbly and pale. Onto the picture of the Parliament's nails bitten all the way down to the ragged pink pulpy stuff, as the Nucks orchestrate the terrorism so it looks more and more like Canada versus ONAN. Hal's in slacks, and one street sock, and one athletic sock, and picking different shirts up off the floor, trying to smell a clean one. But this is all— Yeah! Pemulus vaults a corner of Hal's bed and tries to claw at the transparent phone's antenna like he's going to break it off. Hal turns to protect the phone with a shoulder, whipping at Pemulus with a sweatshirt. Oren is saying, what I'm asking is for you to ponder, could it maybe end up that Quebec, after wreaking various mayhai down here and making it look like it's all of Canada, the PQs or somebody respectable gets wigged up and go to Ottawa and offers this deal. Parliament gets the PM, and the government to get the other provinces to let Quebec go, separate, aller, partir. And in return, Quebec'll step up the anti-ONAN harassment and insurgency while dropping the pretense of other provinces being involved and all of Canada insurging, and make it publicly clear that it's Quebec and Quebec alone that's ONAN's real nemesis. They tell Ottawa they'll offer the contiguousness of the concavity as their reason and send absolutely everything they've got in terms of terrorism at ONAN and Gentle, taking full credit each time, offering themselves as the culprit and de-reconfiguration as the objective. So you're multi-level journalists hypothesizing a kind of meta-extortion. Hal can hear Pemulus's whistle-lipped breathing. Separation is still the Quebecer insurgents' real goal, and their anti-ONAN insurgency is not what it appears. Hal's in the dark under the desk that the fold-out TP and drives and phone console and modem are stacked on one corner of, surrounded by nests of wires, trying to find his other street shoe. It's supposedly just been a ruse to arouse ONAN's ire at Canada so the Quebecers can use the U.S. and Mexico as levers on Ottawa, trying to engineer it so that Canada will be more than happy to disassociate from them, Oren says. And I'm saying I don't have the background or lobes to even know whether she might be putting me on, testing my depth. You've always had a special dread of depth testing. How about, why don't you just toss me the bob, and Axe Handle and me'll go down and get things ready and wait for you, Pemulus stage whispers to Hal's slacks bottom, which is pretty much all that's visible from under the desk. Hal's hand comes up out of the leg space under the desk and raises one finger and shakes it a little for emphasis. Pemulus is standing next to the small TP viewer, which is propped up like a large photo with a buttressy thing that folds out of its back, and the TP's disk and cartridge drive, which takes up less than a quarter of the desktop, and has the phone's console and power unit bolted into a receptacle on the drive's side. Hal's voice is muffled, and has the strained pitch of someone trying to clear nests of dust-bunnied wire to find something. Except, Oren, I don't see a great deal of pondering required here. The total anti-U.S. insurgency so far has been too hapless and small potato for her theory to work. The odd pie and guano bombardment, stretching mirrors across lonely roads, even demapping officials and botulizing the occasional peanut jar. None of this is exactly bringing anyone to his knees. None of this is making Canada or Quebec look like any kind of serious threat.
Michael Pemulus, his jaunty cap pushed back and his lips pursed as if whistling, but not whistling, is very casually brushing his hand over the drive and console's power unit, as if killing time by casually dusting. His other hand's jingling pocket change. There's the sound of Hal clunking his head on something under the desk. His bottom is bony, and his belt has missed 2 loops. The power unit's toggles next to a little red jewel of a power light that blinks at the same rate as a smoke alarm when the toggle's on. Hal sneezes twice. Pemulus taps his fingers in a little anapestic gallop over the unit's top. Oren sounds like he's sitting up straight. "Howdy, kid, now you're right with me. This is where your pondering lobes come in, because that was just my response. That there was nothing sufficiently more than just an annoying gnat-like annoyance about the insurgencies. Which is where she moved beyond my depth back into 1A, if you remember, when she raised this samizdat word in Connect 111. Hal's term, actually an incandenza family term, actually not inappropriate here because, like most incandenza family terms put into family usage by Avril, who's an expatriate Quebecer, whinge is some East Canadian idiom for vigorous, high-pitched complaining. Almost like whining, except with a semantic tinge of legitimacy to the complaint. 112. The soon-to-be, all-too-well-known, and dread-inspiring assassin des fauteuils roulants of the EWD receptacle-festooned Papineau region of southwestern Quebec. 113. Which sinewy stuff is described by the OB-GYN specialist in his dictachart as neural gray. 114. Copyright B.S. 1962. The Glad, Flaccid Receptacle Corporation, Zanesville, Ohio, sponsor of the very last year of ON-ANite subsidized time, QV Note 78. All rights reserved. 115. Volkmann's contracture's some kind of severe serpentine deformation of the arms following a fracture that hadn't been set right, or splinted, or where the arm's been allowed to stay all woundedly bent in as it heals. Bradioxius refers to some part or parts of the body not growing as fast as the other parts of the body. Himself and the moms got plenty familiar with these sorts of congenital challenge terms and many more. Ray Mario, particularly the variations on the medical root Brady, from the Greek Bradys, meaning slow, such as bradylexia, with regard to reading, bradyphenia, practical problem-solving type thinking, nocturnal bradypnea, dangerously slow breathing during sleep sometimes, which is why Mario uses 4 pillows minimum, bradypedestrianism, obvious, and especially bradykinesia, an almost gerontologic lentissimo about most of Mario's movements, an exaggerated slowness that both resembles and permits extremely close, slow attention to whatever's being done. 116. Pretty much the BMW of 16mm digital cartridge recorders, brought out in limited numbers by Pollard Cinematique of Sherbrooke, Quebec, Canada, just weeks before its manufacturing facilities were annularly hyperfluoriated and the company went belly up. 117. Overshot the place to mention that Mario's head, in perverse contradistinction to the arm trouble, is hyperoxetic, and 2 to 3 times the size of your more average elf-to-jockey-sized head and facies. 118. You'd somehow think that Mario would be thick as thieves with the blue-collar custodial and kitchen and physical plant/ground staff, but it's odd. He and they never have much to say to each other, and with rare exceptions, none of the ETAs, including Mario, has anything interpersonal to do with the 9-month part-time halfway house rehabilitating workers, who mostly mow and mop and empty trash and load dishes into the dining hall steamer, and who radiate a kind of slitty-eyed reserve that seems far more sullen and ungrateful than shy. 119. Also overshot the spot to include that Mario's a homodont. All his teeth are bicuspids and identical, front and back, not unlike a porpoise. It's a source of unending struggle for Ted Schacht, who tends to avoid Mario because,
whenever he's around him, he has to fight the urge to have him open up and submit to scrutiny, which, shocked can well imagine, would hurt his feelings. Nobody wants to be an object of clinical interest like that. 120. This basic phenomenon being what more abstraction-capable post-Hegelian adults call historical consciousness. 121. Eschaton's pre- and post-procedures are convolved enough so that an actual game gets gotten up every, month or so at most, almost always on Sunday, but even then not all 12 of a year's kids can get the hours off to play, which is why the latitude and surplus in game personnel. 122. Owen Aonite Classroom Cartographic Series W-520-500-268-6W-9W-9W-14W4. Copyright BS 1994. Rand McNally and Company. 123. Pemulus here, dictating to ink, who can just sit there making a steeple out of his fingers and pressing it to his lip, and not take notes and wait and inscribe, it any time in the next week and get it verbatim. The smug turd. Using the mean value formula for dividing available megatonnage among combatants whose GNP/military/military/nuke ratios vary from eschaton to eschaton keeps you from needing to crunch out a new ratio for each combatant each time, plus lets you multi-regress the results so combatants get rewarded for past thermonuclear largesse, occasional verbal flourishes, howls, HJI. The formula is also provable by the extreme value theorem, which, the EV theorem itself, has a proof that's just about the biggest unit-twisting bitch in the whole of applied differentiation. But I see Hal grimacing, so we'll keep it compact, even though this whole thing is real interesting if you're interested and whatnot. Say you've got a combatant and a record of his past GNP/military/military/nuke ratios. We want to give the combatant the exact average of all the past megatonnages he's gotten in the past. The exact average is called the mean value, which ought to give us a bit of a giggle, given the hostility of the context here. So then, but let A, uppercase, stand for the mean value of a combatant's constantly fluctuating ratio, and so constantly fluctuating initial megatonnage. We want to find A, uppercase, and give the combatant exactly A, uppercase megatons. How to do it's pretty elegant, and all you need for it is 2 pieces of data. The most his ratio's ever been, and the least it's ever been. These 2 datums, are called the extreme values of the Cn-n function, for which uppercase A's the mean value, by the way. So let f be a continuous non-negative function, meaning the ratio, on the interval lowercase a, lowercase b, meaning the difference between the least the ratio's ever been and the most it's ever been and whatnot. Are these little explanations aggravating? Ink's looking at me like butter would freeze. It's hard to know what to assume v. what to explain. I'm trying to be as clear as I can be, And now he's looking at me like I'm digressing. Why don't you just pass that certain item back on over here, Inkulator? But so we've got f, and we've got lowercase a, lowercase b. And let lowercase r and uppercase r be the smallest and biggest values of the function f of x on the interval lowercase a, lowercase b. So now check out the rectangles of height lowercase r and height uppercase R over the interval lowercase a, lowercase b, in the diagram marked, let's go ahead and mark it, say, Peemster. The mean value we're after, uppercase A, can now be expressed integrally as the area of some intermediate-type rectangle whose height is taller, than lowercase r, but shorter, than uppercase r. From here on, it's just tit. We need a constant. You always need a constant. Ink's nodding his head sarcastically like I think I'm saying something sage. Let lowercase d be any constant for computational reasons, the closer to 1 the better. So let lowercase d be the size of Hal's unit. Howland Candenza's addendum. In meters. Michael Pemulus's resumption. Very funny. So now, just look at the wicked, illuminated Peemster diagram above. You can see that this area we want, capital A equals the integral from lowercase a to lowercase b of the function f with respect to dx is going to be bigger than the area of the rectangle with height lowercase r, but also smaller than the area of the rectangle with height uppercase R. Pure mental reason, compels, then, that, somewhere in there between lowercase r and uppercase r, there's an exact height, f of x prime, such that I have to say that every demonstration of a stats theorem has let and such that in them, mostly, I think, because they're so wicked much fun to say, such that the rectangle of this height, f of x prime over the whole interval, lowercase a, lowercase b, has exactly the area we want, the mean value of all the historic, expenditure ratios. In other words, in abstracted form, f of x dx is equal to lowercase b minus lowercase a multiplied by the function of x prime, where lowercase b minus lowercase a is just the size of the interval. And so, have a look at the revealing diagram labeled Hal's a Dick. What follows is a graphic depiction of f of x dx is equal to lowercase b minus lowercase a multiplied by the function of x prime. This fucking works. You don't have to crunch out a whole new ratio each time for each combatant to dole out the ordnance. You just skim the highest and lowest ratios off the eschaton records the beanie man keeps on each time. This is wicked. This is fucking elegant. Note that's another compulsory, term. Note that the combatant's mean value megatonnage will change slightly from eschaton to eschaton, exactly the way a hitter's season average will alter just a bit from at-bat to at-bat, depending integrally on what he delivered on his last trip to the plate and whatnot. Note also that you can use this mean value time saver with anything that varies within a definable set of boundaries and whatnot, like any line, or a tennis court's boundaries, or maybe, say, a certain drug's urine level range between clean and royally pinched. As a exercise, if you're interested, play 3 hours of high-level competitive junior top-level, tennis, and then calculate the mean value of the ratios of first serves to appearances at net, and appearances at net to points won. For a serve and volleyer, this is how to tell how serve-dependent his match performance is. DeLint does this kind of exercise every morning sitting on the can. It's going to be interesting to see if, Hal, who thinks he's just too sly trying to outline eschaton in the third-person tense, like some jowly old eschatologist with leather patches on his elbows, if ink can transpose, the math here without help from his mumster. Later. P.S. Alston Rules. 124. Both NSTAT and MathPack are registered trademarks of Apps, Inc., itself now a division of Interlace Tel Entertainment. 125. Plastic mesh laundry baskets take 2 hands to carry and keep you from being able to dribble up more balls with your stick's face. The cast-off janitorial buckets are the size of a middle-sized wastebasket, but they have a sturdy steel pail-type handle, and their hard polymer composition makes for lasting wear. It was into just such a bucket that Pemulus threw up before his kind of suspicious VD down at Port Washington. Various gear companies sell various specially designed ball receptacles with names like Ball Hopper and Ball Bank. The general Academy consensus is these are for dilettantes and pussies. 126. It being well-nigh impossible to keep the present from infecting even a playful and childlike historical consciousness, Canadians often end up playing picayune but villainous roles in eschatonic trig-sits. 127. A lot of these little toss-ins and embellishments are Ink amusing himself, not Otis's trig-sit, which is 100% all biz. P.S. Wolf Spiders ruleth the land. 128. Most valuable lobber. 129. M. Pemulus is, in the best Allston, Massachusetts tradition, a good friend and a bad news enemy, and even ETAs who don't like him are careful not to do or even say anything that might call for score settling, because Pemulus is a thoroughgoing, chilled revenge gourmet, and is not one bit above dosing someone's water jug, or voltaging their doorknob, or encoding something horrid in your ETA med files, or dickeying with the mirror over the bureau in the little recessed part of your sub-dorm room, so that, when you look in the mirror in the AM, to comb or tend to a blackhead or something, you see something staring back at you that you'll never entirely get over, which is what took over 2 years to finally happen to M.H. Penn, who afterward wouldn't say what he'd seen, but stopped shaving altogether and, it's agreed, has never been quite himself since. 130. Pemulus doesn't actually, literally say breath and bread. 131. Before Boston Group's regular speaker meetings, there are often closed, half-hour, beginners' discussion meetings, where newcomers can share their cluelessness, weakness, and despair in a warm, supportive, private atmosphere. 132. The word group in AA Group is always capitalized because Boston AA places enormous emphasis on joining a group and identifying yourself as a member of this larger thing, the group. Likewise, caps in like commitment, giving it away, and C. 133. Gately's little bedroom in the damp Ennet House basement is plastered all over every part of every wall that's dry enough to take tape with, cut out scotch-taped photos of all sorts of variegated and esoteric celebrities past and present, which are varied as residents throw magazines into the EMPHH dumpsters and are frequently selected because the celebrities are somehow grotesque. It's a kind of compulsive habit, held over from Gately's fairly dysfunctional North Shore childhood, when he'd been a clipping and taping fiend. 134. And if you're brand new, as in like your first 3 days, and so on mandatory non-punitive house restriction, like veiled Joelle Van Dyne, who entered the house just today, 11/8, Interdependence Day, after the ER physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital, who last night had pumped her full of Inderol, note to footnote, propranolol hydrochloride, Wyeth Ayerst, a beta-blocking antihypertensive. And Nitro had looked upon her unveiled face and been deeply affected, and had taken a special interest, a consequence of which, after Joelle regained consciousness and speech, had involved placing a call to Pat Montesian, whose paralyzing alcoholic stroke the physician had treated in this very same ER almost 7 years before, and in whose case he'd also taken a special interest and had followed, such that he was now a personal friend of the sober Pat M's, and sat honorarily on Ennet House's board of directors, so that his call to Pat's home on Saturday night had gotten Joelle into the house on the spot, as of Interdependence Day AM's discharge from B&W, leapfrogging literally dozens of waiting list people and putting Joelle into Ennet House's intensive program of residential treatment, literally before she even knew what was happening, which in retrospect might have been lucky. If you're this new, you're actually not supposed ever to leave the staffer's sight, though in practice this rule gets suspended when you have to go to the ladies' room and the staffer's male, or vice versa. 135. A conviction common to all who hang in with AA after a while, and abstracted in the slogan, "My best thinking got me here." 136. Trade name, Faston. Registered trademark, SmithKline Beecham Inc. A low-level dreen, not unlike Tenuate, though with more associated tooth grinding. 137. None of these are Don Gately's terms. 138. In E.G. Boston, join group, get active, get phone numbers, get sponsor, audio call sponsor daily, hit meetings daily, pray like fiend for release from disease, don't kid self that you can still buy Rodney's in liquor stores or date your dealer's niece, or think for a second you can still hang out in bars, playing darts and just drinking millennial fizzies or vanilla yoo-hoos, etc. 139. Volunteer counselor Eugenio Jean M. favors entomologic tropes and analogies, which is especially effective with brand new residents, fresh from subjective safaris through the kingdom of bugs. 140. Don G's North Shore's Vulgate signifier for trite/banal is limp. 141. Likewise, that his private term for blacks is niggers, which is, unfortunately, still all he knows. 142. The speaker doesn't actually use the terms thereon, most assuredly, or operant limbic system, though she really had before said chordate phylum. 143. Sick. 144. E.g., see Ursula Emmerich Levine, University of California, Irvine. Watching grass grow while being hit repeatedly over the head with a blunt object. Fragmentation and stasis in James O. Incandenza's Widower, Fun with Teeth, Zero Gravity Tea Ceremony, and Prenuptial Agreement of Heaven and Hell. Art Cartridge Quarterly, Volume 3, Numbers 1 through 3. Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. 145. Transcript fragment from interview series for Putative Moment Magazine Soft Profile on Phoenix Cardinal professional punter O.J. Incandenza. By Putative Moment Magazine Soft Profile writer Helen Steepley. The 3rd of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Question. Well, there are odd sorts of consolations in having somebody go progressively bats in front of your eyes, such as, for example, sometimes the mad stork would go off on things in sort of a funny way. We always thought he was funny, a good bit of the time. You got to remember he came at entertainment more from an interest in lenses and light. Most arty directors, I think, get more abstract as they go on. With him, it was the opposite. A lot of his funniest stuff was very abstract. Are those earrings real copper? Can you wear real copper? Question. You've got to remember that he came out of all these old artish directors that were really n'est pas à la mode anymore by the time he broke in, not just Lang and Bresson and Darren, but the anti-New Wave abstractors like Frampton, wacko nooks like Gutbeau, anti-confluential directors like Dick and the Snows, who not only really belonged in a quiet pink room somewhere, but were also self-consciously behind the times, making all sorts of heavy art gesture films about film and consciousness and isness and diffraction and stasis, etc. Most extremely beautiful women I've ever met complain of getting a sort of itchy green crust when they wear real copper. So the tenure jockeys and critics who were hailing this millennial new orthochromatic neorealism thing as the real new avant-garde thing were getting tenure by blasting Dick and Gabot, and the Flying Snow Brothers and the Stork for trying to be avant-garde, when really they were self-consciously trying to be more like après-garde. I never did get straight on what orthochromatic means, but it was very trendy. But the Mad Stork talked a lot about intentional atavism and retrogradism and stasis. Plus, the academics who hated him hated the artificial sets and the chiaroscuro lighting, which the Stork had a total fetish for weird lenses and chiaroscuro. After the thing about the Medusa and the Odalisque came out, and the joke, and the film establishment theory queers were holding their noses and saying Incandenza's still mired in this late-century, self-referencing, unentertaining formalism and unrealistic abstraction, after a while himself, the Stork, in his own progressively Bats way, decided to get revenge. He planned a lot of it out at McLean Hospital, which is out in Belmont, which is where himself had almost his own private reserved room by then. He made up a genre that he considered the ultimate neorealism, and got some film journals to run some proclamatory edictish things he wrote about it. And he got Duquette at MIT and a couple other younger tenure jockeys who were in on it to start referring and writing little articles in journals and quarterlies about it, and talking at art openings and avant-garde theater and film openings, feeding it into the grapevine, hailing some new movement they called found drama, the supposedly ultimate neorealism thing, that they all declared was like the future of drama and cinematic art, etc. Because I'm thinking, if you like copper stuff and little Aztec suns, there's a small place down in Tempe where I know the owner, and he has some incredible little copper pieces we could parp down and have you look at. My own theory is It takes an incredible natural complexion to be able to wear the baser metals, though it might just be an allergy thing, the way some women react and some don't. Question. What found drama was, and you've got to keep in mind that Duquette and a Brandeis critic named, Posner, who was in on the revenge, each got a mammoth grant for this, and the Mad Stork got 2 smaller ones somewhere, grants, to go cross-country to graduate film programs, giving turgid, theoretical, deadly serious lectures on this found drama, and then they'd come back up home to Boston, and the Stork and the couple critics would lay up drunk and invent new found drama theoretical lectures and chortle and laugh till there was evidence it was time for himself to go back to detox again. Question. Like a family nickname. Hal and I either called him himself or the Sad Stork. The Moms was the first to say himself, which I think is a Canadian thing. Hal mostly said himself. God knows what Mario used to call him. Who knows? I said Mad, the Mad Stork. Question. No, see, there weren't any real cartridges or pieces of found drama. This was the joke. All it was you and a couple cronies like Leith or Duquette got out a Metro Boston phone book and tore a White Pages page out at random and thumbtacked it to the wall, and then the Stork would throw a dart at it from across the room, at the page. And the name it hit becomes the subject of the found drama, and whatever happens to the protagonist with the name you hit with the dart for the next hour and a half is the drama. And when the hour and a half is up, you go out and have drinks with critics who, chortlingly congratulate you on the ultimate in neorealism. Question. You do whatever you want during the drama. You're not there. Nobody knows what the name in the phone book's doing. Question. The joke's theory was there's no audience and no director and no stage or set because, the Mad Stork and his cronies argued, in reality, there are none of these things. And the protagonist doesn't know he's the protagonist in a found drama because, in reality, nobody thinks they're in any sort of drama. Question. Almost nobody. That's a very good point. Almost nobody. I'm going to take a chance and just tell you I'm a little bit intimidated here. Question. I'm worried this might sound sexist or offensive. I've been around very, very beautiful women before, but I'm not accustomed to them being really acute and sharp and politically savvy and penetrating and multi-leveled and intimidatingly intelligent. I'm sorry if that sounds sexist. It's simply been my experience. I'll go ahead and simply tell you the truth and take the chance that you might think I'm some kind of stereotypical Neanderthal athlete or sexist clown. Question. Absolutely no. No, nothing got recorded or filmed. Reality being camera-free. Being the joke. I'll again underline. Nobody even knew what the guy in the phone book had been doing. Nobody knew what the drama had been. Although they liked to speculate when they'd go out after the time was up to have drinks and pretend to review how the drama went. Himself usually imagined the guy was sitting there watching cartridges or counting some pattern in his wallpaper or looking out the window. It wasn't impossible maybe even the name you hit with the dart was somebody dead in the last year and the phone book hadn't caught up. And here was this guy who was dead, and just a random name in a phone book, and the subject of what people for a few months, until himself couldn't keep a straight face anymore, or had had enough revenge on the critics because the critics were hailing. Not just the critics in on the joke, but actually tenure jockeys who were getting tenure to assess and dismiss and hail. They were hailing this as the ultimate in avant-garde neorealism, and saying maybe the Stork deserved reappraisal for a drama with no audience and oblivious actors who might have moved away or died. A certain Mad Stork got 2 grants out of it, and later made a lot of enemies because he refused to give them back after the hoax was, unveiled. The whole thing was kind of bats. He spread the grant money for found drama around a couple of local improvisation companies. It's not like he kept the money. It's not like he needed it. I think he especially liked the idea that the star of the show might have already moved away or recently died, and there was no way to know. 146. See, for example, Incandenza's first narrative collaboration with Infernatron Canada, the animated Prenuptial Agreement of Heaven and Hell, made at the acknowledged height of his anti-confluential period. B.S. Private Release. LMP. 147. The festivity here being due largely to the fact that both he and Gerhard Stitt returned from putting on little ETA presentations at various tennis clubs too late to have been informed about the degenerative eschaton free-for-all and serious Lord, Ingersoll, and Penn injuries. Both trainer Barry Loach and prorector Rick Dunkel having told Averill and Stitt to be told by whichever of Nwangi and DeLint first works up the pluck, and the issue of telling Tavis being, as would be SOP, left up to Averill, who will, because Tavis has already lost a certain amount of sleep preparing emotionally and rhetorically for the impending arrival of putative moment journalist Helen Steepley, whom he's been convinced to let onto the grounds by Averill's argument that the Moment office promises the profile subject and inevitable hype involve only an ETA alumnus. Averill neglected to tell Tavis she was pretty sure it was Orrin, and that a certain amount of soft news publicity for ETA qua institution couldn't hurt in either the fundraising or the recruiting goodwill department. Who will almost certainly wait and tell Tavis, who's in far too festive a mood to notice 3 or 4 younger kids ominously absent from the supper and gala, in the morning, if the poor man's to have a chance at any real sleep at all, also giving Averill time to figure out how upper-class heads can roll, as of course they must, given chaos and season-ending injuries under the direct gaze of designated big buddies, without those heads including that of Hal, who, unlike, thank God, John, was identified at the scene with that pemulous person. Hal can tell just by the dining hall's emotional gestalt that neither Stitt nor Tavis knows about the eschaton. But the mom's is next to impossible to read, and Hal won't know whether she's been told of the debacle until he is able to pry Mario away from Anton the Boogerman Duchette and get the mom's skinny right from Boo Boo direct after the film. 148. Troeltsch wears an interlaced sports baseball cap, and Keith Freer a 2-horned operatic Viking helmet along with his leather vest, and Fran Unwin a fez, and fierce little Josh Gopnik the white beanie with the dirty cartwheel track across it from this afternoon's debacle. Tex Watson wears a tan Stetson with a really high crown, and little Tina Echt an outlandishly large plaid beret that covers half her little head. The Vaught twins a freakish bowler with 2 domes and 1 brim. Stefan Wagenknecht a plastic salad. This is just scanning at random. The headwear goes on and on. A whole topography of hats, and Carol Spodek a painter's cap with the name of a paint company, and Bernadette Longley a cowpack that obstructs the view of people behind her. Duncan Van Slack in a harquebus with buckle. Should probably also mention Averill's wearing a Fukuyama microfiltration mask, it being way too early in the day for supper for her anyway. Orthos Dice wears a calotte, and the USS Millicent Kent a slanted noir-style fedora, and tall Paul Shaw, way in back, a conquistadorial helmet, and escudo. And Mary Esther Thode a plain piece of cardboard propped on her head that says hat. Idris Arslanian's spectacular bearskin shako is held in place with a chin strap. 149, i.e., silk-suited vocalists snapping their fingers and telling their casino audiences they were beautiful human beings, and but when it comes time to actually start crooning, the vocalist's lips move but nothing velvety emerges, all sound withheld, a job action rendered even more chilling by the skill with which the Frankies and Tonys lip-sync to utter silence, and the way the beautiful casino audiences, hit someplace they lived, somehow, clearly, responded with near psychotic feelings of deprivation and abandonment, became a mob, almost tore lounges down, upended little round tables, threw free ice-intensive drinks, audiences in their well-heeled majority behaving like dysfunctional or inadequately nurtured children. 150. The years right around the millennium being a terrible U.S. time for waste, then, ozone-wise and landfill-wise and shoddily disposed of dioxins-wise, with DT cycle annular fusion at the stage where they had the generating massive amounts of high R waste part down a lot more pat than the consuming the waste in a nuclear process whose own waste was the fuel for the first waste-intensive phase of the circle of reactions part. 151. Actual term employed is downer type. 152. A lightless and eye-averted late-night weight room being not exactly a last-name type of place. 153. Sometimes it's as straightforward as directing someone to give her fiancé the roundhouse forehand slap she's been secretly aching to give him ever since he'd once teased her about putting some Band-Aids on those insect bites on her chest. 154. Equals the anti-confluential Cage 3 Free Show. QV, Note 24, Supra. 155. The Medusa wears a kind of chainmail backless evening gown and Hellenic sandals. The Odalisque, a merry widow. 156. Mario's speculative puppet show comes down maybe a little hard on the implication that former OCD support group sponsor and later Clean U.S. Party campaign manager and now OUS Chief Rodney P. Tyne is the real dark force behind reconfiguration and New England's demapping and the transfer of the Great Concavity. The Johnny Gentle, famous crooner, was and remains a slightly unbent but basically genial and befuddled figurehead, content mostly to twirl his mic and immolate his epidermis so long as his office is clean and his food's pre-tasted, and that it's actually been Tyne behind Cusp's geopolitical anality and experialism, and that Tyne was essentially pulling Gentle strings all through the concavity cabinet and subsequent reconfiguration and mass relocation. This is, in point of fact, simply one theory and direction for finger-pointing, and tends to founder on the unexplained issue of just what would motivate Tyne to undertake all this anyway, since his own OCD has been documented to be ruminative rather than hygienic, not to mention the fact that he's hopelessly smitten with the Quebecer Luria P. J.O. Incandenza's own Onantayad, being an adult production, was considerably more restrained and ambiguous on the whole Tyne as dark force issue. 157. An oblique little in-tribute from Mario to the moms, at which line every year Avril at the headmaster's table takes off the witch's hat and holds it by the brim and whips it around in an enthused circle 3 times over her head. 158. The umpires on the U.S. Junior Tour tend to be retired high school principals, whose only remuneration is the chance to exercise again some slight authority over the young. 159. Clipperton eventually perfecting the toss with the same hand you serve with maneuver, pioneered by South African doubles specialist Colin Vanderhingel, after a hideous turboprop charter aircraft propeller accident took off his right arm, ear, and sideburn in only the 2nd year of his show career, in Durban. 160. Certain other, and doubtless really disturbing footage of Clipperton's suicide still exists, having, with perhaps half a dozen other emotionally or professionally sensitive cartridge masters, been designated unviewable by testatory codicil and, as far as either Hal or Orrin knows, enclosed in some sort of vault apparatus that only himself's attorneys and maybe Avril have access to. As far as can be determined, only those lawyers, Avril, Disney Leith, and perhaps Mario, know that the cartridges were in fact, along with his case of special lenses, interred right there with J.O. Incandenza's dead body. Note to footnote. In the Mondragon family plot area of Le Cimetière du Saint-Adalbert, in the now overlush potato-growing country off provincial autoroute 204 in Lille Province, Quebec, just over the border from what is now the Eastern Concavity, such that the funeral had to be delayed and then rushed to be fit in between annulation cycles. Yickily enough, there having been room in the bronze casket only because Incandenza's extreme height dictated a casket size that his thin physique didn't nearly fill the width and depth of. 161. The other having been that predictive call for the catatonic hero, also for Ogilvy's Entertainment 2 termer. 162. Every Nielsen respondent seemed to respond with a special neural repulsion to one or another particular portrait. There was one of a woman with every carpenter's tool known to God exiting her face. One of a young male with a spear of scarlet light through the right temple and coming clear out the other side. A woman with her crown between the incisors of some sort of shark, so huge it passes from view past the frame. A grandmotherly type with roses, human hands, a pencil, and other lush-type flora, all coming serpentine out of her open skull's top. A head coming out in a long string from a throttled tube of paste. A Talmudic scholar bearded in needles. A Baconian pope with his hat on fire. 3 or 4 dental ones that sent people scrambling to the bathroom to floss themselves bloody. The painting that had particularly nailed 9-year-old Hal and had had him popping Nunhagen compulsively until his ears started ringing and didn't stop for almost a week, had been of a deeply parlor-tanned and vaguely familiar upscale male, a disembodied fist yanking a handful of brains out of the guy's left ear, while the guy's over-healthy face, like most of the ad's faces, wears a queer look of intense, unhappy concentration, one more of like brooding than conventionally expressive of pain. 163. No Coat Inc. ended up occupying the number 346 spot, vacated by Hochst's CBS, Hal noted with surprisingly little irony. 164. Granted that this stuff is all grossly simplified in Hal's ephebic account, Les Fourchets and Veals are in fact transcendent geniuses of a particularly complex right time and place sort, and their appeals to an American ideology committed to the appearance of freedom almost unanalyzably compelling. 165. Granted, Pache critics, this was partly to forestall AC/DC's appellate court claims that Interlace was basically hopping up and down on the BS 1890 Sherman Act with spiked heels. 166. Reduced Instruct Set Computers, descendants of the IBM/Apple Power PCs, with mainframe caliber response time and 0.25 terabytes of DRAM, and numerous expansion slots for various killer apps. 167. A couple of Incandenza's more accessible early documentaries were bought by Interlace on a distribution-factored contingency basis. But except for a flat PBS-ish one on the lay principles of DT annulation, they never brought Meniscus Latrodectus more than a fraction of the interest on the interest from himself's rearview mirror fortune. Interlace ended up optioning rights to only a couple of his higher-brow productions for its Howls from the Margin, low-volume expectation product line during himself's lifetime. The bulk of his stuff didn't make any ILT menus until after his untimely death. 168. It didn't do J. Gentle F.C.'s original grassroots intensive campaign a whole lot of good around ultra-liberal Enfield that one of his earliest sign-carrying faithful had been ETA's own Gerhard Stitt, who, politically listed so far to starboard that even people without watches looked at their watches and referred vaguely to just recalled appointments whenever Stitt's eyes got a certain particular navy blue cast, and he uttered any one of such terms as America, decadence, state, or law. But Mario Incandenza was pretty much the only one clued into the fact that Stitt's attraction to Gentle had more to do with Stitt's take on tennis than anything else. The coach was swept away with the athleto-Wagnerian implications of Gentle's proposals for waste, this business of sending from yourself what you hope will not return. 169. Triaminotetraline, a synthesized hallucinogen whose high transdermal bioavailability makes it a popular ingredient in the happy patches so prevalent in the American West and Southwest of subsidized time. Pharmacochemical Quarterly, 1718. Spring, year of the trial-sized Dove bar, provides a detailed account of the synthesis and transdermal physiochemistry of aminotetralines in general. 170. Quebecois French. Working up steam. 171. Homestyle, ready to serve. 172. Pursuit of happiness. 173. QV Note 304 sub. 174. Absolutely no bonking, presumably. 175. The both-hands-full logistics of which are hard to envision, but realism wasn't really the point of the image for the bitter brigade boys. 176. It's also where Mario's most derivative of himself, whose own Onentide was more centrally concerned with doomed high-office claymation romance than with political comment, though the love thing in Incandenza Senior's film had concerned not Tyne and a Québécois fatale, but an alleged doomed and unconsummated affair between President J. Gentle and the equally hygiene and germ-obsessed wife of Canada's Minister of Environment and Resource Development Enterprises. The affair presented as doomed and unconsummated because the minister hires a malevolent young Canadian Candida albicans specialist to induce in his wife a severe and more or less permanent yeast infection, driving both wife and Gentle to ardent desire versus hygienic neurosis breakdowns, during which the wife throws herself across the tracks in front of a Québécois bullet train, and Gentle decides to exact his revenge on a macro-cartographic scale. The Onentide was not himself's strongest effort by a long shot, and pretty much everybody around ETA agrees that Mario's own reconfiguration explanation parody is funnier and more accessible than himself's, if also a bit heavier-handed. 177. The officially spun term for making Canada take U.S. terrain and letting us dump pretty much everything we don't want onto it is territorial reconfiguration. Great concavity and grand convexité are more like U.S.-Canadian street argot that got adopted and genericized by the media. 178. A more abstract but truer epigram that white flaggers with a lot of sober time sometimes change this to goes something like, "Don't worry about getting in touch with your feelings, they'll get in touch with you." 179. Presumably North Shore AA meetings, but Gately never recollects hearing the word AA. All he remembers from the time is just meetings, and a diagnosis he'd construed as chivalric. 180. But Averill had gotten former MIT #1 men's singles Corbett Thorpe to drive Mario down to V.F. Ricky's cerebral student union thing, where Thorpe used his old student ID, thumb over expiration date, to get them past the security lady at the Rectus Bulbi and down to the YYY Studios' freezing pink basement, where the only person who didn't talk like an angry cartoon character, a severely carbuncular man at the engineer's board, would by way of comment point only at a tripartite onion-skin screen that stood folded beneath the handless wall clock, possibly signifying that no hiatus could be all that long if the absent party hadn't taken her trusty screen. Mario hadn't had any idea MP'd used a screen on air. That's when he'd gotten agitated. 181. Corbett Thorpe's sobriquet among the less kind kids is th. 182. Known also sometimes as pukers. 183. The dull metal Kinkle and Brandt kind, not the white plastic industrial solvent buckets associated with Eschaton and yesterday's debacle. 184. Moving fast in one direction and having the ball hit someplace behind you and having to try to stop and reverse direction very quickly is known also as a wrong foot or contre-pied, and it results in a fair number of injuries to junior knees and ankles. Ironically enough, it's Hal, since the explosion, who's known as the real ETA master of placement and opponent yanking around and the old contre-pied. Also a quick insertion that Dennis Vandermeer, father of side-to-sides, was a Dutch immigrant low-level pro who became a major pro coach and tennis education theory guru on the same level with, like, a Harry Hopman or Vic Braden. 185. Stice's legendarily dysfunctional parents are in Kansas, but he's got two vaguely lesbianic maiden aunts, or great-aunts, or something, up in Chelsea, who keep bringing him foods the staff won't let him eat. 186. Serious juniors never pick up tennis balls with their hands. Males tend to bend down and dribble the balls up with the face of their stick. There are various little substyles of this. Females and some younger males, less into bending, stand and trap the ball between their shoe and racket and bring their foot up in a quick little twitch, the stick bringing the ball up with it. Males who do this trap the ball against the inside of the shoe, while females trap the ball against the outside of the shoe, which looks a bit more feminine. Reverse snobism at ETA has never reached the point of people bending way down and picking balls up manually, which, like wearing a visor, is regarded as the true sign of the novice or hack. 187. NB. Europeans and Australians refer to overheads as overhands, while South Africans sometimes also call them pointers. 188. The budget doesn't allow for communal suppers on weekends, and the weekly menu has below SATR and SUND the word forage, which, with a certain percentage of this fall's residents, ends up being literal. 189. Expanding where appropriate on Note 12, Demerol is meperidine hydrochloride, a Schedule C2 synthetic narcotic, available from Sanofi Winthrop Laboratories in banana-flavored syrup. 25, 50, 75, and 100 milligrams per milliliter cartridge needle units. And, most popular with DWG, the 50 and 100 milligram tablets, known up on the shore as Pebbles and Bam Bam, respectively. D&D, of course, means drunk and disorderly, and PD and PO, respectively, mean public defender and probation officer, or proby, by the way. 190. If somebody dies during the commission of a felony, even from so much as a defective pacemaker or a lightning bolt, the felon's facing murder too, and unbargainable time, at least in Massachusetts. A ghastly statutory provision as far as most active drug addicts are concerned, since even though they're not violence-oriented, efficiency and safety consciousness are not exactly hallmarks of addiction-motivated crimes, which tend to be impulsive and fuzzily thought out at best. 191. Also known as a case being blue-filed, meaning put in a kind of judicial limbo for a specified period, and reopenable, red-filed, at any time POs and boards decide the defendant isn't making satisfactory progress. 192. She didn't literally say shitstorm. 193. Gately didn't get any of this from Pat Montesian. It's mostly like Enid House mythology, with some hard facts from Gene M. and Calvin Thrust, both of whom think Pat M. just about hung the moon. 194. A totally different thing than Volkmann's contracture, cf. Note 115. 195. Which he had to make a fucking financial amend to have fixed, which luckily semi-crocodile Sven R. was a refinisher and voluntarily fixed the crack with some weird fake wood resin, so Gately only had to pay for the tube of fake wood resin instead of a whole new institutional table. 196. E.g., kid, sobriety's like a hard-on. The minute you get it, you want to fuck with it. They'd rattle this kind of stuff off. They had 1,000,000 of them. 197. Never yet having checked the side of a box of pasta for possible directions. 198. Project MK Ultra, U.S. CIA Inception 43BS53. The central activity of the MK Ultra program was conducting and funding brainwashing experimentation with dangerous drugs and other techniques, performed on persons who were not volunteers, by CIA Technical Service Division employees, agents, and contractors. Civil Action Number 80-3163. Orlikow et al. Versus United States of America, B.S. 1980. 199. Alprazolam, Upjohn Inc.'s big hat throw into the benzodiazepine ring, only Schedule C4 but wickedly dependence-producing, with severe, unpleasant, abrupt withdrawal penalties. 200. Enid House near alumnus Chandler Foss's analysis, which you can bet was developed outside Gately's earshot. 201. Another vestige. Gately still always automatically notices bars and mesh, the foil and little magnetic contacts of residential alarms, plunger buttons on the inside of hinges, etc. 202. Local argot for Starrow Drive, which runs along the Charles from the Back Bay out to Alewife, with multiple lanes and Escherian signs and on and off ramps within car lengths of each other, and no speed limit, and sudden forks, and the overall driving experience so forehead-drenching, it's in the Metro Police Union's contract. They don't have to go anywhere near it. 203. Whether English misspelling or Quebecois solecism. Sick. 204. Jolly Jolt, registered trademark, hand buzzers. Whoopie Daisy, registered trademark, celebrity-endorsed cushions. Blammo, registered trademark, cigars. Oh, waiter, registered trademark, plastic ice cubes with fly. IC London, registered trademark, X-ray specs, etc. Usually just trucked over, along with the saprogenic greetings, registered trademark, treacly greeting and postcards, from the Waltham facilities of Acme Inc., a.k.a. the Acme family of gags and notions, prepackaged emotions, jokes and surprises and wacky disguises, at a substantial and politically motivated discount, seeing that the company's owned by the Quebec-sympathetic shadowy Albertan mogul who'd been such a force in the anti-broadcast AC/DC, and who over a decade back had exploited the then U.S.-owned then Acme's severe PR and cash flow problems right after the serial Blammo cigar tragedies to move in and hostile take over the firm for about 30% of its real worth. 205. Unknown to the hapless Antitois, this doesn't mean they're necessarily blank. Copy-capable cartridges, aka masters, require a 585 RPM drive viewer or TP to run, and on a conventional 450 drive decline to give off so much as static, appearing rather empty and blank. QV, here note 301 sub. 206. Being out of the sociolinguistic loop, L.A. has no way of knowing that to hear the squeak is itself the very darkest of contemporary Canada's euphemisms for sudden and violent demapping. 207. L.A. having a pretty good intuition that the lone communicable vache putain wouldn't be a good idea in this context. 208. From Chapter 16, The Awakening of My Interest in Annular Systems, in The Chill of Inspiration, Spontaneous Reminiscences by 17 Pioneers of DT-cycle Lithiumized Annular Fusion. Editor, Professor Dr. Günther Sperber. Institut für Neutronenphysik und Reaktortechnik. Kernforschungszentrum, Karlsruhe. URG. Available in English, in ferociously expensive hardcover only. Copyright, Year of the Tux Medicated Pad. From Springer Verlag Wien, New York. 209. E.g., Ted shocked adjusting his wristbands and sash. Carol Spodek stretching for a volley at net, her whole body distended, face grim and full of cords. An old one of Marlon Bain, at the follow-through of a big forehand. A corona of sweat shimmering around him, his bigger arm crossed across his throat. Ortho Stice doing a handstand. Yardguard gliding down through a low backhand. Wayne this summer sliding on Rome's fine clay, a red cloud hiding everything below his knees. Pemulus and Stice standing cross-armed against desert light and a fence. Shaw, without his silly, wispy, pseudo-Newcomb mustache. The photos have been looked at so often, they're pale. Hal, at the height of his toss, knees more bent than he'd like. Wayne holding up a silver plate. The European contingent males 3 summers past all lined up outside a square van with its steering wheel on the wrong side. Somebody with either 2 or 3 fingers held up over Axford's head. Stitt addressing kids you can only see the backs of. Todd Postlethwaite shaking a small black kid's hand at net. Troeltsch pretending to interview Felicity Zweig. The Vaught twins, sharing a foot-long franc at a stand at the Bronx's U.S. Junior Open. Todd Postlethwaite at the net with a PWTA kid. Every muscle in Amy Wingo's front leg ridged as she gets a little ahead of herself on a backhand. On and on. They're not in a straight line. They're more like chaotically placed. Heath Pearson, former tow truck shareholder, now at Pepperdine, facing away from the camera, under lung light, running. The Palmer Academy courts, looking cheesy in the heat. A lot of the photos are stills from Mario. Peter Beek, falling nastily after a stretch volley, both feet off what looks like Longwood's synthetic grass. The photo surrounded by locationless clouds and sky. Freer in the bleachers at Brisbane in thongs and a tank top, giving the camera a peace sign. The Lung in mid-assembly with Pearson and Penn and Vandervoort and Mackey and the rest of that year's seniors out on the pavilion's webbed chairs, feet up in the cold, kibitzing Hal and Shocked and the other kids, lugging parts. One of Mrs. Clark's cooks in a hairnet mixing something with an arm-sized pestle in a bowl she has to tilt to hold. None of Mario or Orrin. A battalion of kids in sweats doing sprints up the hill in deep snow, 2 or 3 well behind and ominously bent over. Some lighter blue rectangles where pictures have been taken down and not yet replaced. A shirtless Freer playing micro-tennis with Laurie Clough. A close-up of bespectacled Gretchen Holt staring in disbelief at a linesman's call. Wayne, and a Manitoban in T-shirts with leaves on them, hands over their hearts, facing north. Kent Blott with a horrified boomerang mouth and his nose a protrusion, and the supporter fit over his ears and nose, and Traub and Lord collapsing around him in either hilarity or horror. Hal and Wayne at the net in doubles, both leaning way over, left, like the whole court's tilted. 2:10. Hal and Mario have long since had to accept, note to footnote, accept isn't the same as be crazy about, of course, the fact that Averill, at 50+, is still endocrinologically compelling to males. 2:11. As with the neurogastric thing, only Ted Shocked and Hal know that Pemulus's deepest dread is of academic or disciplinary expulsion and ejection, of having to schlep back down Com Ave into blue-collar Alston, diploma and ticket outless, and now in his final ETA year the dread's increased many-fold, and is one reason Pemulus takes such elaborate precautions in all extracurriculars, making a substance customer explicitly suborn him, etc., and is why Hal and Shocked presented him on his last birthday with a poster over Pemulus's room's console that has a careworn, large-crowned king sitting on his throne, stroking his chin and brooding, with the caption, "Yes, I'm paranoid, but am I paranoid enough?" 2:12. Though it's unmentioned, everyone in the waiting room except Ann Kittenplan is keenly aware that Lord and Postlethwaite are Pemulus's charges, Penn and Ingersoll, axe handles, plus that neither Struck nor Troeltsch seems to have been summoned for potential discipline. 2:13. Since tennis courts are laid side by side and played on by hard-hitting but fallible humans, errant shots are always going off sticks, frames, and net posts, and even fences, and bouncing and rolling into other people's territory. And starting at usually the quarter-final rounds of serious tournaments, there are ball boys to retrieve them. In early rounds and practice, though, the delicate etiquette is that you suspend play and get other people's balls for them, if they come rolling across, and shoot them back over to the court of origin. The way to signal for this sort of help is to yell, "Sorry," or "A little help on 3," or something. But both Hal and Axford seem constitutionally incapable of doing this, asking for help with errant balls. They both have to hold everything, and go, and run all the way over to some other court, halting at each intervening court to wait for a point to be finished, to get their own balls. It's a curious inability to request aid that no amount of negative reinforcement from Tex Watson or Aubrey DeLint can seem to correct. 2:14. Where it's a non-overhead run back to the baseline after an offensive lob, then run all the way back up and tap the net cord with your stick just as Nwangi or Thode hits another offensive lob over your head. You have to run back and get successfully back, or they pile extra lobs onto your regular allotment. Pure painfest. 215. A Clipperton-level legend involves the now long-gone little ETA who, in the year of the whisper-quiet Maytag dishmaster, had called Massachusetts Department of Social Services and characterized disciplinary pukers as child abuse, resulting in the appearance at the portcullis of two stitchy-mouthed and humorless DSS ladies who hung creepily around all day and required Stitz actually confining Aubrey DeLint to his room. So purply furious was DeLint with the kid who'd dropped the dime. 216. No clue. 217. Hal had missed out on the soft grass, clay, and hard-true surfaces of the junior slams because the singular disadvantage of attending a North American academy is that ONANTA rules for junior slams permit just one entrant per academy in each age division, and John Wayne got the nods. 218. The late J.O. Incandenzas Meniscus Optical Products Limited's development of those weird wide-angle rear-view mirrors on the sides of automobiles that so diminish the cars behind you that federal statute requires them to have printed right on the glass that objects in mirror are closer than they appear, which little imprints Incandenza found so disconcerting that he was kind of shocked when U.S. automakers and importers bought rights on the mirrors way back for Incandenza's first unsettling entrepreneurial payday. ETAs like to postulate that the mirrors had been inspired by the always foreshortened Charles Tavis. 219. Extremely annoying host of Interlace Spontaneous Decem Children's Program. 220. Registered trademark, Cardio Med Fitness Products, a fourth-generation Stairmaster-ish thing, except set more to resemble a down escalator somehow dickied to a sadistically high number of RPMs, so that the exerciser has to sort of run climbing for his life to avoid getting hurled backwards all the way across the office by the machine, which is what accounts for the big square weight room floor mat attached to the cleared expanse of office wall opposite the rear of the machine, which Tavis had moved up to from his Stairmaster after a frightening cholesterol count report, and had had kind of a tricky time with it first, once requiring a back brace. 221. The Satellite Pro Hal'd gotten a set from, a barrel-chested Latvian who thought Hal's name was Al. 222. NB, again, that Marat's native tongue is not good old contemporary idiomatic Parisio-European French, but contemporary idiomatic Quebecois French, which is about on par with Basque in terms of difficulty, being full of weird idioms and having both inflected and uninflected grammatical features, an inbred and obstreperous dialect, and which, in fact, Steeply barely got an acceptable in USO Technical Interview Training in Vienna, Falls Church, Virginia, and which does not admit of easy co-eval expression in English. 223. Viz. At the allusion to the supposed samizdaturs anti-confluential and meta-entertainment-ish and hologram-intensive Medusa v. Odalisque thing, which in fact the play-within-film fight scene part can be broken down into a series of what are called fast Fourier transforms, though what the hell ALGOL is anybody's guess, unless it's not an acronym, but some actual Quebecois term, la Gaule, which, if so, it isn't in any dictionaries or online lexical sources anywhere in the second or third IL/IN grid. 224. QV William James on that latent process of unconscious preparation often preceding a sudden awakening to the fact that the mischief is irretrievably done. The line that actually snapped Lentz to what he was up to when he chanced to read it in a huge, large-print edition he'd found behind a bookshelf along the north wall of the Innett living room of something called The Principles of Psychology with the Gifford Lectures on Natural Religion, by William James, obviously. Available in EZC large font print from Microsoft NAL, Random House, Tickner, Fields, Little, Brown and Company, Copyright, Year of the Tux Medicated Pad, a volume that's come to mean a great deal to Lentz. 225. Registered trademark, The Mobile Chemical Company's Consumer Products Branches Plastics Division, Pittsford, New York. 226. Registered trademark, Ibid. 227. A.K.A. haloperidol, McNeil Pharmaceutical, 5 milligrams per milliliter, pre-filled syringes. Picture several cups of celestial seasonings cinnamon soother tea, followed by a lead-filled sap across the back of the skull. 228. National Security Agency, absorbed with ATF and DEA, CIA, and ONR, and Secret Service into the ambit of the Office of Unspecified Services. 229. The AAOAA, Unspecified Services Most Elite and Least Specific Division, which on Hugh Steepley's latest field assignment is paying his salary, though his checks and alimony's garnishment are routed through something called the Foundation for Continental Freedom, which one fervently hopes is a shell/dummy. 230. Charleston Southie street term for meters. 231. Powdered vitamin B12, convincingly bitter and talc-textured, which Lentz has always preferred B12 to mannitol as a cut because mannitol gives him this allergic thing, where he got very tiny red bumps with weird pale caps on his fingertips. 232. Hydrolysis is the metabolic process by which organic cocaine is broken down into benzoyl ecgonine, methanol, ecgonine, and benzoic acid. And one reason not everybody is wired to enjoy cross-spelation is that the process is essentially toxic and can yield unpleasant neurosomatic fallout in certain systems, e.g., in Don Gately's neurosystem, spider angiomas, and a tendency to pluck at the skin on the backs of his hands, due to which tendency he's always loathed and hated coke, and most cokeheads. In Bruce Green's system, binocular nystagmus, and a walloping depression even while the coke high is still on, that accounts for the tendency toward fits of weeping with his nystagmic face hidden in the crook of his big right arm. In Ken Erdetty, an unstoppable rhinorrhagia that sent him to the emergency room both times he ever did cocaine. In Kate Gompert, blepharospecticity, and now instant cerebral hemorrhage because she's on Parnate, an MAO-inhibiting antidepressant. In Emil Minty, a bowelism so out of control he snorted being only once. Hemispasms of the oral labia are a common effect of coke hydrolysis, one mild enough so that people can get them and still enjoy being very much. The spasming can range from a mild gnawing, writhing effect in Lenz, Thrale, Cortelyou, and Foss, to an alternating series of Edvard Munch, Jimmy Carter, Pagliacci, Mick Jagger-like expressive contortions so severe that everyone in a room except for them is embarrassed. In former cokehead Calvin Thrust, hydrolysis had caused a priapsism that led directly to his early choice of career. Randy Lentz also gets nystagmus, but of the right eye only, as well as vascular constriction, diuresis extremis, phosphonism, compulsive tooth grinding, megalomania, phobophobia, euphoric recall, delusions of persecution and or homicidal envy, sociosis, postnasal drip, a mild priapsism that makes the diuresis a dicey and gymnastic affair, occasional acne rosea and or rhinophyma, and, especially if there's synergism from almost a whole pack of filterless Winstons and 4 cups of nipple-hardeningly strong and alkaline BYP coffee, confabulation concurrent with a manic garrulousness sufficient to cause lingual tendinitis, pulmonary phases, and a complete inability to send from his presence anyone who seems at all willing to listen to him. 233. A.K.A. lignocaine, xylocaine L, a diethylamino oxylidide compound, used as a dental and maxillofacial anesthetic, the world's best bean cut because it numbs and produces a bitter drip just like the Bingster, and also even temporarily heightens the rush of IV Coke. Though, if it's based, it tastes nothing like oxidized Coke. And it's also more expensive than mannitol or B12, and harder to get because it's prescription, meaning the orthodontist was a very popular fellow with dealers indeed. 234. Transcript fragments from interview series for Putative Moment Magazine soft profile on Phoenix Cardinal professional punter O.J. Incandenza by Putative Moment Magazine soft profile writer Helen Steepley. November. Year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. I'm not going to talk about why I don't talk to the moms anymore. Question. Or the Mad Stork's adventures in the mental health community either. Question. We're not off to a good start here, ma'am, no matter how lovely you're looking in that pantsuit. Question. Because the question doesn't mean anything is why. Insane is just like a catch term. It doesn't describe anything. It isn't a reason for anything. The stork was a full-blown demented alcoholic for the last 3 years of his life, and he put his head in the microwave. And I think just in terms of unpleasantness, you'd have to be sort of insane to kill yourself in such a painful way. So, but was he insane? In the last 5 years of his life, he put together a tennis academy and got together a national caliber coaching staff and USTA accreditation and sanction and multi-grid funding and set up the start of an endowment for ETA and also came up with that new kind of window glass that doesn't fog or smudge from people touching it or breathing on it and drawing little finger oil faces on it, then sold it to Mitsubishi, and also managed the revenues from all his previous patents, plus, of course, drank himself blind on a daily basis, and then needed at least 2 hours to sit there naked under a scratchy blanket and shake, and went around impersonating various kinds of healthcare professionals during the periods he believed he was a healthcare professional, from when he had the delirium tremens-type career delusions, and in his spare time made in-depth documentaries and a dozen art films that people are still writing doctoral theses on. So, was he insane? It's true, the New Yorker guy, the film guy who replaced the guy who replaced Rafferty, what was his name? It's true, he kept saying the films were like the planet's most psychotic psyche working out its shit right there on the screen and asking you to pay to watch him. But you have to remember that that guy got third-degree burned by the whole found drama scam. That guy was one of the high-caliber critics who said in print that here Incandenza had put drama ahead 3 or 4 leaps in one visionary leap. And after the stork finally couldn't keep a straight face anymore and spilled the beans on NPR radio during a fresh air dramaturgy panel, the New Yorker guy dropped from critical sight for like a year. And then when he came back, he had it in for himself in a very big way, which is understandable. Question. What I started to say is if quote-unquote sources you cannot name say the reason I'm not in contact is I claim the moms is insane, well, what is insane supposed to mean? Do I trust her? I do not. Do I want to be in association with her in any way? That is a neg. Do I think she's irretrievably bats? One of her best friends is the ETA counselor, Rusk, with doctorates in both gender and deviance. Does she think the moms is bats? Question. The criteria I was analogizing to the stork is, does the moms function? And the moms functions and then some. The moms careers through the day turboed and in 5th gear. You've got the assorted deaning at ETA. You've got the full teaching load there. You've got accreditation reports and structuring both quadrivium and trivium 3 years ahead of time at the start of every year. You've got writing prescriptive linguistics books that come out every 36 months, so you could set your watch by them. You've got grammatical conferences and conventions, which she doesn't leave the grounds ever anymore, but she's there, videophonically, rain or shine for them all. You've got the Militant Grammarians of Massachusetts, which she co-founded with a couple, quote, cherished academic friends, also bats, where the MGMs, for instance, go around to Massachusetts supermarkets and dun the manager if the express checkout sign says 10 items or less instead of or fewer, and so on. The year before the Mad Stork's death, the Orange Crush people had an ad on billboards and little magazine fallout cards that said, "Crush, with a taste that's all its own," with like a possessive "it's." And I swear, the MGM squad lost their minds. The moms spent 5 weeks going back and forth to New York City, organized 2 different rallies on Madison Avenue that got very ugly, acted as her own attorney in the suit the Crush people brought, never slept, never once slept, lived on cigarettes and salad, huge salads, always consumed very late at night. The moms has a thing about never eating until it's late. Question. Apparently it's the noise. She can't take urban noise, she says. Is why Hallie says she hasn't set Glass Slipper 1 off the grounds, and you'd have to ask Hallie. The Volvo was already up on blocks when I was at college downtown, but I know she went to the Stork's funeral, which was off the grounds. Now she's got a tri-modem and videophony out the bazoo, though she'd never use a tableau, I know. Question. Well, it's been pretty obvious since early on out in Weston, the moms has OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder. The only reason she's never been diagnosed or treated for it is that in her, the disorder doesn't prevent her from functioning. It all seems to come back to functioning. Traversion is character, according to Stitt. One guy I was close to at ETA for years developed the kind of impairing OCD where you need treatment. Bain wasted huge amounts of time on all these countless rituals of washing, cleaning, checking things, walking, had to have a T-square on the court to make sure all the strings on his stick were intersecting at 90 degrees. Could only go through a doorway if he'd felt all around the frame of the doorway by hand, checking the frame for God knows what, and then was totally unable to trust his senses and always had to recheck the doorway he'd just checked. We had to physically carry Bain out of the locker room before tournaments. Actually, we've been close all our lives, notwithstanding that Marlon Bain is the single sweatiest human being you'd ever want to get within a click of. I think the OCD might have started as a result of the compulsive sweat, which the sweat itself started after his parents were killed in a grotesque freak accident, Bain's. Unless the strain of the constant rituals and fussing itself exacerbates the perspiring. The Stork used Marlon in Death in Scarsdale, if you want to see way more than you want to know about perspiration. But the ETA staff indulged Bain's pathology about doorways because Stitt's own mentor had been pathologically devoted to this idea that you are what you walk between. It's so nice to be able to end a sentence with a preposition when it's easier. Jesus, I'm thinking usage again. This is why I avoid the topic of the moms. The whole topic starts to infect me. It takes me days to clean myself out of it. Traversion being character, according to Stitt. It takes a certain type of woman to look that good in a pantsuit, I think. I've always... Question. I think the point being that with actual clinical obsessive-compulsive disorder, I had to watch much of my ex-double's partner's life grind to a halt because it'd take him 3 hours to shower and then another 2 to get out through the shower door. He was in this sort of paralysis of compulsive motions that didn't serve any kind of function. The moms, on the other hand, can function with the compulsions because she's also compulsively efficient and practical about her compulsions. Whether this makes her more insane than Marlon Bain or less insane than Marlon Bain, who can, say? As an instance, the moms solved a lot of her threshold problems by having no real doors or doorways built on the first floor of HMH, so the rooms are all split off by angles and partitions and plants. The moms kept to a Prussian bathroom schedule, so she couldn't spend hours in there washing her hands until the skin fell off the way Baines did. He had to wear cotton gloves the whole summer right before he left ETA. The moms for a while had video cameras installed so she could obsessively check whether Mrs. Clark had left the oven on, or check her plants arrangement, or whether all the bathroom towels are lined up with their fringes flush without physically checking. She had a little wall of monitors in her study at HMH. The Stork put up with the cameras, but the sense I get is that Tavis isn't going to be keen on being photo-recorded in the bathroom or anyplace else. So maybe she's had to have other recourse. Note to footnote. This may be a lie. No one else at ETA knows anything else about there having been any cameras in HMH's kitchen, bathroom, etc. You can check that yourself out there. What I'm trying to say is she's compulsively efficient even about her obsessions and compulsions. Of course there are doors upstairs, lockable doors, but that's in service of other compulsions. The Momses. You can go ahead and ask her what I mean. She's so compulsive, she's got the compulsions themselves arranged so efficiently that she can get everything done and still have plenty of time left over for her children. These are a constant drain on her batteries. She's got to keep Hal's skull lashed tight to hers without being so overt about it that Hallie has any idea what's going on, to keep him from trying to pull his skull away. The kid's still obsessed with her approval. He lives for applause from exactly 2 hands. He's still performing for her, syntax and vocabulary-wise, at 17, the same way he did when he was 10. The kid is so shut down, talking to him is like throwing a stone in a pond. The kid has no idea he even knows something's wrong. Plus the Moms has to obsess over Mario, and Mario's various challenges and tribulations and little patheticnesses, and worship Mario and think Mario's some kind of secular martyr to the mess she'd made of her adult life, all the while having to keep up a front of laissez-faire laid-back management where she pretends to let Mario go his own way and do his own thing. Question. I'm not going to talk about it. Question. No, and don't insult my intelligence. I'm not going to talk about why I don't want to talk about it. If this is going to be a moment article, Hallie's going to read it, and then he'll read it to Boo Boo. And I'm not talking about the stork's death or the mom's stability in the thing where they'll read about it and have to read some authoritative report on my take on it instead of coming to their own terms about it. With it, rather. Terms with. Terms about. No, terms with it. They both might have to wait until they get away from there before they can even realize what's going on. That the Moms is unredeemably fucking bats. All these terms that become cliches, denial, schizogenic, pathogenic family-like systems, and so on and so forth. A former acquaintance said the mad stork always used to say cliches earned their status as cliches because they were so obviously true. I never once saw the two of them fight. Not once in 18 domestic and academy years, is all I'll say. Question. The late stork was the victim of the most monstrous practical joke ever played, in my opinion, is all I'll say. All right. I'll relate one antidote. Note to footnote. Sick. That might be more revealing of the Mom's emotional weather than any adjective. Jesus, see? I start explicitly referring to parts of speech just thinking about the whole thing. The thing about people who are truly and malignantly crazy, their real genius is for making the people around them think they themselves are crazy. In military science, this is called psyops, for your info. Question. I'm sorry? Right then, one illustrative thing. Which thing to pick? Embarrassment of riches. I'll pick one at random. I think I was maybe 12. I was in 12s, I know, on that summer's tour. Though I was playing 12s when I was still 10. It was 10 to 13 that I was regarded as gifted with a tennis future. I began to decline around what should have been puberty. Call me, let's say, 12. People were talking about NAFTA and something called the, quote, information turnpike, and there was still broadcast TV, though we had a satellite dish. The academy wasn't even a twinkle in anybody's eye. The stork would disappear periodically when money came in. I think he kept going back up to Lisle in Ontario. Call me age 10. We still lived in Weston, known also as Volvo Land. The Moms gardened like a fiend out there. This was something else she had to do, had a thing about. Hadn't gone to indoor plants yet. Called the garden's crops her green babies. Wouldn't let us eat the zucchini. Never picked it. It got monstrous and dry and fell off and rotted. Big fun. But her real thing was preparing the garden every spring. She started making lists and pricing supplies and drafting outlines in January. Did I mention her own father had been a potato farmer? At one time, a millionaire potato baron-type farmer in Quebec? But so, it's early March. Are those earrings electric, or is it you? How come I've never seen those earrings up to now? I thought women who could bring off copper earrings never wore anything but copper. You should see yourself in this light. Fluorescence isn't kind to most women. It must take an exceptional kind. Question. In the Moms's family plot. St. Quelque chose, Quebec, or something. Never been there. His will said only not anywhere near his own dad's plot. Right in your Maine. Heart of the concavity. The Moms's hometown's wiped off the map. Bad eco-cycles. Real machete country. I'd have to try to recall the town. So the Moms is out in the cold garden. It's March, and it's cold. I've got this story down. I've related this incident to several family-type professionals, and not one eyebrow stayed steady among them. This is the sort of antidote that makes pathogenic systems pros' eyebrows go all the way up and over their skull and disappear down the back of their neck. So then, I'm, let's say, 13, which means Hallie's 4. The Mom's is in the backyard garden tilling the infamously flinty New England soil with a rented rototiller. The situation is ambiguous between whether it's the Mom's steering the rototiller or vice versa. The old machine, full of gas I'd slopped through a funnel. The Mom secretly believes petroleum products give you leukemia. Her solution is to pretend to herself she doesn't know what's wrong when the thing won't work, and to stand there wringing her hands, and let some eager-to-please 13-year-old puff out his chest at being able to diagnose the problem, and then I pour the gas. The rototiller is loud and hard to control. It roars and snorts and bucks, and my mother's stride behind it is like the stride of someone walking an untrained St. Bernard. She's leaving drunken, staggery footprints behind her in the tilled dirt, behind the thing. There's something about a very, very tall woman trying to operate a rototiller. The Mom's is incredibly tall, way taller than everybody except the stork, who towered even over the Mom's. Of course, she'd be horrified if she ever brought herself to recognize what she was doing, orchestrating a little kid into handling the gas that she thinks might be cancerous. She doesn't even know she's phobic about gas. She's wearing 2 pairs of work gloves and plastic surgery-type bags over her espadrilles, which were the only footwear she could garden in, and a Fukushima microfiltration pollution mask, which you might remember those from that period. Her toes are blue in the dirty plastic bags. I'm a few meters ahead of the Mom's, in charge of preemptive rock and clod removal. That's her term. Preemptive rock and clod removal. Now work with me. See this with me. In the middle of this tilling, here comes my little brother Hallie, maybe like 4 at the time, and wearing some kind of fuzzy red pajamas and a tiny little down coat and slippers that had those awful nice day yellow smile faces on both toes. We've been at it maybe an hour and a half, and the garden's dirt is just about tilled when Hal comes out and down off the pressure-treated redwood deck and comes walking very steadily and seriously toward the border of the garden the Mom's had surveyed out with little sticks and string. He has his little hand out. He's holding out something small and dark, and he's coming toward the garden as the rototiller snorts and rattles behind me, dragging the Mom's. As he gets closer, the thing in his hand resolves into something that just doesn't look pleasant at all. Hal and I look at each other. His expression is very serious, even despite that his lower lip is having a sort of little epileptic fit, which means he's getting ready to bawl. That's with a W. I remember the air was gray with dust and the moms had her glasses on. He holds the thing out toward the mom's figure. I squint. The thing covering his palm and hanging over the sides of the palm is a rhombosoid patch of fungus. Big old patch of house mold. Underlined big and old. It must have come from some hot furnace hidden corner of the basement, some corner she must have missed with the flamethrower after the flooding we had every January thaw. I have to clod or rock. I'm staring. Every follicle I've got is bunched and straining. You could feel the tension. It was like standing down at Sunstrand Plaza when they fired the transformers. Every follicle bunches and strains. It was a sort of nasal green, black, speckled, hairy, like a peach is hairy. Also some orange speckles, a patch of very bad news type mold. Hal looks at me in the noise, his lower lip all over the place. He looks to the moms. The moms is intent on a plumb-straight rototilled line, weaving. The piece is that the mold looks like strangely incomplete, as in it dawns on me right then, chewed on, Helen. And yes, as I squint, some sickening hairy stuff is still there, like impacted in the kid's front teeth and hairily smeared around the mouth. Be there with me, Helen. Feel the sort of Wagnerish clouds gather. Hallie always said there was always this sense as a kid with the moms that the whole cosmos was just this side of fulminating into boiling clouds of elemental gas, and was being held materially together only through heroic exercise of will and ingenuity on the part of the moms. Everything slows way down. She's coming around with the machine at the end of a row and sees Hallie wearing his happy slippers outside in the cold, which just in itself is enough to gut-shot the cosmos, as far as she's concerned, usually. Now we're seeing the rototiller get shut down as she bends way down to where I'd showed her the choke. The machine diesels a little and farts some blue smoke. The machine sucks the nub of its starter rope into itself. I can feel the voltage like I'm still there. Post-racket, tingling quiet descends. There's the tentative chirp of a bird. The moms comes toward Hal standing there in his little red coat. She's tucking a wisp of hair back under the special plastic cap's elastic. Her hair at that time was dark brown. She's addressing him. She has an unbelievably humiliating little family pet name for the kid that I'll show him the mercy of never telling anybody. But so, she's coming over. Hal is standing there, holds the horrific patch of fungus out. The mom sees at first only her child holding something out, and like all moms hardwired for motherhood, she reaches to take whatever her baby holds out. The one sort of case where she wouldn't check before reaching out towards something held out. Question. The mom's, though now, stops just inside the border of string, and she squints. Her glasses have dust. She starts to see and process just what it is the kid's holding out to her. Her hands outstretched in the air over the garden string, and she stops. Hallie takes one step forward, arm up and out, in a kind of like Nazi salute. He goes, "I ate this." The mom says she begs his pardon. Helen, you decide. But consider the fragility of the obsesso-compulsive's control. The terrible life-ruling phobias. Her 4 horsemen, enclosure, communicational imprecision, and untidiness, which you can't get much untidier than basement mold. Question. The 4th horseman stays hidden, of course, like in all quality eschatologies. The unturned card, under wraps till actual game time. I ate this, Hal goes. He's still holding the thing out, not crying, a kind of clinical grimness to him about it, like the mold's some audit it's his job to show her. And do you want to know if she touched it? Question. It suddenly occurs to me that if you want stuff on the moms and the mad stork, you could contact Bain. He practically lived with us in Weston, as like a secondary source. I'm sure he'd discuss the moms' foibles all you want. The man still practically holds up a crucifix at any mention. His little greeting card company has just been bought up by a huge novelty concern, so I'm sure he's in his big room lying there having palm fronds waved and his forehead wiped, feeling flush and voluble. I guess I'd rather you didn't ask him about my foibles, but he's inexhaustible on the subject of the moms and OCD. In Averly's home, which home is one room, the converted children's reading room of what used to be the Waltham Public Library, which is the whole third floor. He learned from the moms how to minimize doorways to traverse. I'm afraid he's not interneted and has an OCD-phobic thing about email. His snail mail address is Marlon K. Bain, Saprogenic Greetings, Inc., BPL, Waltham Building, 1214 Totten Pond Road, Waltham, MA, 021-5498-72/4. It'd also be good if you could avoid mentioning the number 2 to him. He has problems with the number 2. I don't know if his not leaving home is similar to the moms' not leaving home. This is the most I've thought about the moms in a dog's age, to be honest with you. You have this way of getting stuff out of me. It's like you do nothing but sit there with that cigarette and you're all I can see and all I want is to please you. It's like I can't help it. Is this just good journalism, Helen? Or is there something more going on here, some kind of strange bond I feel between us that sort of like tears down all my normal personal life boundaries and makes me open totally to you? I guess I have to hope you won't take advantage. Does this all sound like some kind of line? Maybe if it was a line, it'd sound less lame. I guess I do wish I could come off more suave. I don't know what else to do except just tell what's going on inside me, even if it sounds lame. I never have any clue what you're thinking about. Help! My son ate this! She screamed the same thing over and over, holding the mold rhombus up like a torch, running around just inside the string border while I and Hallie staggered back, literally like staggered back, gaping at our first taste of apocalypse. A corner of the universe suddenly peeled back to reveal what seethed out there just beyond tidiness, what lay just north of order. Help! My son ate this! My son has eaten this! Help! She kept screaming, running in tight little right faces just inside this perfect box of string. And I'm seeing the mad stork's face at the glass door over the deck, palms out and thumbs together to make a frame. And Mario, my other brother, next to him, as usual, down around his knee, with Mario's face all squished against the glass from supporting his weight, their breath on the window spreading, Hal inside the string finally and trying to follow her, crying, and not impossibly I also crying a little just from the infectious stress. And those two through the back door's glass just watching, and fucking Boo-Boo also trying to make that frame with his hands. So finally it was Mr. Rehagen next door, who was so-called friends with her, who had to come out and over and finally had to hook up the hose. 2:35. She'd arrayed the photos herself from her purse on the dresser. He hadn't had to ask her to. It added to the sense of synchronous mercy, a cosmic kindness, balancing out the jacuzzi's dead bird and the frigidly invasive reporter. 2:36. ETA shorthand, vector/angle/pace/spin. 2:37. The northwest to northeast angle at the former Montpelier, Vermont, isn't quite 90 degrees, but it is very close. By the way, the Syracuse-Ticonderoga Salem triangle is one of those endless-based 25, 130, 25 triangles that look so hideous when projected onto one of Corbett Thorpe's distorted globes in the Trivium's cubular trigonometry. 2:38. Quote vitae here, Chapter 7. It all started with a colorectal neoplastis, an openness to communicative manifestations of divine grace, and a seedy-looking fellow that publicly lifted a chair he was standing on, that was clearly just such a manifestation. In The Chill of Inspiration, Spontaneous Reminiscences by 17 Pioneers of DT-Cycle Lithiumized Annular Fusion, edited by Professor Dr. Gunther Sperber, Institut für Neutronenphysik und Reaktortechnik, Kernforschungszentrum, Karlsruhe, URG. Available in English in ferociously expensive hardcover only. Copyright, Year of the Tux Medicated Pad, from Springer Verlag Wien, New York. N.B. That while the annular meta-disease treatment is highly effective on metastatic cancers, it proved a disappointment on the HIV spectrum viri, since AIDS is itself a meta-disease. 239. Because he'd been sworn to secrecy, Green doesn't tell Lentz that Charlotte Treat had shared with Green that her adoptive father had been one-time chair of the Northeast Regional Board of Dental Anesthesiologists, and had been pretty liberal with the use of the old N2O and thiopentyl sodium around the Treat's Revere, Massachusetts household for personal and extremely unsavory reasons. 240. Registered trademark, the Manaloa Macadamia Nut Corporation, Hilo, Hawaii, a low-sodium food. 241. Popular corporate hard rock bands, though it shows where Bruce Green's psychic decline really started, that, except for TBA, Sub 5, these bands were all truly big 2 or 3 years past, and are now slightly passé, with choosy mothers having split up entirely by now to explore individual creative directions. 242. This is one reason why he consents to be hung way out into space from Stitz Transom for filming all-court play, held only by some prorector with a firm grip on the back of his Locks vest, which the players looking up at Mario's forward ski jump posture off the crow's nest find incredibly terrifying, and audacious, and ballsy, and Avril won't even leave HMH during all-court filmings. 243. This, though Avril's never come right out and articulated her worry about his PM safety to Mario, not wanting to seem as though she's making a special issue of his deficits and vulnerability, or to seem inconsistent when she lets Hal go off nightly wherever he likes, or just basically in any way to inhibit Mario's sense of autonomy and freedom by causing him to worry about her worrying, which he does, rather a lot, worry about Avril's worrying about him, if that makes sense. 244. Mario, like his maternal uncle, Charles Tavis, has a dislike of fluorescent lighting. 245. Namely, you feeling better? Will be soon. Is that supposed to mean something? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Literally nothing. 246. A depressing new sober club in Somerville's Davis Square, where AAs and NAs, mostly new and young, get heartbreakingly dolled up and dance stiffly and tremble with sober sexual anxiety, and they stand around with Cokes and MFs, telling each other how great it is to be in an intensely social venue with all your self-conscious inhibitions unmedicated and screaming in your head. The smiles alone in these places are excruciating to see. 247. A restriction means just no overnight that week and an extra chore. A house restriction means you have to be back an hour after work and nightly meetings. Full house is no leaving the house except for work and meetings, and 15 minutes to get back, and no even leaving to buy smokes or a paper, or even to go out in the lawn for oxygen, and one violation means a discharge. FHR is Ennett's version of the whole, and it's dreaded. 248. Ennett House takes its urines over to the methadone clinic, which has all manner of clients who have to submit weekly urines to courts and programs, and the clinic lets Ennett put its urines gratis in the weekly batch the clinic sends out to an Emit Mill clinic all the way out in Natick. And in return, every once in a while, Pat gets a call from the trollish little social worker who runs number 2 about some client down there who's decided he wants off the methadone as well. And Pat will shoot the client way up on the interview list and give him an interview and usually let the client in. Calvin T. and Danielle S. had both originally gotten into Endnotes House this way, i.e., via number 2. 249. It's maybe significant that Don Gately never once failed to clean up any vomit or incontinence his mother just drunkenly left there or passed out in, no matter how pissed off or disgusted he was, or how sick he himself was. Not once. 250. Who owns a Lincoln? Henderson does. Origins unknown and suspicious. 251. This is all for insurance reasons, the staff sheet on which Gately doesn't understand all the language of, and fears. 252. It's against house rules to smoke upstairs in the bedrooms. More insurance reasons. And a week's restriction is supposed to be mandatory. And Pat's personally a fanatic about the rule. But Gately, much as he fears the grim boilerplate on the insurance sheet, always pretends he doesn't see anything when he sees somebody smoking up here, since when he was a resident he actually used to sometimes smoke in his sleep. He was so tense. And every once in a while will wake up and find that he has again, i.e., lit a gasper and apparently smoked it and put it out, all in his sleep, down in bed in his staff oubliette in the basement. 253. The items from the houses donated clothes baskets that fit Gately being few and far. 254. Gately's made it an iron point never again ever to run once he got straight. 255. New England street argot for any kind of handgun. 256. Erdetti's hands still up with keys. 257. New England region, trying hard not to irritate Tyne Sr. by fidgeting. 258. Desert Southwest region, understated in a massive peasant skirt and sensible flats. 259. These, registered trademark, a number of fine companies, are like enormous versions of the little windshield washer implements at service stations, an industrial mop handle with a canted rubber blade at the end, used for spreading puddle water out so it dries faster, at some academies replaced with the Easy Dry, hinged roller of dense sponge at the end, quart dryer, which ETA eschews because of how fast the rolling sponge at the end mildews and smells bad. 260. Mrs. Incandenza always grades everything in blue ink. 261. A phenomenon not unknown, viz., menial employees and shift workers mining ETA's collected waste for cast-off value, and permitted by the administration and Mr. Hardy, or rather just not actively discouraged, since one man's trash, and so on, with the only requirement being a certain visual discretion when carrying off ETA's offal, simply because the whole thing's kind of embarrassing for everybody. 262. i.e., the Women's Tennis Association, the distaff equivalent of the ATP. 263. Sick, presumably for Betamax. Registered trademark, Sony. 264. Sick, but it's pretty obvious what Marat means here. 265. Reinforced aluminum spectation unit. 266. The occasional upscale parent could be seen exiting ComEd and crossing behind the West Court south fence to the asphalt lot, and what were unmistakably parental autos, all remarkable for their textbook, tire pressure, and bristles of cellular antennae, and the absence of any little dust smiles on their rear or side windows. Charles Tavis had spent the morning interfacing with parents of those ETA kids injured in I-Day's eschaton free-for-all. Lateral Alice Moore, for a treat, had been listening to Tavis and parents on her headphones while typing, instead of her collection of aerobic favorites. Struck and Pemulus had cruised by before lunch and blarneyed her into putting the exchanges on her intercom speaker for a couple minutes. You should hear CT enclosed with parents sometime. It was only some of the parents. Todd Postlethwaite's dad was on honeymoon in the Azores, and Otis P. Lord's mother had some inner ear thing, and the Lords couldn't fly. But Pemulus and Struck concurred that everyone with any kind of administration in his blood should hear ETA's headmaster with parents and a placative mission, a master charmer past all social gauge, a Houdini with the manacles of fact, the interfaces like fluidless seductions. Pemula said the man's missed a genuine calling in sales. Everyone practically wanting to smoke a cigarette afterward, the parents leave weeping, pumping Tavis's hand. One parent per hand, practically begging him to accept both their thanks and their apologies for daring to even possibly think, even for a moment. Then, supporting each other, making their way over lateral Alice's third rail, and past the beaming, extremely polite lads by her desk, and out through the pressurized glass lobby doors, and down off the white-pillared Neo-Georgian porch, and past courts and bleachers, and into their well-maintained autos, and out the portcullis, and very slowly down the hill's brick drive, before they even recall they'd forgotten to pop in on their injured kid, sign his cast, feel his forehead, say hey. 267. I.e., ace/double fault, rather like the ratio of strikeouts to walks for a pitcher. 268. It was like Steeple'd never seen so many left-handed people. Both Hal Incandenza and the boy in black were left-handed. One of the two little girls, 4 courts down, was left-handed. DeLint was marking the chart with his left hand. Both AFR turncoat, Remy Murat, and Quebecer triple operative Luria P. were southpaws, though Steepley realized that this could hardly be called significant. 269. Saprogenic Greetings, a proud member of the Acme family of gags and notions, prepackaged emotions, jokes and surprises and wacky disguises, when you care enough to let a professional say it for you. Ms. Helen Steepley, and so on. November. Year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. 1. Oren Incandenza and I played, practiced, and generally hung out through most of what seemed at the time to be our formative years. We met because I kept encountering him across the net in the local tennis tournaments we played around Metro Boston boys' tens. We were the 2 best 10-year-old males in Boston. We soon became practice partners, our mothers driving us every weekday afternoon to a junior development program at the Auburndale Tennis Club in West Newton. After my own parents were horribly killed on the Jamaica Way commuter road one morning in the freak crash of a radio traffic report helicopter, I became a sort of hanger-on at the Incandenza house out in Weston. When JOI founded the academy, I was one of the first matriculants. Oren and I were inseparable until around age 15, when I reached my own zenith in terms of early puberty and athletic promise and began to be able to beat him. He took it hard. We were never inseparable again. We spent quantity time together again briefly for a few months the next year, during a period when we both experimented heavily with recreational substances. We both ended up losing enthusiasm for substances after only a couple years. Oren because he had finally entered puberty and had discovered the weaker sex and found he needed all his faculties in guile. Myself because a couple of really negative methoxy psychedelic experiences left me with certain disabilities that to this day make normal life an exceptional challenge, and which I tend to blame on having done deadly serious hallucinogens at a sort of larval psychological stage during which no North American adolescent should be allowed to do hallucinogens. These disabilities led to my departure from the Infield Tennis Academy at 17. Prior to graduation and my withdrawal from competitive junior tennis and contemporary life as we know it. Oren was largely burned out on tennis too by 17, though no one in his right mind could have foreseen a defection to organized U.S. football in his future. A grunting, crunching ballet of repressed homoeroticism, football, Miss Steepley, on my view. The exaggerated breadth of the shoulders, the masked eradication of facial personality, the emphasis on contact versus avoidance of contact, the gains in terms of penetration and resistance, the tight pads that accentuate the gluteals and hamstrings and what look for all the world like codpieces, the gradual slow shift of venue to artificial surface, artificial turf. Don't the pants fronts look fitted with codpieces? And have a look at these men whacking each other's asses after a play. It is like Swinburne sat down on his soul's darkest night and designed an organized sport. And pay no attention to Orrin's defense of football as a ritualized substitute for armed conflict. Armed conflict is plenty ritualized on its own. And since we have real armed conflict, take a spin through Boston's Roxbury and Mattapan districts some evening, there is no need or purpose for a substitute. Football is pure, homophobically repressed Nancyism. And do not let O tell you different. 3C. I cannot help you too much with the facts surrounding Dr. Incandenza's suicide. I know that he erased his own cartography in a grisly way. I was told that in the year leading up to his death, Dr. Incandenza was abusing ethyl alcohol on a daily basis and was working on a whole new genre of film cartridge that Orrin, at the time, claimed was driving Dr. Inc. insane. 3E. The supposed cause of their separation is that Dr. Incandenza began using her in his work more and more extensively, and eventually asked her to perform in the predominant, completely radical new type of filmed entertainment that supposedly was driving him to a breakdown. They supposedly became close, James and Joellen, though Orrin, in my judgment, is not a reliable source of information about their relationship. The only other apposite fact I have, and I have this not from Orrin, but from an innocent female relative of mine who was briefly in a position to interface with our punter in an intimate and unguarded way impossible between hetero males, is that some incident occurred in the Incandenza's Volvo involving one of the windows and a word. All I am given is that O reports that in the days prior to Dr. Incandenza's philodicee, a so-called word appeared on a fogged window of Mrs. Ink's pale yellow Volvo, and the word cast a conjugal pall in all sorts of directions. This is it. 5. The veiled warning? Typo? You refer to in my postal response to you is simply that you have to take what Orrin says in a fairly high-sodium way. I am not sure I would stand and point at Orrin as an example of a classic pathological liar, but you have only to watch him in certain kinds of action to see that there can be such a thing as sincerity with a motive. I have no idea what your relationship with Orrin is or what your feelings are, and if Orrin wishes it, I am afraid I can predict your feelings for him will be strong. So, I shall tell you that, for instance, at ETA, I saw Orrin in bars or at post-tournament dances go up to a young lady he would like to pick up and use this fail-safe cross-sectional pickup strategy that involved an opening like, "Tell me what sort of man you prefer, and then I'll affect the demeanor of that man," which in a way, of course, is being almost pathologically open and sincere about the whole picking-up enterprise, but also has this quality of, look at me being so totally open and sincere I rise above the whole disingenuous posing process of attracting someone, and I transcend the common disingenuity in a bar heard in a particularly hip and witty self-aware way. And if you will let me pick you up, I will not only keep being this wittily, transcendently open, but will bring you into this world of social falsehood transcendence. Which, of course, he cannot do because the whole openness demeanor thing is itself a purposive social falsehood. It is a pose of poselessness. Orrin Incandenza is the least open man I know. Spend a little time with Orrin's Uncle Charles, a.k.a. Gretel the cross-section dairy cow, Tavis, if you want to see real openness in motion. And you will see that genuine pathological openness is about as seductive as Tourette's syndrome. It is not that Orrin Incandenza is a liar, but that I think he has come to regard the truth as constructed instead of reported. He came by this idea educationally, is all I will add.
He studied for almost 18 years at the feet of the most consummate mindfucker I have ever met. And even now he remains so flummoxed he thinks the way to escape that person's influence is through enunciation and hatred of that person. Defining yourself in opposition to something is still being analytic on that thing, isn't it? I certainly think so. And men who believe they hate what they really fear they need are of limited interest, I find. Again, I will remind you that Orrin and I are on the outs a bit at the moment, so some of my judgments may be temporarily short on charity. One reason Orrin is not a straight-out liar is that Orrin is not a particularly skillful liar. The few times I saw him try consciously to lie were pathetic. This is one reason why his juvenile recreational chemical phase passed so quickly compared to some of our colleagues at ETA. If you are going to do serious drugs while you are still a minor and under your parents' roof, you are going to have to lie often and lie well. Orrin was a strangely stupid liar. I am recalling there was one afternoon on Mrs. Clark's day off when Mrs. Ink had to go off and overfunction somewhere, and Orrin was supposed to babysit Mario and Hal, who were at the kind of crazed toddler age where they would hurt themselves if they were not closely supervised, and I was over, and Orrin and I decided to dart up to the loft over the Westonhouse's garage to smoke a bit of Bob Hope, which is to say high-resin marijuana. And in the loft, high, wandered disastrously into the sort of pseudo-philosophical mental labyrinth that Bob Hope smokers are always wandering into, and getting trapped in, and wasting huge amounts of time. Note to footnote. This tendency to involuted abstraction is sometimes called marijuana thinking. And, by the way, the so-called amotivational syndrome consequent to massive Bob Hope consumption is a misnomer, for it is not that Bob Hope smokers lose interest in practical functioning, but rather marijuana think themselves into labyrinths of reflexive abstraction that seem to cast doubt on the very possibility of practical functioning, and the mental labor of finding one's way out consumes all available attention, and makes the Bob Hope smoker look physically torpid and apathetic and amotivated sitting there, when really he is trying to claw his way out of a labyrinth. Note that the overwhelming hunger, the so-called munchies, that accompanies cannabis intoxication may be a natural defense mechanism against this kind of loss of practical function, since there is no more practical function anywhere than foraging for food. Inside an intellectual room they cannot negotiate their way out of, and by the time we hadn't resolved the abstract problem that had put us into the labyrinth, but just, as always, had gotten so hungry we abandoned it and stumbled out and down the loft's wooden ladder, the sun was all the way on the other side of the sky over Wayland and Sudbury, and the whole afternoon had passed without Hal and Mario having received any protective supervision. And Hal and Mario somehow survived the afternoon. But when Mrs. Incandenza returned that night, she asked Orrin what we and the supervised toddlers had done all afternoon, and Orrin had lied that we had all been right here, respectively playing and supervising. And Mrs. Incandenza expressed puzzlement to Orrin because she said she had tried to call the house several times that afternoon but was unable to get through. And Orrin replied that while supervising he had herded the toddlers carefully into rooms with phone jacks and made calls and had been on the phone several times for long periods of time for this, that, or the other thing, was why she had been unable to get through. At which Mrs. Incandenza, who is extremely tall, had blinked several times and looked very confused and said that, but the phone had not been busy. It had just rung and rung and rung. At a juncture like this, men and boys get separated, in terms of prevarication, I submit. And all Orrin could come up with was a steady gaze as he said, as if, from the rose garden, "I have no response to that." Which incredibly stupid response he and I found very funny for weeks afterward, especially since
Mrs. Incandenza never punished, and refused to act as if she believed lying was even a possibility as far as her children were concerned, and treated an exploded lie as an insoluble cosmic mystery instead of an exploded lie. The worst instance of both Orrin's mendacious idiocy and Mrs. Incandenza's unwillingness to countenance an idiotic lie came one grisly day soon after Orrin had finally gotten his vehicle operator's license. O and I found ourselves with an idle weekday afternoon off in August after losing early at a synthetic grass tournament down at Longwood, and Hal was still alive in what was then boys' tens, and thus a good bit of the ETA summer community was still down at Longwood, including Mario and Mrs. Incandenza, who'd been driven down, I remember, by a sort of swarthily, foreign-looking, manilial internist medical resident Mrs. Inc. had introduced as a so-called dear and cherished friend, but hadn't explained how they'd met. And Dr. Incandenza was indisposed and not in a position to bother anyone that day, I remember. And Orrin and I had most of ETA to ourselves, even the gate's portcullis unmanned and up. And this being at the acme of our interest in such things, we wasted little time in ingesting some sort of recreational substance. I cannot recall what kind, but I remember them as particularly impairing. And we decided, however, that we weren't yet impaired enough, and decided to drive down the hill to one of the disreputable liquor stores along Commonwealth Avenue that accepted your word of honor as proof of age. And we hopped into the Volvo and blasted down the hill and down Commonwealth Avenue, severely impaired, and wondered in a speculative way why people on the sidewalks all along Commonwealth seemed to be waving at us and holding their heads and pointing and jumping wildly up and down, and Orrin waving cheerfully back and holding his own head in a sort of friendly imitation. But it was not until we got all the way down to the Commonwealth-Brighton Ave split that the horrible realization hit us. Mrs. Incandenza often, during summer days, kept the Incandenza's beloved dog, S. Johnson, leashed to the back of her Volvo within reach of his water and science diet bowls. And Orrin and I had peeled out in the car without even thinking to check for whether S. Johnson was attached to it. I will not try to describe what we found when we pulled into a parking lot and slunk to the rear of the car. Let's call it a nubbin. Let's say what we found was a leash and collar and a nubbin. According to the couple of witnesses who were able to speak, S. Johnson had made a valiant go of trying to keep up back there for at least a couple blocks down Commonwealth. But at some point he either lost his footing or got his canine affairs in order and figured it was his day to shuffle off, and gave up and hit the pavement. After which the scene the witnesses described was unspeakable. There was fur, and let's call it material, down the middle of the inside eastbound lane for 5 or 6 blocks. What we had left to take slowly back up the Academy's hill was a leash, a collar with tags describing medication, allergies, and food sensitivities, and a nubbin of, let's call it, attached material. The point is that I defy you to imagine how it felt later that day to stand there with Orrin in the HMH living room before the prone and piteously weeping Mrs. Incandenza, and listen to Orrin try to construct a version of events in which he and I had sensed somehow that S. Johnson was dying for a good, brisk August walk, and were walking him down Commonwealth. Note to footnote. Now, Orrin had never once walked S. Johnson. Orrin was not even all that keen on S. Johnson, because the dog was always trying to mate with his left leg. And anyway, S. Johnson was very much Mrs. Incandenza's dog, and was normally exercised only by Mrs. Incandenza, and at rigidly specific times of day. Saying, there we were, walking good old S. Johnson demurely down the sidewalk, when a hit-and-run driver not only swerved up onto the sidewalk to run the dog down, but then backed up and ran him over again, and backed up and ran him over again, and on and on. So more like a pulverize-and-run driver. While Orrin and I had stood there too paralyzed with horror and grief even to think of noticing the make and color of the car, much less the fiend's license plate. Mrs. Incandenza on her knees. There's something surreal about a very tall woman on her knees, weeping and pressing her hand to her collarbone, but nodding in confirmation at every syllable of Orrin, spinning this pathetic lie. Oh, holding up the leash and collar and nubbin, like Exhibit A, with me next to him, wiping my forehead and wishing the immaculately polished and sterilized hardwood floor would swallow up the whole scene in toto. 7. Miss Steeples, to my way of thinking, the word abuse is vacuous. Who can define abuse? The difficulty with really interesting cases of abuse is that the ambiguity of the abuse becomes part of the abuse. Thanks over the decades to the energetic exercise of your own profession, Ms. Steele, we have all heard ACOAs and Alatines and Aconas and ACOGs and whiners relate clear cases of different kinds of abuse. Beatings, diddlings, rapes, deprivations, domineerment, humiliation, captivity, torture, excessive criticism, or even just utter disinterest. But at least the victims of this sort of abuse can, when they have dredged it back up after childhood, confidently call it abuse. There are, however, more ambiguous cases, harder to profile, one might say. What would you call a parent who is so neurasthenic and depressive that any opposition to his parental will plunges him into the sort of psychotic depression where he does not leave his bed for days, and just sits there in bed cleaning his revolver, so that the child would be terrified of opposing his will and plunging him into a depression and maybe causing him to suicide? Would that child qualify as abused? Or a father who is so engrossed by mathematics that he gets engrossed helping his child with his algebra homework and ends up forgetting the child and doing it all himself so that the child gets an A in fractions but never in fact learns fractions? Or even, say, a father who is extremely handy around the house and can fix anything and has the son help him, but gets so engrossed in his projects, the father, that he never thinks to explain to the son how the projects actually get done, so that the son's help never advances past simply handing the father a specified wrench or getting him lemonade or Phillips head screws until the day the father is crushed into aspic in a freak accident on the Jamaica Way and all opportunities for transgenerational instruction are forever lost, and the son never learns how to be a handy homeowner himself, and when things malfunction around his own one-room home, he has to hire contemptuous, filthy-nailed men to come fix them, and feels terribly inadequate, the son, not only because he is not handy, but because this handiness seemed to him to have represented to his father everything that was independent and manly and non-disabled in an American male. Would you cry abuse if you were the unhandy son looking back? Worse, could you call it abuse without feeling that you were a pathetic, self-indulgent piss puddle? What with all the genuine cases of hair-raising physical and emotional abuse, diligently reported and analyzed daily by conscientious journalists and profiled, I am not sure whether you could call this abuse, but when I was, long ago, abroad in the world of dry men, I saw parents, usually upscale, and educated and talented and functional and white, patient and loving and supportive and concerned and involved in their children's lives, profligate with compliments and diplomatic with constructive criticism, loquacious in their pronouncements of unconditional love for and approval of their children, conforming to every last jot/tittle in any conceivable definition of a good parent. I saw parent after unimpeachable parent who raised kids who were A. emotionally retarded, or B. lethally self-indulgent, or C. chronically depressed, or D. borderline psychotic, or E. consumed with narcissistic self-loathing, or F. neurotically driven/addicted, or G. variously psychosomatically disabled, or H. some conjunctive permutation of A through G. Why is this? Why do many parents who seem relentlessly bent on producing children who feel they are good persons, deserving of love, produce children who grow to feel they are hideous persons, not deserving of love, who just happen to have lucked into having parents so marvelous that the parents love them even though they are hideous? Is it a sign of abuse if a mother produces a child who believes not that he is innately beautiful and lovable and deserving of magnificent maternal treatment, but somehow that he is a hideous, unlovable child who has somehow lucked into having a really magnificent mother? Probably not. But could such a mother then really be all that magnificent, if that's the child's view of himself? I am not speaking about my own mother, who was decapitated by a plummeting rotor blade long before she could have much effect one way or the other on my older brother, an innocent younger sister, and me. I think, Mrs. Starkley, that I am speaking of Mrs. Avril M.T. Incandenza, although the woman is so multi-leveled and indictment-proof that it is difficult to feel comfortable with any sort of univocal accusation of anything. Something just was not right, is the only way to put it. Something creepy, even on the culturally stellar surface. For instance, after Orrin had pretty clearly killed her beloved dog, S. Johnson, in a truly awful, if accidental way, and then tried to evade responsibility for it with the lie that a parent far less intelligent than Avril could have seen right through, Mrs. Ink's response was not only not conventionally abusive, but seemed almost too unconditionally loving and compassionate and selfless to possibly be true. Her response to Orrin's pathetic pulverize and run driver lie was not to act credulous so much as to act as if the entire grotesque fiction had never reached her ears. And her response to the dog's death itself was bizarrely furcated. On the one hand, she mourned S. Johnson's death very deeply, took the leash and collar and canine nubbin tenderly, and arranged lavish memorial and funeral arrangements, including a heartbreakingly small cherrywood coffin, cried in audible private for weeks, etc. But the other half of her emotional energies went into being overly solicitous and polite toward Orrin, upping the daily compliment and reinforcement dose, arranging for favorite foods at ETA meals, having his favorite little tennis appurtenances appear magically in his bed and locker with loving notes attached, basically making the thousands of little gestures by which the technically stellar parent can make her child feel particularly valued. Note to footnote. Yes, all right, this may start to touch on it. Not valuable, but valued. all out of concern that Orrin in no way thinks she resented him for S. Johnson's death, or blamed him, or loved him less in any way because of the whole incident. Not only was there no punishment or even visible pique, but the love and support bombardment increased. And all this was coupled with elaborate machinations to keep the mourning and funeral arrangements and moments of wistful dog remembrance hidden from Orrin, for fear that he might see that the moms was hurt and so feel bad or guilty, so that in his presence Mrs. Ink became even more cheerful and loquacious and witty and intimate and benign, even suggesting, in oblique ways, that life was now somehow suddenly better without the dog, that some kind of unrecognized albatross had been somehow removed from her neck, and so on and so forth. What does a trained analyst of our cultural profile's soft contours like yourself make of this, Mrs. Starksaddle? Is it mind-bogglingly considerate and loving and supportive? Or is there something creepy about it? Maybe a more perspicuous question, was the almost pathological generosity with which Mrs. Ink responded to her son taking her car in an intoxicated condition and dragging her beloved dog to its grotesque death and then trying to lie his way out of it, was this generosity for Orrin's sake or for Avril's own? Was it Orrin's self-esteem she was safeguarding, or her own vision of herself as a more stellar mom's than any human son could ever hope to feel he merits? When Orrin does his impression of Avril, which I doubt you or anyone else can get him to do any more, though it was a party stopper back in our days at the academy, what he will do is assume an enormous warm and loving smile and move steadily toward you until he is in so close that his face is spread up flat against your own face, and your breaths mingle. If you can get to experience it, the impression, which will seem worse to you, the smothering proximity, or the unimpeachable warmth and love with which it's affected? For some reason now I am thinking of the sort of philanthropist who seems humanly repellent not in spite of his charity, but because of it. On some level you can tell that he views the recipients of his charity not as persons, so much as pieces of exercise equipment on which he can develop and demonstrate his own virtue. What's creepy and repellent is that this sort of philanthropist clearly needs privation and suffering to continue, since it is his own virtue he prizes, instead of the ends to which the virtue is ostensibly directed. Everything Orrin's mother is about is always terribly well-ordered and multivalent. I suspect she was badly abused as a child. I have nothing concrete to back this up. But if, Miss Bainbridge, you have yielded your own charms to Orrin, and if Orrin strikes you as a wonderfully gifted and giving lover, which by various accounts he is, not just skilled and sensuous, but magnificently generous, empathetic, attentive, loving, if it seems to you that he does truly derive his own best pleasure from giving you pleasure, you might wish to reflect soberly on this vision of Orrin imitating his dear mom's as philanthropist. A person closing in, arms open wide, smiling. .270. Registered trademark, The Glad Flaccid Receptacle Corporation, Zanesville, Ohio. .271. Including Kay McKenna, who claims to have a bruised skull, but does not in fact have a bruised skull. .272. This is why Ann Kittenplan, way more culpable for eschaton damage than any of the other kids, isn't down here on the punitive cleanup crew, is that it's become a de facto tunnel club operation. Lamont Shue was nominated to tell her she could blow it off, and they'd mark her down as present, which was just fine with Ann Kittenplan, since even the butchest little girls don't seem to have this proto-masculine fetish for enclosure underneath things. 273. Equals, stars, shooting stars, falling stars. 274. Poutrincourt uses the Nook idiom reflexis instead of the more textbook reflexis, and does indeed sound like the real Canadian McCoy, though her accent is without the long moany suffixes of Marat. But anyway, it is for certain that a certain journalist will be emailing Falls Church, Virginia, on the USO's clipper-proof line for the unexpurgated files on one Poutrincourt Thierry T. 275. Using sinulaire instead of the more Québécois se détruire. 276. Using the Vulgate Québécois transpercin, whose idiomatic connotation of doom Poutrincourt shouldn't have had any reason to think the Parisian-speaking Steeply would know, which is the slip that indicates that Poutrincourt's figured out that Steeply is neither a civilian, soft profiler, nor even a female, which Poutrincourt's probably known ever since Steeply'd lit his Flanderfume with the elbow of his lighter arm out instead of in, which only males and radically butch lesbians ever do, and which, together with the electrolysis rash, comprises the only real chink in the operative's distaff persona, and would require an almost professionally hypervigilant and suspicious person to notice the significance of. 277. Trois-Rivières region idiom, meaning basically reason to get out of bed in the morning. 278. Where was Mrs. Pemulus all this time, late at night, with dear old Da P shaking Matty awake until his teeth rattled, and little Mickey curled up against the far wall, shell-breathing, silent as death is what I'd want to know. 279. The kid's the former ETA whose name keeps eluding and torturing Hal, who hasn't gone over 24 hours without getting high in secret for well over a year, and doesn't feel very good at all, and finds the kid's name's elusiveness infuriating. 280. Anhedonia was apparently coined by Ribot, a continental Frenchman, who, in his 19th century Psychologie des Sentiments, says he means it to denote the psycho-equivalent of analgesia, which is the neurologic suppression of pain. 281. This had been one of Hal's deepest and most pregnant abstractions, one he'd come up with once while getting secretly high in the pump room. That we're all lonely for something we don't know we're lonely for. How else to explain the curious feeling that he goes around feeling like he misses somebody he's never even met? Without the universalizing abstraction, the feeling would make no sense. 282. The big reason why people in pain are so self-absorbed and unpleasant to be around. 283. SSRIs, of which Zoloft and the ill-fated Prozac were the ancestors. 284. A crude and cheap form of combustible methadone, favored by the same sort of addictive class that sniffs gasoline fumes, or coats the inside of a paper bag with airplane glue and puts the bag over their face and breathes until they fall down and start to convulse. 285. This has got to be a mispronunciation, or catachresis on RVC's part, since clonidine, which is composed of 2,2,6-dichloroanilino and 2-imodazolene, is a decidedly adult-strength antihypertensive. The infant would have to be NFL-sized to tolerate it. 286. Kate G's never done ice, or crack/base/crank, nor even cocaine or low-impact dreams. Drug addicts tend to fall into different classes. Those who like Downs and Mr. Hope rarely enjoy stimulants, while coke and dream fiends as a rule abhor marijuana. This is an area of potentially fruitful study in addictionology. Note that pretty much every class of addicts drinks, though. 287. Since last winter, when a stale smell, litter of dental stimulators, and single slender spit-wet butt signified that a certain upperclassman had been smoking Panatellas late at night in VR3. 288. The continent's best yogurt. Registered trademark. 289. In point of a fact wholly unknown to Hal, BS, OTN, was in fact a very sad self-hate festival on himself's part, a veiled allegory of sponsorship and himself's own miserable distaste for the vacant grins and reductive platitudes of the Boston AA that MDs and counselors kept referring him to. 290. Whether the girl's hideous facial burn scars are the result of a freebase accident is never made explicit in the film. Bernadette Longley says she kind of hopes that's the case, because otherwise the scars would function as symbols of some deeper and more spiritual wound/hideousness, and the symbolic equation of facial with moral deformity strikes everybody over 13 in the room as terribly gooey and heavy and stock. 291. After a heyday during the premillennial self-help craze, CAs receded back to being a splinter of the still enormous Narcotics Anonymous, and Pat Montesian and the Endnotes House staff, while they have nothing against a resident with cocaine issues hitting the occasional CA venue, strongly suggest that residents stick with AA or NA, and not make splinters like CA or Designer Drug Addicts Anonymous or Prescription Tranquilizers Anonymous their primary fellowship for recovery, mostly because the splinters tend to have way fewer groups and meetings, and some none at all in certain parts of the U.S., and because their extremely specific substance focus tends to narrow the aperture of recovery and focus too much on abstinence from just one substance, instead of complete sobriety and a new spiritual way of life in toto. 292. Fearful partly because the Endnotes House staff strongly discourages residents forming any kind of sentimental attachment to members of the opposite sex during their 9-month stay. Note to footnote. This is a corollary of Boston AA's suggestion that single newcomers not get romantically involved for the first year of sobriety. The big reason for this, Boston AAs with time will explain if pinned down, is that the sudden removal of substances leaves an enormous ragged hole in the psyche of the newcomer, the pain of which the newcomer is supposed to feel and be driven kneeward by and pray to have filled by Boston AA and the old higher power, and intense romantic involvements offer a delusive analgesic for the pain of the hole, and tend to make the involvees clamp onto one another like convalescence-hungry isotopes, and substitute each other for meetings and activity in a group and surrender, and then, if the involvement doesn't pan out, which, like, how many between newcomers do you suppose do, both involvees are devastated, and in even more whole pain than before, and now don't have the intensive work in AA-dependent strength to make it through the devastation without going back to the substance. Relevant gnomes here might include addicts don't have relationships, they take hostages, sick, and an alcoholic is a relief-seeking missile, and so on. The no-involvement thing tends to be the Waterloo of all suggestions for newcomers, and celibacy is often the issue that separates those who hang from those who go back out there. To say nothing of attachments to staffers. 293. Apparently the current colored word for other coloreds. Joelle Van Dyne, by the way, was acculturated in a part of the USA where verbal attitudes toward black people are dated and unconsciously derisive, and is doing pretty much the best she can, colored, and so on, and, anyway, is a paragon of racial sensitivity compared to the sort of culture Don Gately was conditioned in. 294. It's a Boston colored thing on commitments to make all speech a protracted apostrophe to some absent Jim, Joelle's observed, in a neutral, sociologic way. 295. Boston Housing Authority. 296. Mixes 5-to-1 with ferric chloride to produce A plus B blood, an FX staple of low-budget splatter films. 297. The cartridge's repetitive emphasis on the Mother Superior's desire to silence the novitiate leads B. Boone, a lazy student but very bright girl, to opine that the silent brown-cowled Trappists who've been hanging superfluously around the film's edges like some mute Greek chorus have been serving a symbolic rather than a narrative function, which strikes Hal as perceptive. 298. It's also a sly shtick-directed oclet, of course, amounting to something like, "We are what we revile," or we are what we scurry around as fast as possible with our eyes averted. Though when Stitt mentions the motto, he never attaches any moral connotation to it, or, for that matter, ever translates it, allowing prorectors and big buddies to adjust their translations to suit the needs of the pedagogical moment. 299. Copyright, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Lottery Authority. 300. Easily found when pawning a cordless Monsieur Café, registered trademark, café au lait maker, at a Brookline shop of pawning, for Fortier and Marat and the AFR knew well Monsieur Duplessis' passion of breakfast café au lait. 301. Having in her MBA program absorbed the litigatory lessons of music producers versus cassette tape manufacturers and film production companies versus videotape rental chains, Noreen Lace-Forchet protected Interlace's Golden Goose's copyrights by specifying that all consumer TP-compatible laser cartridges be engineered as read-only. Copyable master cartridges require special OS codes and special hardware to run. Note to footnote. NLF had even rigged it so that masters have to be run at 585 RPM instead of a consumer TP's cartridge drive's 450 RPM. And you need licenses for both the codes and the hardware, which keeps most consumers out of the bootleg cartridge business, but is not a hard hurdle to clear if you've got financial resources and political incentive, i.e., to dupe off a master. 302. Thanks to the betrayal of Marat, this pure malice agenda is known to the Office of Unspecified Services, though it is not impossible that Fortier deliberately allowed Marat to pass along this datum, Marat knows, for the hope of instilling even deeper chills of fear in Saint-Christy Gentle and his ONAN Chacuron. Suspected but unknown by Marat, Fortier plans to have Marat view the entertainment by force before plans for the dissemination of copies from a master are firm in execution. This not because Fortier for a moment suspects Marat's love of his wife's health of prompting his betrayal of Le Répé. Fortier had overseen both Jeu de Prochain Tron, note to footnote, QV, note 304 sub, at which Marat's elder brothers had been struck and killed, and Fortier has long nursed a suspicion that Marat nurses dreams of redress for this. 303. Though hope springs eternal in the breasts, this news had been expected by Bruyim and Fortier the moment they witnessed the shop's brothers active and alert, for they believed no master cartridge would have lain unshelved in a bag or damp box. Even the dim brothers Antitois, seeing the unique case and slightly larger size of a master, would have put this to the special side, and arranged for the special 585 RPM hardware to view it, to check for special value, and been already lost. 304. QV at 20:30 hours, on 11 November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, 308 Subdorm B, Enfield Tennis Academy, where James Albrecht Lockley Struck Jr. sits slumped, chin in hands, forehead slathered in C2H5CO2 O2. Note to footnote. Pimple cream. Elbows on tiny cleared spots on desktop. TP compactly humming. Word processing converter plugged into its green-lit dock. HD screen set atop the cartridge viewer chassis on its fold-out support like a loved one's photo. Keyboard hauled out of McGee-like chaos of closet and set on heavy touch. Cursor throbbing softly at screen's upper left before struck, hunched blearily over what's starting to emerge as like unabsorbable amounts of research material for his post-midterm term paper for Ms. Poutrincourt's History of Canadian Unpleasantness course thing. Struck always refers mentally to his classes as things. Original hopes for at least originality of topic have long since gone over the side of the boat, emotionally. It turns out the more luridly absorbing the angle of topic you choose, the more people have already been there before you with their footprints to fill and their obscurely academic-type journal articles to try and absorb and, synthesize. Struck's been at this over an hour, and his original sights have lowered considerably. He's been feeling a bit punk all day. Sinuses, with that infallible storms-on-the-way feeling of weight and clot and a goalie mask headache that throbs with his heart, and he's now trying to find some new resource in the piles that's obscure and amateurish enough for him to transpose and semi-plagiarize without worrying about Poutrincourt, having read it, or smelling a rat in the woodpile. Almost as little of irreproachable scholarly definitiveness is known about the infamous separatist wheelchair assassins, les assassins des fauteuils roulants, or AFRs, of southwestern Quebec, as is accepted as axiomatic about the herds of oversized, feral infants allegedly reputed to inhabit the periodically over-inhabitable forested sections of the Eastern Reconfiguration. A BPL Archfax database search of the conjunctive key terms AFR, wheelchair, fauteuil roulant, Quebec, separatism, terrorist, experialism, history, and cult, which you'd think would narrow things down nicely, yielded over 400 items, articles, essays, and papers, and everything from the continent to us, from foreign affairs to something called Wild Conceits, a well-begun little marginal archaic desktop pub-looking thing, put up by someplace called Bayside Community College up I-93 in Medford, nowhere near any bays, and edited by the same named guy whose Wild Conceits Wheelchair Killers essay struck after having to read the first sentence a bunch of times to even make sense of it, gauges he's pretty safe in ripping off, since no way Poutrincourt'd have spent the time to ESL her way through U.S. Academies this insufferable. That the prenominate oversized infants reputedly do exist are anomalous and huge, grow but do not develop, feed on the abundance of annularly available edibles the overgrowth periods in the region represent, do deposit titanically outsized scat, and presumably do crawl thunderously about, occasionally sallying south of murated retention lines and into populated areas of New England. In a twist on the usual plagiarism situation, the hardest work for Struck here is going to be sanitizing the prose in this Wild Conceits guy's thing, or at least bringing the verbs and modifiers down out of the total ozone, which the academies here on the whole sounds to Struck like the kind of foam-flecked megalograndiosity he associates with quaaludes and red wine, and then the odd preludin to pull out of the grandiose nosedive of the quaaludes and red wine. Plus, let's not even mention repair work on the freewheeling transitions. Poutrincourt has a fetishy thing about transitions. The massive feral infants formed by toxicity and sustained by annulation, however, are, from the vulgate perspective of this year of the whisper-quiet Maytag dishmaster, essentially passive icons of the experialist gestalt. Would that the infamous assassins des fauteuils roulants were as well. Struck can almost see Poutrincourt putting a big red triple underlined "Quoi?" under a transition this tortured and freewheeling. Struck pictures the Wild Conceits guy totally strafed as he goes, weaving over his foam-flecked desktop, almost. For the infamous Quebecer separatist AFR cell's claims to irreducibly active status include the following. The legless Quebecer wheelchair assassins, although legless and confined to wheelchairs, nevertheless contrived to have situated large reflective devices across odd-numbered United States highways for the purpose of disorienting and endangering northbound Americans, to have disrupted pipelines between processing points in the Eastern Reconfiguration's annular fusion grid, have been linked to attempts at systemic damage of the federally contracted Empire Waste Displacement's launch and reception facilities on both sides of the reconfigured intra-continental border, and perhaps, most infamously, derive their cell's own sobriquet in the Vox Populi, wheelchair assassins, from the active practice of assassinating prominent Canadian officials who support or even tolerate what they, the AFRs, in infrequent public communiques, regard as both Quebec and Canada in toto's Sudetenlandization by the, as the AFR characterize it, same American-dominated Organization of North American Nations, which forced ecologically distorted and possibly mutagenic territory into their, the nation of Canada, and most specifically and intensively the province of Quebec, aegis in the newly subsidized year of the Whopper. Struck, canted slightly in his desk chair from the overdevelopment of his body's right side, is also trying to carve up each of this diarrheatic GT Day MS Guy's clauses into less long self-contained sentences that sound more earnest and pubescent, like somebody earnestly struggling toward truth instead of flecking your forehead with spittle as he ranted grandiosely. The wheelchair assassins at these all too publicly familiar assassinations materializing, quote, as if from nowhere, unquote, masters of stealth, striking terror into prominent Canadian hearts, affording no warning except the ominous squeak of slow wheels, striking swiftly and without warning, assassinating prominent Canadians, and then dissolving back into the dark night. As opposed to a light night? Struck forces sudden air through his full nose, producing a low and horn-like derisive sound. Striking always at night, a type of performative signature, to strike at night only, leaving behind only sinuous networks of thin, double tracks in snow, dew, leaves, or earth, as performative signatures, such that a double sinuous S-shaped line across the traditional fleur-de-lis motif of Quebecois separatism is the AFR cell's standard, its escutcheon or symbol, if you will, in their infrequent and always hostile communiques to the administrations of Canada and ONAN, such that, quote, to hear the squeak, unquote, is now an understood euphemistic locution among officials highly placed in Quebecois, Canadian, and ONANite power structures for instant, terrifying, and violent death, and for the media as well, as in, quote, before many thousands of shocked subscribers, newly elected Bloc Québécois leader Gilles Duceppe, and an aide, guarded by no fewer than a dozen units of the domestic detail's elite mounted cuirassiers, nevertheless heard the squeak last night during a spontaneously disseminated address at the lakeside resort of Pointe-Claire. Note to footnote, CBC/Pate, 1200 hours to 0000 hours, summary cartridge, number 911-24-04, 4 May, year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. Copyright, Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken, Pate Nouvelle Toujours Limited. Struck, clutching his head with one hand, is trying to find euphemismic in the TP's Lexbase. Affiliations sometimes purported between the root cult core of Les Assassins, on one hand, and the more extreme and violently subversive of Quebec's separatiste tour organizations, the Front de la Libération de la Québec, the Fidemoncom, the ultra-right anti-reconfigurative Vishnu of the Bloc Québécois, tend, however, to be contradicted by both stated agendas, the conventional separatist phalanxes demanding only the independent secession of provincial Quebec and the elimination of Anglo-American cognates from public discourse, while the AFR stated aims being nothing less total than the total return of all reconfigured territories to American administration, the cessation of all EWD airborne waste displacement, and ATH-SCME rotary air mass displacement activity within 175 kilometers of Canadian soil. The removal of all fission/waste/fusion annulars north of the 42nd degree north parallel, and the secession of Canada in toto from the Organization of North American Nations. And by the fact that all too many prominent figures in the recent socio-history of the separatist movement, for e.g. Schneid, Charest, Remillard, both senior and junior Bouchards, have in the last 24 months, particularly in the violent and bloody autumn of the year of the trial-sized Dove Bar, heard the squeak. Struck's little TP's internal Lex files confirm Vishnu, at least. Plus, there's a kind of almost savage edge to the article's incoherence that Struck's getting almost alike, a little. He keeps imagining the little hyphen of wrinkle Poutrincourt gets between her eyebrows when she doesn't follow something and can't quite tell if it's your English's fault or her English's fault. Prior to YPWC's Freedom of Speculation Act, credible socio-historical data on the origins and evolution of les assassins de fauteuil roulant from obscure, adolescent, nihilistic root cult to one of the most feared cells in the annals of Canadian extremism was regrettably patchy and depended on the hearsay of sources whose scholarly veracity was of an integrity somewhat less than unimpeachable. Struck here pictures Thierry Poutrincourt, who tends to get that little annoyed confusion wrinkle sometimes even with the lucidest of term papers, lowering her tall head and charging into a wall. One sinus feels noticeably bigger than the other sinus, and there's something not quite right with his neck from sitting hunched all this time, and he'd kill relatives for a quick Dubois. Les assassins de fauteuil roulant of Quebec are essentially cultists, locating both their political raison d'etre and their philosophical Dasein within the North American socio-historical interval of intensive, special interest diffraction that preceded, nay, one might dare say stood in integral causal relation with respect to, the nearly simultaneous inaugurations of ON-ANite governance, continental interdependence, and the commercial subsidization of a lunar ON-AN calendar. Like most Canadian cult extensions, however, the wheelchair assassins and their cultic derivations have proven substantially more fanatical, less benign, less reasonable, and substantially more malignant, in some more difficult for responsible authorities to anticipate, control, interdict, or reason with than even the most passionate U.S. cabals. This scholarly essay concurs in many essential respects with the thesis that Canadian and other non-American root cults, in contrast to all but what Phelps and Phelps argue are isolated pockets of anti-historical American stelliformism, persist so queerly in directing their reverent fealty toward principles, quote, often not only isomorphic with but actively opposed to the cultist's own individual pleasure, comfort, cui bono, or entertainment, as to be all but outside the ken of both the sophisticated predictive models of psycho-social science and the rudimentary comprehension of human reason. Note to footnote. In Phelps and Phelps, The Cults of the Unwavering 1. A field guide to cults of currency speculation, melanin, fitness, bioflavonoids, spectation, assassination, stasis, property, agoraphobia, repute, celebrity, acrophobia, performance, Amway, fame, infamy, deformity, scopophobia, syntax, consumer technology, scopophilia, Presleyism, hunterism, inner children, eros, xenophobia, surgical enhancement, motivational rhetoric, chronic pain, solipsism, survivalism, preterition, anti-abortionism, Kevorkianism, allergy, albinism, sport, Kiliasm, and telentertainment in pre-ON-AN North America. Copyright, Year of the Purdue Wonder Chicken. This all takes serious labor for Struck to decoct the gist out of, and then recast in rather less uptown and more basic, studential prose. Twice in the hall outside his and Shaw's and Pemberton's room, Rader and Wagenknecht and some other 16s-sounding males go down the hall, all of them together going, ah-ee, ooh, ah, ah-ee, and so on. It is an accepted fact that Les Assassins' root cult, in a fashion typical of those whose objects are divorced from the rational advancement of individual interest, takes for its rites and personality rituals intimately bound up with le jeu pour même, formal competitive games whose end is less any sort of prize than it is a manner of basic identity, i.e., that is, game as metaphysical environment and psychohistorical locus and gestalt. Struck's own historical dad, during Jim's own childhood in Rancho Mirage, was an inveterate red wine with heavy tranks on the side drinker, who used to make late-night phone calls to people he didn't know very well and make statements he later had to retract at great length, until finally one autumn night the dad had staggered out and attempted a 1.5 tuck into the Struck family's backyard pool that he hadn't recalled had been drained, resulting in a neck brace for life that ended his career as a low-80s golfer, resulting in incredible bitterness and family trauma before little J.A.L.S. Jr. was shipped off to the Rolling Hills Academy. It is, for example, largely conceded that les assassins' confinement to their apathetic wheelchairs can be traced to rural southwestern pre-experialist Quebec's infamous Les Jeux du Prochain Train, and that the AFR's root cult itself was comprised largely, or perhaps even entirely, of veteran devotees and practitioners of this savage, nihilistic, and metal-testing jeu pour même. Le culte du prochain train, often translated as the cult of the next train, is known to have originated at least a decade prior to Reconfiguration among the male offspring of asbestos, nickel, and zinc miners in the desolate Papineau region of what was then extreme southwest Quebec. The Chilling Games competition and its upspringing cult soon spread throughout the network of non-ionized and pre-interdependent railroad lines which carried raw materials south to Ottawa and the United States Great Lake ports. Over Struck's little desk hangs a model airplane made entirely from different parts of beer cans. While Inc. was keen on the whole lurid mirror-across-highway terrorism thing of early ONAN, and Schacht's paper's focus was the violent French Catholic protests against municipal fluoridation under Mulrooney, Struck had picked the AFR and Russian roulette-ish train-jumping cult thing connection, and was sticking to it with the same tenacity that kept him on the 18's A-squad, despite a serve that DeLint described as resembling a debutante's curtsy. The plane's got flattened cans for wings, smunched flat cans for wheels, part of a tall boy for fuselage and snout. As with many games, Le Jeu du Prochain Train was itself substantially simpler than the organization of the competition. A cool smile from Struck. It was played after sunset at specified sites, specifically Le Passage et Neveu du Voie Ferrée, that marked every rural Quebecer road's intersection with a railroad track. In the year of the Whopper, there were over 2,000 such intersections in the Papineau region alone, though not all saw heavy enough flow to accommodate the complexities of true competition. 6 boys, miners' sons, ages 10 to roughly 16, Quebecois French-speaking boys, line up on 6 railroad ties juts just outside the track. 216 boys, never either more nor less, are involved in the night's opening rounds, organized into 6s, each group of 6 taking its turn with a different train, standing on consecutive juts just outside one track, waiting, doubtless tense, awaiting the procession of a fearsome bride indeed. The night's heavily traveled crossing schedule of trains is known to Le Jeu du Prochain Train's episcopate of Les Directeurs de Jeu, older, post-adolescent boys, veterans of previous Le Jeu, many of them legless and in wheelchairs, or, for the sons of asbestos miners, many orphaned and desperately poor, on crude rolling boards. No timepieces are permitted the players, who are under the absolute discretion of the game's directeurs, whose decisions are final and often brutally enforced. They all are silent, listening for the sound of the engine's whistle, a sound which is sad and cruel at the same time, as the sound approaches and begins to subtly undergo Doppler effects. They tense palely muscled legs beneath hand-me-down corduroys, as the next train's one white eye rounds the track's curve and bears down on the game's waiting boys. Struck keeps bogging down in these parts where it seems like the guy just totally abandons a scholarly tone, and even probably starts making up or hallucinating details which there's no way Jim Struck could represent himself as having been there to see, and he's blue delete looping all over the place, plus grinding his eye and picking at his forehead, his 2 more or less constant responses to creative stress. Le jeu de Perchantron itself is simplicity in motion. The object be the last of your round's 6 to jump from one side of the tracks to the other, that is, across the tracks, before the train passes. Your only real opponents are your 6's other 5. Never is the train itself regarded as an opponent. The speeding, screaming train is regarded rather as le jeu's boundary, arena, and reason. Its size, its speed down the extremely gradual north-to-south grade of what was then southwestern Quebec, and the precise mechanical specifications of each scheduled train, these are known to the directors. They comprise the constants in a game, the variables of which are the respective wills of the 6 ranged along the track, and their estimates of one another's will to risk all to win. Struck transposes clearly non-adolescent uptown material like this into the variable of the game isn't so much a matter of the train, but the player's courage and will. The last few instants, vanishingly small, when the player may hurl himself athwart the expanse of track, across timber ties, creosote stench, gravel, and scarred iron, amid the ear-splitting scream of the whistle almost overhead, able to feel the huge push of terrible air from the transport's cow-catcher or express train's rounded nose, to go sprawling in the gravel past the track's other side and roll to see wheels and flanges, couplings and driving rods, the furious back and forth of transverse axles, feeling the whistle's steam condense to drizzle all around. These few seconds are known, familiar as their own pulse, to the boys who assemble and play. Struck's now progressed to grinding the whole heel of his hand into his eye socket, producing a kind of ectoplasmic pinwheel of red in there. Did, even pre-bullet railroad engines have flanges, and cow-catchers, and whistles that steamed? In a disastrous lapse, Struck copies hurl himself athwart, a decidedly un-Struckish-sounding verb phrase, verbatim, into his text. That the true variable which renders le jeu de Perchantron a contest, and not merely a game, involves the nerve and heart and willingness to risk all of any or all of the 5 waiting beside you at the track. How long can they wait? When will they choose? Their lives and limb worth how much queen-headed coin this night? More radical by far than the American youth automobile game of chicken, to which its principle is frequently compared, 5, not 1, different wills to comparatively gauge, in addition to your own will's resolve, and no motion or action to distract you from the tension of waiting motionlessly to move, waiting as one by one the other 5 quail and save themselves, leap to beat the train. And then the sentence just ends, without even a close to the parenthesis. Though Struck, with a canny sense for this sort of thing, knows the analogy to chicken'll ring just the right bell, term paper-wise. The jeu's historic best reportedly, however, ignore their 5 competitors completely, concentrating their entire attention on determining the last viable instant in which to leap, regarding the last, final, and only true opponent in the game to be their own will, mettle, and intuition about the last viable instant in which to leap. These nerveless few, le jeu's finest, many of whom will go on to directeur future jeu, if not often to membership in Les Assassins or its stelliform offshoots, these nerveless and self-contained virtuosi never see their opponents' flinches or ticks or the darkenings at corduroy's crotches. None of the normal signs of will faltering which lesser players scan for the game's finest players frequently close their eyes entirely as they wait, trusting the railroad tie's vibration and the whistle's pitch, as well as intuition and fate, and whatever numinous influences lie just beyond fate. Struck at certain point imagines himself gathering this wild conceit's guy's lapels together with one hand, and savagely and repeatedly slapping him with the other, forehand, backhand, forehand. The Colts game's principle is simple. The last of the 6 to jump before the train and land intact wins the round. The fifth through the second to leap have lost, but acquitted themselves. The first in a round to quail and jump walks home from there, alone under the moon, disgraced and ashamed. But even the first to quail and jump has jumped. Far beyond prohibited, not to jump at all is regarded as impossible. To perdre son cœur and not jump at all is outside le jeu's limit. The possibility simply does not exist. It is unthinkable. Only once in Le Jeu de Prochantron's extensive oral history has a miner's son not jumped, lost his heart and frozen, remaining on his jut as the round's train passed. This player later drowned. Perdre son cœur, when it is mentioned at all, is known also as faire un Bernard Wayne, in dubious honor of this lone, unjumping asbestos miner's son, about whom little beyond his subsequent drowning in the Bascatong Reservoir is known, his name denoting a figure of ridicule and disgust among speakers of the Papineau region Vulgate. Disastrously, Struck blithely transposes this stuff too, with not even a miniature, appliance-sized bulb flickering anywhere over his head. The game's object is to jump last and land still fully limbed upon the opposite embankment. Expresses are 30 kph faster than the conventional transports, but a transport's cowcatcher mangles. A boy struck head-on by a moving train is shot as from a cannon, knocked out of his shoes, describes a towering, flailing arc, and is transported home in a burlap sack. A player caught beneath a wheel and run over is frequently spread out along 100 red meters or more of reddened track, and is transported home in a number of ceremonial asbestos and nickel mining shovels provided by the jeu's older and frequently dismembered directeurs. As happens more often, purportedly, a boy who has dived more than halfway across the tracks when he is struck and hit loses one or more legs, either there on the spot, if lucky, or later, under surgical gas and orthopedic saws applied to what are customarily violently angled masses of unrecognizably contuted meat. The paradox here for Struck, as plagiarist, who needs something with sufficient detail to be able to basically just rehash, is that this thing here has almost too much detail, much of it purple. It doesn't even seem all that scholarly. It seems more like the wild conceits Bayside CC guy seemed to get more and more tipsy as the thing went on until he felt free to make a lot of it up, like, e.g., the contuted meat bits, etc. What's interesting to Howling Cadenza about his take on Struck, sometimes Pamulus, Evan Ingersoll et al., is that congenital plagiarists put so much more work into camouflaging their plagiarism than it would take just to write up an assignment from conceptual scratch. It usually seems like plagiarists aren't lazy so much as kind of navigationally insecure. They have trouble navigating without a detailed map's assurance that somebody has been this way before them. About this incredible painstaking care to hide and camouflage the plagiarism, whether it's dishonesty or a kind of kleptomaniacal thrill-seeking or what, Hal hasn't developed much of any sort of take. It is frightfully simple and straightforward. Sometimes the last of the six to jump is struck. Then the second-to-last leaper becomes the last and victor, and advances, each winner literally surviving into the game's next round, a sort of sextupled semifinal, 6 rounds of 6 Canadian boys each, the, quote, les trotsis for the evening. The initial round's boys, those who have been neither the last nor the disgraceful first to leap, are permitted to stay at the Le Passage à Nouveau de Voie Ferrée, assembled to become the semifinal's silent audience. The entire Le Jeu du Prochantron is customarily conducted in silence. In a disastrous and maybe unconsciously self-destructive set of lapses, Struck rehabilitates the prose but keeps a lot of the hallucinatory specific, descriptive stuff in, unfootnoted, though there's obviously no way he could pretend to have been there. The surviving losers, from among the Les Trotsis, then swell the ranks of the silent gallery as the 6 nerveless winners, the finalists, this night's attendant longtemps ces tours, some bleeding or grey with shock, survivors already of 2 separate long-delayed leaps and hair-breadth escapes, eyes blank or closed, mouths working in savoured distaste, await the nightly 23:59 express, the ultra-ionized Le Train de la Foudre, from Mont-Tremblant in Ottawa. They will jump athwart the tracks in front of its high-speed nose at the final moment, each trying to be the last to leap and live. It is not rare for several of the Le Jeu's finalists to be struck. Struck tries to decide whether it'd be unrealistic or unselfish, consciously realistic to keep using his own name as a verb. Would a man with anything to camouflage use his own name as a verb? That several among the La Côte du Prochain Train survivors and organizational directorate went on to found and comprise Les Assassins de Fauteuil Roulant is beyond socio-historical dispute, though the precise ideological relation between the BS era's simultaneously chivalric and nihilistic cult of the train's savage tournaments and the present's limbless cell of anti-ONAN extremists remains the subject of the same scholarly debate that surrounds the evolution of northern Quebec's Le Culte du Baiser sans fond into the not particularly dreaded but media-savvy Fille de Montcalm cell, credited with the helicopter dropping of the 12-meter, human waste-filled pie shell onto the rostrum of U.S. President Gentle's second inaugural. As with the Le Culte du Prochain Train, the cult of the endless kiss of the iron mining regions surrounding the Gulf of St. Lawrence coalesced around a periodic tournament-style competition, this one comprised of 64 adolescent Canadian participants, of whom one half were female. Note to footnote, except in certain very esoteric variations on the game. Thus the first round pitted 32 couples, each of which consisted of 1 male and 1 female Quebecer. Struck is trying to phone Hal, but gets only his room's wearisome phone machine message. Can you ever say pitted without some kind of against in there someplace later in the sentence? Struck envisions the wild conceit scholar, utterly strafed by this time, the guy's eyes crossed, and his head lolling, and having to cover one eye with a hand just to see a single screen, and typing with his nose. But with the apparent self-destructive credulity that characterizes many plagiarists, no matter how gifted, Struck goes ahead and puts in the complimentless pitted, imagining forehand and backhand slaps all the while. Of each pair, one half, designated by lot, filled his or her lungs to capacity with inhaled air, while the other exhaled maximally to empty his or hers. Their mouths were then fitted together and quickly sealed by an organizing cultist with occlusive tape, who then expertly employed the thumb and forefinger of both hands to seal the combatants' nostrils. Thus, the battle of the endless kiss had been joined. The entire lung contents of the designatedly inhaled player was then exhaled orally into the emptied lungs of his or her opponent, who in turn exhaled the inhalation back to its original owner, and so forth, back and forth, the same air being traded back and forth, with oxygen and carbon dioxide ratios becoming progressively more Spartan, until the organizer, holding their nostrils closed, officially declared one combatant or the other to be évanoui, or swooned, either fallen to the ground or out on his or her feet. The theoretics of the contest lends itself to an appreciation of the patient, attritive, grinding-down tactics of traditional Québécois separatiste tours, such as Le Fille de Montcalm and the Front de la Libération du Québec, as opposed to the viciousness and brinksmanship of Les Prochains Trains root cult's disabled heirs. The figurative object of the Baiser competition appears, according to Phelps and Phelps, to involve using what one is given with maximally exhaustive levels of efficiency and endurance, before excreting it back whence it came, a stoic stance toward waste utilization that the Phelps somewhat cavalierly employ to illuminate the Montcalmists' relative indifference to a continental reconfiguration that constitutes Les Assassins de Fauteuil Roulant's whole raison de la guerre outrance. Note to footnote. Reason for all-out war which struck in search without bothering even to check for the definition they'd been too befogged to give, which is, in and of itself, almost suicidal, given that Poutrincourt knows exactly how much French facility Strux got, or rather, hasn't. 3:05. She thought then. 3:06. Some of her and Jim's best arguments had been over the connotations of "everybody's a critic," which Jim had liked to repeat with all different shades and pitches of ironic double edge. 3:07. Joël Van Dyne and Oren Incandenza each remember themselves as the original approachee. It's unclear which, if either's memory is accurate, though it's noteworthy that this is one of the only 2 total times Oren has perceived himself as the approachee, the other being the Swiss hand model, on whose nude flank he's been furiously tracing infinity signs, all during the moment subject's absence. 3:08. Equals point of view. 3:09. In the Chestnut Hill Shopping Center on Boylston/Route 9, which the ETA A-Squad staggers past several times a week, on runs. A chain, but a very top shelf and fine one. And the Brookline Legal puts on a particularly fine marine spread, and the Boniface seemed to know Dr. Incandenza and called him by name, and brought him a double bonded without being asked. 3:10. Jargon. Film/cartridge studies. 3:11. Trilateral North American Immigration Bureaucracy. 3:12. Boston AA jargon. YET is an acronym for You're Eligible To, a denial buster for those who compare others' ghastly consequences to their own so far. The point being to get you to see the street guy with socks for gloves drinking Listerine at 0700 hours as just slightly farther down the same road you're on when you come in. Or something close to that. 3:13. The bureaucracy of Quebecois pensions, which had ruled against buying anything more than a used Kenbeck pacemaker from Marat's father, now deceased. 3:14. See Note 304 Supra. 3:15. Marat's malentendu of live-in. 3:16. Like, e.g., the Times, CT, and the Moms would come out to Logan to pick Mario and himself up from a filming trip. Mario lugging gear, himself damp and pasty from the cabin pressure, and not enough legroom, and his sport coat pockets always clicking with little plastic bottles with unopenable caps. And in the car up to Enfield, Mario's uncle would keep up an Opheliac mad monologue of chatter that would get himself's poor teeth grinding so bad that when they pulled over to the breakdown lane, and Mario came around to open the door and let himself lean out and be ill, there'd be grit in the throw-up that came out. White dental visible grit. From all the grinding. 3:17. Copyright B.S. 1981. Routledge and Keegan, Paul, PLC, London, UK. Wildly expensive hardcover. Not on disc. 3:18. Maine, having been lost altogether, recall. 3:19. Incandenza family idiom for leftovers. 3:20. Main Library, MIT, East Cambridge. Number 321. Quo vadis for a confirming example, 1930 hours, Thursday, 12 November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, room 204, subdorm B. No, look, it's still rise over run. The derivative's the slope of the tangent at some point along the function. It doesn't matter what point until they give you the point on the test. Will this even be on the boards? Do they go past trig? This is fucking trig! They'll give you word problems that may involve changing quantities, something accelerating, a voltage, inflation of ONAN currency over US currency. Differentiation will save you half the time, all those triangles inside triangles to figure change with trig. Trig's a unit bender on rate changes. Derivatives are just trig with some imagination. You imagine the points moving inexorably toward each other until, for all practical purposes, they're the same point. The slope of a defined line becomes the slope of a tangent to one point. One point that's in fact actually 2 points. Use your goddamn imagination, Inc., plus a couple prescribed limits, which they won't fuck with you on limits on the general test, trust me. This is a big pink titty compared to an eschaton calculation. You move the 2 points you're doing rise over run on infinitesimally close together. You end up with a plug-in formula. Can I tell you about my dream now, and then we'll use the momentum from that to plow through this? Just write this on your wrist or something. Function x, exponent n, the derivative's going to be nx plus x to the n minus 1. For any kind of first-order rate of increase thing they're going to ask you. This assumes a definable limit, of course, which no way they're going to fuck with you on limits on the fucking boards. It was a DMZ dream. Do you see how you're going to apply this to a rate of increase type little story they'll pose? It involved your experimental soldier, the massive dose. Let me just close this door here. It was the Leavenworth convict, the one you said had left the planet, the one belting out Ethel Merman. It was horrific, Mikey. In the dream, I was the soldier. So you're now going to assume a real you-know-what experience will be similar to the experience of a nightmare. Aha! Why nightmare? Why do you assume it was a nightmare? Did I use the word nightmare? You used the word horrific. I assume it wasn't a romp through the heather. In the dream, the horror was that I wasn't really singing There's No Business Like Show Business. I was really screaming for help. I was screaming like, help! I'm screaming for help, and everybody's acting as if I'm singing Ethel Merman covers. It's me, screaming for help! A Rusk-level dream, Inc. A standard nobody understands me dream. The DMZ and the Mermanization were incidental. There was a quality of loneliness to it, though, unlike anything. To be screaming that I'm screaming for help instead of singing a show tune, and to have the wardens and doctors gathered around, snapping their fingers and tapping their feet. Have I mentioned DMZ doesn't show up on a GCMS? Struck tracked this down off an obscure digestive flora footnote. It's the Fit Via Vive mold base. If the stuff shows up at all, it shows as a slight case of imbalanced yeast. I thought only girls got yeast. Inc., don't be so fucking naive. Data number 2 is, Struck is halfway toward nailing down that this stuff's original intent was to induce what they called, quote, transcendent experiences in, get this, chronic alcoholics in the 1960s at Verdun Protestant Hospital in Montreal. How come everywhere I turn this fall now, everybody's suddenly mentioning Quebec in all kinds of radically different contexts? Oren's calling with some protracted obsession about anti-ONAN Quebecers. Tavis up and announces Quebec are the lambs in this year's fundraiser. Your mom's from Quebec. And then this term, of all terms, I take Poutrincourt's insurgency class, which is basically a Quebecathon. Oh, I'd suspect some kind of conspiracy or trap. It's obvious everything's pointing toward getting you in a cell belting out Mermanalia. Inc. I think your hinges are starting to squeak. I think this is what plateau hopping up to the top does to somebody. I think a meaningful, transcendent DMZ-type, non-uremic fallout interlude before Tucson is just what the carpenter ordered for the old hinges. Keep you from going back to just smoking that Bob Hope day in and day out when the test's up. Shit'll kill your lungs. Shit'll make you fat, soft, moist, and pale, Inc. Seen it happen. You need something more than a 30-day clean-out. The tout ce que could be just the reconfiguration you need to start branching out. Leave the Bob Hope alone. Find something you can take to college or the show and not get paralyzed. Shit'll paralyze you over time, Inc. Blob. Saw it happen time and over back in the neighborhood. Once promising stand-up guys spending their lives in front of the TP, eating Nutter Butters and whacking off into an old sock. The shit fairy moves in with luggage for an extended stay, Inc. Plus, indecisive? You haven't seen indecisive till you've seen a guy with little fat titties slumped in a chair in his 10th year of nonstop Bob Hope. It's not pretty. Inkster, my friend, it's not pretty at all. A transcendent experience with me and the axe handle could be just what the hinges are squeaking for. Be around some other people for a change. Don't make me sit there with just axe handle babbling about Yale. Leave the Visine at home. Was it transcendent? The term instructs literature, or was it transcendental? It's a difference, for Christ's sake. Mike, what if I said I've been moving toward more than just a month off? Abandon all hope. Quo vadis, note 334 sub. This what I was talking. I mean, maybe make a decision. Forever. What if it was that I was doing it more and more, and it was getting less fun, but I was still doing it more and more, and the only way to moderate would be to, wave a hanky at it altogether? I applaud. Some low-risk transcendentalism with me and the human hatchet could be just the impotence for this kind of, major but it'd be everything. Blue flames, the odd dream. If I do anything, I know I'd go back to the Bob. I'd drop Madam Psychosis with you guys, and all my firmest resolve would melt, and I'd have the one-hitter out and be sniveling at you to spring some eternal hope on me. You're so naive, Ink. You're so sharp in one way and such a little bald, little fat-legged baby in the woods in others. You think you're just going to go, here I go, deciding, and reverse total thrust and quit everything? What I said was, what if? Hell, you're my friend, and I've been friends to you in ways you don't even have a clue, so brace yourself for a growth spurt. You want to quit because you're starting to see you need it. And that's exactly it. Peems, think how horrible that'd be if somebody needed it. Not just liked it, a great deal. Needing it becomes a whole separate order of... It seems horrific. It seems like the difference between really loving something and being... Say the word, Ink. Because you know why? What if it's true? The word. What if you are? So the answer's just walk away? If you're addicted, you need it, Hallie. And if you need it, what do you imagine happens if you just hoist the white flag and try to go on without it? Without anything? You lose your mind, Ink. You die inside. What happens if you try and go without something the machine needs? Food, moisture, sleep, O2? What happens to the machine? Think about it. You were just now applauding the idea of abandoning all hope. You were just invoking an image of me with breasts, masturbating into laundry, with cobwebs between my ass and a chair. That's the Bob! I didn't hear me say everything. If you need the Bob, Ink, you can only quit the Bob if you move onward and up to something else. Harder drugs. Just like those old film strips about pot opening the door to larger drugs. Where Jiminy Cricket... Oh, fuck you. It doesn't have to be harder. It just has to be something. I know guys quit heroin, coke. How? They make the strategic move to a case a day of Coors. Or to methadone, whatever. I know hard-drinking guys, Ink, that got off the booze by switching to the Bob Hope. Me, myself, you've seen, I switch all the time. The trick is the right switch for a man's wiring. I'm saying a real cobweb blaster with me and Axford after the fundraiser could help you get some serious perspective. Cut the baby talk and sweeping bullshit decisions there's no way you can do, and start getting a real handle on how you're going to branch out away from this Bob thing. Which I applaud the getting away from the Bob for you, Ink. It's not your thing. You were starting to get that look of a guy that'll end up with tits. So you're, in a very subtle way, lobbying for a DMZ drop by saying you don't believe I could simply quit everything, since you sure don't plan to quit. With your left eye wobbling all over the place, you haven't even quit the tenuate. Winners don't ever have to quit, in all Delint's little... I didn't hear me say none of that. And I think you probably could quit it all. For a while. You're not a pussy. You've got balls, I know. I bet you could gut it out. For a while, you're saying. But what do you think would happen after a while, though? Without something you need? What? You're saying I'd grab my chest and keel over? Clutch my head in the middle of a tap and whack and die of an aneurysm like that girl last year at Atwood? No, but you'd die inside. Maybe outside, too. But what I've seen, if you're the real thing and need it, and just cut yourself off it altogether, you die inside. You lose your mind. I've seen it happen. Cold turkey, they call it. The bird. White knuckling. Guys that had just quit everything because they were in too deep and quit it all and just died. A Clipperton, you mean? You're saying himself killed himself because he got sober? Because he didn't get sober. There was a thing of wild turkey right there on the counter by the oven he blew his fucking head up with. So don't try to kertwang me with him, Mike. Ink. What I know about your dog could be inscribed with a blunt crayon along the rim of a shot glass. I'm talking guys I know. Wolf spiders. Alston guys that quit. Some did a Clipperton, yes. Some ended up in the mental Marriott. Some got through by they joined NA or a cult or some bug-eyed church and went around with ties talking about Jesus or surrendering. But that shit's not going to work for you because you're too sharp to ever buy the God Squad shit. Most nothing big happened that needed it and quit. They got up and went to work and came home and ate and went to sleep and got up day after day, but dead, like machines. You could almost see the keys in their backs. You looked into their maps, and something was gone. The Walking Dead. They loved it so much, they needed it, and gave it up, and now they were waiting to die. Something was all over inside. Their joie de vivre, the fire in the belly. Hal, it's been what now, for you? 2.5 days without? 3 days? How you feeling in there already, brother? I'm all right. Uh-huh. Ink puddle, all I know's I'm your friend. I am. You don't want to communate with the madam? You can hold me and access purses for us. You do what you want, and point me toward whoever tells you different. I'm just giving you the advice to look a little further past that second of deciding something I know you won't let yourself take back. Some vital part of my, personhood would die without something to ingest. This is your view. Sometimes you don't listen real well, Hallie. That's all right. Spend some time figuring out this needing. Like what part of you's come to need it, do you think? You're alleging that's the part that'll die. Just whatever part you feel has come to need what you're planning to take away from it. The part that's dependent, or incomplete, you mean? The addict. That's just a word. 322. Johnette F., whose very first stepmother had been a Chelsea M.A. police officer, was conditioned in early childhood to refer to police as police or the law, since most BPD personnel find the street term the finest sardonic. 323. People outside the Boston AA community always use the and say the Ennett House. This is one way to always tell somebody new or from outside the community. 324. The 17th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Sometimes at odd little times of day, the ETA male's locker room downstairs in ComEd is empty, and you can go in there and sort of moon around and listen to the showers drip and the drains gurgle. You can feel the odd, stunned quality customarily crowded places have at empty times. You can take your time dressing, flex in front of the big plate mirror over the sink. The mirror has projecting side mirrors, so you can check out the old biceps from either side, see the jawline in profile, practice expressions, try to look all natural and uncomposed so you can try to see what you really might normally look like to other people. The air in the locker room hangs heavy with the smells of underarms, deodorant, benzoin, camphonated powder, serious feet, old steam. Also, lemon pledge, and a slight smell of electrical burn from overused blow-dryers. Traces of powder and fuller's earth. Note to footnote. Like dry loaming clay, highly absorbent, used by some for traction on their grips, eschewed by others because it has a lot of aluminum silicates, and the year the Tux medicated pads aluminum causes impotence panic still weighs hard on some pubescent players' minds. On the blue carpeting. Down in too deep to get out without a steamer. You can take a comb out of the big jar of barbicide on the shelf by the sink, and like a .38 caliber blow-dryer, and experiment boldly. It's the best mirror in the academy, intricately lit from all perspectives. Dr. J.O. Incandenza knew his adolescence. At slack times, sometimes head custodian Dave F.D.V. Hardy can be found in here, taking a tiny nap on one of the benches that run in front of the lockers, which he claims the benches do something palliative for his spinal funiculi. More often there's one of Dave's incredibly old and interchangeable menial task janitors in here, running a carpet sweeper or spraying industrial disinfectant in the urinals. You can go into the shower area and not turn the water on and sing. Really let go. Michael Pemulus's own vocals sound pro-quality good to him, but only when he's surrounded by shower tile. Sometimes, when it's empty in here, you can catch snatches of voices and intriguing feminine hygienic noises from the females' locker room on the other side of the locker's wall. At most other times of day, your certain type of more delicately constituted ETA junior uses the primitive subdorm hall showers and sinks and avoids the packed locker room at almost all costs. No way Western man ever should have conceived of commodes and hot showers in the same crowded airspace. T. Shocked can clear out most of a steamy locker room just by lumbering into a commode stall and driving the latch home with a certain purposeful force. The prorectors have their own showers in a kind of lounge near their rooms in the secondary tunnel, with a viewer and recliners and a little fridgelet and a dicky-proof door. When M.M. Pemulus came down to dress for PMs at about 14:20 hours, note to footnote. A good many senior schedules have no last period classes, or have independent study stuff slated for last period, and when two of these seniors, e.g. Pemulus and Freer, are scheduled for a PM challenge match, they get to start at 14:30 hours instead of 15:15 hours, and usually then finish up early, which is a great perk, given that they'll get to hit both the weight room and the locker room at slack and empty times. The only people in the locker room were 14A lobber nonpareil Todd Postlethwaite, hunched and weeping, and Keith Freer, whom Pemulus was to play, and who looked in no hurry to get dressed and out there to play, and could very possibly have been the thing that was making Postlethwaite weep. The so-called Viking was shirtless and had a towel around his neck, and was at the mirror ministering to his skin. He had high, hard, white blonde hair, and an extremely muscular neck and lower jaw, with a certain type of protrusive gonions that made his upper face look tapered and sly. His hair always reminded Hal Incandenza of frozen surf, Hal said. Todd Postlethwaite was near nude and hunched on the bench under his locker, his face in his hands, with its nose's white bandages visible through spread fingers, weeping softly, shoulders trembling. Pemulus, who's Postlethwaite's big buddy, and sort of lob and eschaton mentor, and genuinely likes the kid, dropped his gear and gave him a sort of male affectionate fake 1-2 punch like, think fast. It's the nose, Totter. Like all of them, Pemulus could do his locker's combination by feel, for months and years of constant combination doing. He was looking all around himself in the room. Freer made a slight noise when Pemulus asked the postman if there was anything he could do.
Nothing's true,
Postlethwaite sobbed, his voice palm-muffled, rocking slightly on the bench. His locker was open, and Little Boy cluttered. He was wearing only an unbuttoned little flannel shirt and a Johnson & Johnson Junior jockstrap, and had tiny white feet. Note to footnote: an advantage of competitive mediocrity is you get to sit in the stands and get lots of sun on your feet and chest, because you're knocked out of competition by, like, the second round. Hence, grotesquely pale feet are sort of a perverse mark of competitive status, maybe like toothlessness in hockey or something. And delicate little shell-like toes. He was supposed to be in Donnie Stott's Valley Map Laugher right now, Pemulus knew. What, metaphysical angst at 13? Pemulus directs the question to the, quote, Viking's reflection's eye in the mirror. Freer's back is tapered and uncolloped, and for a tennis player's back has superb lattissimal definition, but is modeled slightly from repeated applications and defoliations of pledge, Freer being a profligate pledge user because he is complexion-obsessed and has the sort of nordicular skin that peels instead of tanning. He still has his jeans and loafers on, Pemulus sees. Pemulus keeps waiting for the distinctive attitudinal upswing of two pre-match tenuate spansules. Note to footnote: specially engineered to react very fast with the hydrolytic enzyme esterase, and thus to be completely out of the tissues within 36 hours. Pemulus's locker is both full and very precisely ordered, practically alphabetized, like the trunk of an experienced seaman. Disassemblable scale, an armamentarium and mood-altering substances used to be concealed, and several factory-concealed niches in the special system of niche-riddled portable shelving Pemulus had installed at age 15. Plus small cloth packets of ground cayenne pepper to foil the always remotely possible sniffer dog when he was a callow youth. This was before the discovery of the ultimate entrepot above the false ceiling in Subdorm B's male hallway. Just a disappointed dinkle. Freer's chuckle tends to be mirthless. What I could get out of him before the waterworks, Postal Waite's old man promised him so-and-so if the kid accomplishes thus and such. His speech was distorted because he was ballooning his cheek with his tongue and applying flesh-tinted cream to a possible pimple there. And the postmaster here feels like he's held up his side of the accomplishment, and now I get the drift Daddy's backing out. Postlethwaite's shoulders continued to tremble as he cried into his hands. In other words, welching, you're saying the dad is, Pemulus said to Freer. I gather now the dad's trying to restructure the original deal all of a sudden. Pemulus undid his belt. The dangled carrot snatched away. The brass ring place hard to get, to coin a maxim. Something about Disney World before the Wawa started. Pemulus removed his non-play sneakers by scraping downward at one heel with the other sneaker's toe, looking down into the tender little whorl in the center of Postlethwaite's hair. He'd never been so ephebic as to verbally ask Freer if he had plans to suit up so they could get out there. He never let Freer think he was renting Freer's space in his head before the match started. Postman, is this because of the eschaton incident? Is it because of the nose? Because I can get on the horn and tell old Postlethwaite Sr. they're blaming nobody under 17, it turns out. You should tell him, Totter. There's whole land barges of shit, but none of it's spraying in you guys' direction. You should take comfort. Nothing's true. Postlethwaite keened, not looking up, muffled, flat-nippled, fatless in the young gut, feet spectral below his legs brown, rocking, shaking his head, looking terribly young and innocently vulnerable, sort of pre-moral. Little white strips of bandage protruded from his palms' outer edges, from Iday's apocalypse. Well, not much is fair anyway, Pemulus conceded. The Viking made a noise at himself. Pemulus calls Postlethwaite's father up on screen. Minneapolis area developer. Malls, corporate parks, bustling places at the edges of roaring beltways. Late 40s, slim, an overmanaged tan. a little over-sharp in the dress department, with a motivational seminar-type hard-sell charm. A dagger of a dad, with a pencil mustache and blinding shoe leather. He tried to conjure an image of this paternal figure hitting Keith Freer on the noggin with a rolling pin, and a bald cartoon lump rising from Freer's skull. Pemulus calculates a win, or even three-setter with Freer, would mean a place on the Whataburger plane, is why he's willing to violate a kind of personal honor code and take pre-match tenuate, which even with the 36-hour elimination curve is kind of cavalier, given that he and Inked escaped on-spot urinalysis only because Pemulus implied to Mrs. Incandenza that he'd tell the Inkster about Avril having some sort of major sport interlude with John Wayne. And Avril is kind of a coldly biding her time not to be fucked with administrative figure. And along with C, Gretel, the cross-sectioned cow, Tavis, isn't exactly a fan of Pemulus anyway. Certainly since the electrified Rusk doorknob and litigation incident. The dreams didn't seem to be kicking in. Instead of the surge of stomachless competitive verve, all Pemulus felt was a slight unpleasant spaciness and a kind of enforced feeling dryness in his eyes and mouth, like he's facing into a warm wind. Pemulus had never once seen his own die in anything other than a white Hanes t-shirt gone permanent yellow under the arms.
"Nothing's fair because nothing's true,"
Postlethwaite wept into his palms. His little flannel shoulders shook. Something old in one of the shower drains sighed and gurgled, a nauseous sound. "Buck up." Pemulus was removing all necessary match articles and refolding them and placing them in his non-complimentary Dunlap gear bag with military precision. He put a foot on the bench and looked briefly to either side. "Because, if that's your burr, then rest in my assurance, postal code. Certain things are rock-solid high-grade true." Freer had made a pincer of his fingers and was at the other cheek. "Let him cry. Let baby have his dinkle. Piss and moan. 13 for Christ's sake. A kid 13 hasn't even been in the same room with real disappointment yet. Hasn't even locked eyes across a room with real disillusion and frustration and pain. 13. Pain's a rumor. What's the word? Angst. Baby wouldn't know genuine article angst if it walked up and got him in a headlock. Not like real true, real possible little cheek pimple angst, Vike, eh? Flip it over and squat, Pemulus, without bothering to look. Both Pemulus and Freer had pronounced a hard G in angst, Hal would have observed. The Viking contorted his mouth and raised his big chin to check the flesh of his jaw, turning slightly to use the side mirrors as well. Pemulus smiled broadly, trying to envision Keith Freer sitting in a canvas restraint wrap, in full lotus, staring blankly, hitting all the high notes in No Business Like Show Business, as orderlies in boiled whites and prim nurses in bent hats stand around snapping their fingers. Clean, white, cheap, institutional care sneakers tapping noiselessly through all eternity. He was down to chinos and bare light brown feet. He considered a blue T-shirt with a black wolf spider on it versus a coincidentally red on gray T-shirt that had "Vodka is the enemy of production," in presumably Russian. His good 4 Dunlop sticks were stacked on the bench to Postlethwaite's left. He picked up 2 and tested the string's tension by hitting the side of one stick's head against the strung face of the other, and listening to the strings, and then switching sticks and repeating the process. The exact right tension has a certain pitch. Mid-sized Dunlop Inkvist TL Composites. $304.95 U.S. retail. Real catgut strings have a kind of a dentalish sweet stink. The dot and circumflex logo. He didn't much look at Postlethwaite. He chose the Cyrillic shirt with the bottle glyph. He rolled it up and put his head through the head hole first, his late great Da's old-fashioned way. The upscaler kids here all did the armholes first, then they did the head. You can also tell the scholarship kids because for some reason they put on a sock and a shoe and then a sock and a shoe. See, for instance, Wayne, who'd been in their room right after lunch when Pemulus had made the decision to come up for some pre-match tenuate. Wayne's room was right nearby, and he was standing here over Troeltsch's pharmacopic bedside table with no shirt and wet hair, rheumy-eyed and shiny-nostrilled from moisturizer on his Kleenex-chafed nostrils. The Viking was squeezing a damp tennis ball with his left hand while he scanned his forehead by mostly feel. Pemulus's psychic counter-strategy was not to appear in any hurry to dress and stretch and get out there either. Pemulus, who feared and hated unauthorized people being in his room, and who was constantly on Schacht's back about forgetting to lock up when he left, and who wasn't intimidated by Wayne's talent and success and affectless reserve, but was cautious around him, John Wayne, sort of the way a formidable predator will be unintimidated but cautious around another formidable predator, particularly since the virtuosic but tense performance in a certain administrative office a week ago, which had been mentioned by neither man. Had coolly asked Wayne if he could help him, and Wayne had just as coolly not looked up from rattling through sickly Jim Troeltsch's bedside table stuff and said he'd come in for some of Troeltsch's Seldane. Note to footnote. QV Note 22 Supra. Which Pemulus had indeed heard Troeltsch at breakfast describing to a nose-blowing Wayne as the battlefield nuke of antihistamines that didn't make you too drowsy to function at an incredibly high level of function. Pemulus adjusted his jock's rear straps, trying to remember this Wayne memory's point. Wayne had wanted a clear head and high pulmonary function because he was down to play the Syrian satelliter in an informal exhibition at 15:15 hours. Wayne hadn't offered this explanation. Pemulus got it off the e-board. One reason Pemulus was cautiously unassertive about Wayne's unauthorized presence in the room was the leaflet, which, given a certain office incident, it wasn't impossible Wayne might choose to suspect, seeing Pemulus's hand in the old English-fonted leaflet up at various boards and inserted on the ETA TP's communal e-board for 11:14, announcing a joint John Wayne, Dr. Averill and Cadenza arithmetic presentation to the pre-quadrivial 14 and unders on how 17 can actually go into 56 way more than 3.294 times. The point was that the half-dressed Wayne had been standing there with one foot bare and one in a sock and shoe. Pemulus shook his head slightly and looked down at Postlethwaite and tried to gather spit. The speaker up by the clock in the cement hall by the sauna crackled to life for the start of weekly WETA with its glass-shattering Joan Sutherland theme. Pemulus put his street sneakers on his street shoe self. "Buck up, TP. It's just an angst spasm. You're just reeling from a temporary paternal kertwang. Philosophical truths jutting out all over the place. Disney World or no? Nose or no? Eschaton lives on, believe me. Underground or no, you have a calling, a talent, a missile man of your caliber. Reach down and rally, me little button." Postlethwaite had taken his face from his hands and was staring stonily up somewhere past Pemulus, lips moving in the habitual sucking reflex for which he took so much guff. His face had the pink scrubbed look of a crying child, all right. His hands had left brown spiders of tincture of benzoin on his cheeks. He had 2 little smudges of bruise under the eyes. He sniffed meatily through a nose still covered in horizontal strips of surgical tape. I'm not a little button." "That's what all little buttons say, kid," the Viking said, levelly, removing something from a nostril with tweezers. Pemulus's sinuses felt like 4-laners, and his sense of smell was a lot keener than a man in a locker room might wish. Freer's locker next to Glockner's, next to good old Ink's, was agape. The bolted colposcope gleaming in the overhead lights, and his Fox large-head sticks, a nauseous West Coast fluorescent orange with the trademark Fox glyph painted on the strings. Postlethwaite scratched at one foot with the nails of the other foot. "If you can't trust your folks, Let me both validate and remind you that the kertwang you're reeling under is emotion-based and not fact-based. Postlethwaite opened his mouth. You're getting ready to say if you can't trust the ostensibly loving patriarchal bosom, you can't trust anyone at all. And if you can't trust people, what can you trust in terms of unvarying dependability, Postlethwaite, am I right? Oh, Jesus H. Christmas tree, here it comes, the Viking said to his forehead's reflection. Pemulus was putting on a sock and a shoe, his mouth right down by Postlethwaite's ear. This is not a bullshit problem. This is like a serious, emotional-philosophical deal you're confronting. I think it's a good sign you're coming to me instead of holding it all impactedly inside. Who's coming to you? Freer turned the big face this way and that. He was already in here having his little wah-wah dinkle. Pemulus tried envisioning Keith Freer being bent over the net by Bedouins in purple turbans and roundly buggered, making the sort of sounds Leith's historical black-and-white J. Gleason made when in pain. To Postlethwaite he was saying, "'Cause I can remember staring down the exact same type thing, though from a more, philosophicalized kertwang than emotions." Freer said, "Do not ask him what he means, kid." Then a couple of 16s came in, G. Yard Guard Raider, and a marginal Slavic kid whose first name was Zoltan, and whose last name nobody could pronounce, and ignored Freer's advice to run for their lives because the good Dr. Pemulus had been prescribing for himself again and was going to begin to rant, and threw down their gear and proceeded immediately to get fresh towels from the dispenser over by the showers and to snap them at each other. "What do you mean?" said Postlethwaite. "The snare closes. The trap closes. Here it comes." Raider rolled his wrists and spiraled the towel for what he called maximum painage. The Viking turned and said if he felt so much as a terry-cloth breeze on his personal ass right here, they were toast. The two. Pemulus was taking rackets out. ETA's male 16s were, as a group, inbent, conspiratorial, glandular, cliquish. They excluded anyone not in their set. They had techniques and stratagems of exclusion way more advanced than the 18s or 14s. They tended to exclude Stice, mostly because he roomed with Coyle and drilled a lot of the time up with the 18s, and mixed with them, and, more recently, Cornspan excluded, basically because he was cretinous and cruel, and now consensually suspected of having tortured and killed the two collarless cats whose burnt corpses had been found on the hillside during pre-drill sprints a couple weeks back. They had their own dialect and codes, in-jokes inside in-jokes. Note to footnote. For example, during the first month of last summer's Euroclay junket, at some prearranged signal, the male 16s would all hunch and hop around, brachiatishly, with their knuckles just off the ground in a circle, hitting their chests and going "er-ah-ee-oh-ah" over and over, until Prorector N. Hartigan finally lost his patience, as they did it again in line for customs at l'aéroport Orly, and had hysterics so gruesome in someone that tall that the practice stopped as mysteriously as it had started. And at ETA only 16s snapped towels, and only for a year or two, but they went at it with a vengeance, towel snapping, a brief, flared genuflection to jock stereotype, a stage where there's this primate-like passion for red-assed bonding in steamy rooms. They were the age staring down the barrel, not of, is anything true, but of, am I true? Of, what am I? Of, what is this thing? And it made them strange. Then 18's B/C fence-sitter Duncan Van Slack, the kid who carried a guitar around with himself every place but never played it, and refused all late night sitting around someone's room requests to play, and was suspected of not being able to play the thing at all, and whose own da was supposedly a redoubted gene sequencer in Savannah, poked his head and guitar's neck in the door, and said to come quick, and then withdrew his head before anybody could ask what was up. If you didn't have such a way with a launch vector, I wouldn't be sure you're ready to hear this, Postal Scale. It occurs to me this is your boring man's true talent, the talent for ensnaring, says the Viking. Flee while you can, kid. Postlethwaite blew his nose in the crook of his elbow and left it there. Pemulus, who still used genuine catgut strings, zipped the 2 sticks he'd chosen into their Dunlop covers. He put an arch support shoe up on the bench by Postlethwaite's bottom, looking quickly right and left. Totter, you can trust math. Freer said, You heard it here first. Pemulus compulsively zipped and unzipped one of the covers. Take a breather, Keith. Todd, trust math, as in Maddox. Math E. First order predicate logic. Never fail you. Quantities and their relation. Rates of change. The vital statistics of God or equivalent, when all else fails. When the boulders slid all the way back to the bottom. When the headless are blaming. When you do not know your way about, you can fall back and regroup around math, whose truth is deductive truth, independent of sense or emotionality, the syllogism, the identity, modus tollens, transitivity, heaven's theme song, the nightlight on life's dark wall late at night, heaven's recipe book, the hydrogen spiral, the methane, ammonia, H2O, nucleic acids, A and G, T and C, the creeping inevitability. Caius is mortal. Math is not mortal. What it is, listen, it's true. This from a man on academic probation, for who knows the length. Something involving Freer and a saline-moistened cattle prod refused to quite mentally gel. There was still none of Tenuate's stomachless verve or well-being, just a glittered hum in his head, and sinuses that felt like wind tunnels. Pemulus tended to be a mouth-breather. The Viking raised one leg to fart toward Pemulus in a vaudevillian way, getting a laugh from Csikszentmihalyi and Rader, who'd mostly undressed and taken seats on the bench opposite Pemulus and Postlethwaite. Towels hung, unwinding in their hands, watching, and were, only every once in a while, and in a half-hearted way pretending to look like they were getting ready to snap each other. "I'm not a bad person, Dad says," said Postlethwaite. Again the nose made the words come out dot, and bath, and person. Csikszentmihalyi feigned a lunge, and then really lunged, and there was a brief flurry of terry cloth. Pemulus unzipped the cover. The axiom, the lemma. Listen. If 2 different sets of parametric equations represent the same curve, J, but the curve is traced in opposite directions in the 2 cases, then the 2 sets of equations produce values for a line integral over J that are negatives of each other. Not if thus and such, not unless a glad-handing commercial realtor from Boardman, Montana in $400 Banffy loafers changes his mind. Always and ever, as in puts the A in a priori. An honest lamp in the inkiest black, toddle poster. There were voices and running feet like some sort of ruckus. McKenna stuck his head in and looked wildly around and withdrew without saying anything. Csikszentmihalyi went off after him. Freer and Rader both said, "What the fuck?" Pemulus had only one button of his fly buttoned and was pointing at the ceiling with a finger. Only that at times like this, when you're directionless in a dark wood, trust to the abstract deductive. When driven to your knees, kneel and revere the double S. Leap like a knight of faith into the arms of Peano, Leibniz, Hilbert, L'Hôpital. You will be lifted up. Fourier, Gauss, Laplace, Ricky. Born up, never let fall. Wiener, Riemann, Frege, Green. Csikszentmihalyi came back in with orthos dice, their color high. Pemulus compulsively zips and unzips zippers, is the reason why he wears only button-fly pants and tennis shorts. CSYI said, "There is expression. You must immediately come. Freer turned from the mirror, both hands on a comb.
What the fuck's going on?
John Wayne is insanely holding forth innermost thoughts for public ears.
Never trust the father you can see, Pemulus told Postlethwaite.
Stice was already on his way back out and said over his shoulder,
Troeltsch has got Wayne on the air, and Wayne's lost his mind.
325. Whose theories of detection and interview are strongly informed by the black-and-white noir films Tyne so enjoyed as a boy, late at night on local broadcast television, and Mrs. 326. And then some. 327. Bolex H64, 32, and 16 models come with a turret that accepts 3 C-mount lenses, which gives the models a kind of multi-eyed alien facial look. 328. Though never unveiled. 329. Which is actually complete horseshit, but goes unchallenged by the OUS operatives, who are pretty savvy at choosing their heuristic battles. 330. Given the guy's track record with ingestion. 331. Picaresque, pretty obviously referring to the comic, surrealist tradition of Bay Area avant-gardists like Peterson and Broughton, since Peterson's potted psalms, mother and death stuff, and the Cage's cranial imprisonment and disconnected eyeball stuff are pretty obvious touchstones in a lot of himself's more parodic slapstick productions. 332. 17 November, year of the Depend Adult undergarment.
Gracious me and mine,
Pemulus said, clutching the ankle of the leg he'd crossed to keep the foot from joggling.
Rusk and Charles and Mrs. Incandenza are with him now. Stitt's been up to see him. Loach has done a thorough reflex check. John Wayne's going to be okay.
Well, thank heavens for that load off everyone's mind, Pemulus said. It was Pemulus, DeLint, Nwangi, and Watson in the Dean of Academic Affairs' office. Mrs. Ink's ventilator hissed, and something up in there whirred a little. DeLint was behind the high desk, looking like a mean little boy. Nobody'd said if anybody higher up than DeLint was going to show. Pemulus didn't know if this was good or bad.
Let's make perfectly sure we got this in order and in your words.
Nwangi and Watson were window dressing. This was A. DeLint's show. His face kind of came apart when he smiled.
With no prior knowledge of anything untoward, you're pulled from the locker room and stand out in the hall with several other students, which is your first knowledge anything's untoward with Wayne.
Pemulus figured none of the administrators had heard the thing. They always shut their soundproof doors at 14:35 hours. Pemulus had no idea what Wayne's said about anything, or Jim Troeltsch, who, very prudently, hasn't shown facial feature 1 in their rooms since the apocalyptic broadcast. It had taken Pemulus about half the salivaless sprint up to B-204 to figure out what had happened, and to find his pilfered tenuates in the little Pecker's Seldane bottle. Pemulus sort of shuddered to imagine the impact of the dreen on Wayne's cherry-red and virgin bloodstream. The slight whir of his cortex working at full speed was masked by the hiss of the ventilator and the sound of whistles, and play, and Stitt's megaphone outside. I'm in there suiting up, waiting for Freer, and doing a little BB intervention on Postlethwaite, who was in crisis, and Zoltan and the darkness come like spasming in, saying Troeltsch had jury-rigged the Duke into candid sharing for the WETA broadcast.
They said what?
That Troeltsch had tricked Wayne into speaking candidly without awareness it's going out over WETA into all the rooms? Pemulus realized the limpness of this. In like that anybody'd see that Wayne'd have to have been sitting right there with Troeltsch by the little old-time gunmetal hand-held mic at Lateral Alice Moore's curved desk. He'd already heard from Lateral Alice that it was more like Wayne had come rattling in and shoved Troeltsch aside and grabbed the mic and started ranting while Troeltsch and Lateral Alice Moore had looked on aghastly, and that Dave Hardy, down doing some maintenance to LAM's deactivated third rail, had been so aghasted he'd pitched forward narcoleptically and stayed like that with his face in the blue carpet and ass in the air for nearly an hour, and that lateral Alice's own stress had brought on an aggravation of her chronic cyanosis, to the point where her whole face was still blue-tinged and between her knees when Pemulus had got to her. This was more like a general sort of impression, which I feel like I might have misbegotten from the agitation of the guys. Plus, how completely un-Wayne-ish Wayne sounded. Like, how could anybody ever have said that shit if they thought it wasn't just them and Troeltsch alone, much less Wayne, who, as we all know, is pretty much reserve in motion? Dillent's nostrils got that pale flare they got, Pemulus knew, when he smelled horse shit and knew you knew it. Pemulus knows Dillent's been laying for him ever since the incident with the PWTA guy, who started to wobble and then rant down at PWTA, which was a totally different type of deal. The irony was that the Wayne dosing had been a total accident, and in no way Pemulus's deal. If anybody's, Troeltsch's, but the Cortex couldn't nail down any way to get this across without admitting to possession of adrene, which, given the shaky pharmaceutical ground since the eschaton and ONANTA urologist, would be tantamount to Clippertonizing himself. Dwangi showed almost blinding third-world teeth, but was saying nothing. Watson's eyes had almost this nictitator of stupidity film on them, less a dullness than a deadness. The dead porchlight of nobody home at Chez Tex Watson. Pemulus saw the leaflet about Wayne and Mrs. I and deviant division in the papers Dillent held. Which is, in your words, your first knowledge of untowardness with Wayne? My first is I get out there, still trying to counsel the post-timer, and hear on the speakers Wayne doing what Keith observed may have been a sort of imitation of Dr. Tavis. It had been uncanny. It had made Stice look like a rank amateur. Wayne had told Troeltsch to pretend he was some adolescent girl. This was adolescent Tavis asking her for a date. Pemulus shuddered. He couldn't exactly remember all the little mannerisms, which Wayne had clearly gotten locked down from Tavis always sitting next to him on the bus back from Victory's, going at him non-stop. But in outline, it was Chucky Tavis coming up to some Canadian cheerleader or something, and telling her he was going to be completely open with her. He had a terrible fear of rejection. He was telling her up front now that tomorrow he was going to ask her out for a date and was begging her not openly to reject him if she didn't want to go, to think up some plausible excuse, though of course he said he realized that what he was saying would make that excuse hard to believe, now that he's openly asked her to make up an excuse. Whereupon the whole academy hears Mr. Troeltsch prompt Wayne into making public castigations of his various peers and instructors. I've got to say, it did seem like Troeltsch had kind of orchestrated things somehow, sir, was my impression. Referring to Corbett Thorpe as a... pretending to riffle through the papers so Pemulus would have to see the 17x56 leaflet several times as it came up in the riffle. I believe the expression was a palsied twit, Dwangi said to Dillent. Yes, palsied twit. And Francis Unwin, quote, has the on-court look of a cornered rodent. And Disney Arleith, the, quote, sort of man you always end up sitting next to at civic functions. Ms. Richardson Levy O'Byrne Chawaff, as chair of some sort of committee dealing with the topic of the, quote, itty-bitty-titty. On Coach Stitt, quote, seeming as if he'd been denied some kind of vitally important moisture from birth henceforward. Our own Mr. Nwangi here being in rough, quote, if I've got it, quote, the sort of fellow who will be in a Chinese restaurant with you and won't even share food or trade food. Meaning mean-spirited. Nwangi threw his head back and beamed like he was blind. What was chilling was that in Wayne's scenario Tavis does succeed. Wayne projects, in seducing the Canadian cheerleader or whatever, even when he's totally open on the date about the fact that he deliberately told her he was afraid of rejection in the first place, only as a strategy to make him seem to her different from other boys, more honest and open, so that the scenario was that the honesty was so exhausting she'd basically just laid back exhausted and let him X her just to shut him up. Except, chillingly, he hadn't shut up. including some sort of imitation of Dr. Tavis carrying on a monologue during the act of sexual intercourse, Dillon said, trying to find it in the sheaf. On Bernadette Longley. Bernadette Longley looks like her hair grew her head instead of the other way around. On Mary Esther Thode, a face like a pancake. On the Academy's own late founder and husband of the Dean of AC-AF, so full of himself he could have shit limbs. Unquote. On his own doubles partner, Howland Condenza, by all appearances addicted to everything that is not tied down, cannot outrun him, and is fittable in the mouth. I'm remembering the word as insertable. Pemulus kicked himself mentally. The pancake thing had been expanded to like 15 seconds, as Wayne had sketched Amy Thode's face as circular, burned, freckled, cratered, doughy, shiny, soggy, on and on. Plus, somehow even more chilling was that Pemulus knew from ink that Wayne's pseudo-Tavis I live in fear of rejection ploy was actually in the top 5 or 10 of the troubling strategies that Ink's brother Orrin, the punter, called up to Hal about employing to young married women. Donnie Stott has, we're informed, skin like an attaché case, and is a compelling advertisement for sunscreen. I myself am, here I quote, a man who would not lend his own mother a quarter for a rubber tip for her crutch. Is the emerging point that this is going to impact my getting to go on the Whataburger trip? Nwangi crumpled and slapped his knee. His face literally looked like a very dark hatchet. Tex Watson reached down behind the console he was slumped in his chair by, and brought out Pemulus's special yachting cap, and dangled it like something you want a dog to jump for. From some place under Nwangi's chair were brought out 2 pharmaceutical scales, several jewelers' loops, the tow truck's supply of empty sterile Visine bottles, and, plus, every bottle from Troeltsch's bedside table, which clearly Troeltsch had eaten some enormous wedge of putrid deal-cutting cheese. Pemulus tasted the metallic taste of a seriously anxious stomach. I request to see the Dean of AC-AF before any of this goes further. We have again Ms. Heath apparently on someone's mind very much today, now said to be the sort of person who, quote, cries at card tricks. We have a Rick Dunkel, who could not find his own bottom with both hands and a nautical compass of exacting precision. We have a return engagement with Miss Heath, described as dwelling always at the edge of some vast continent of menstrual hysteria. We have our own beloved Tex sitting right here, described as having a tiny liquid-filled nubbin at the top of the spine, in lieu of higher cortex function. Obs, no kidding. Something pressing I have to interface about with Mrs. Ink. Tell her it concerns U.S.-Canadian relations. Nwangi's laugh was high, and had the slight tea-kettle wheeze to it of the laughs of large black men the world over. She sends you her regards, the Dean said to tell you. He slapped his knee 3 times. DeLint looked a little less happy because he clearly didn't know what any of it was about, and didn't like playing coded messenger. But he still looked pretty happy. Michael Matthew Pemulus, the Academy's Dean of Academic Affairs, said to tell you the administration's too naturally concerned about the state of one of our 2 very finest current talents, who it's clear he's been unwittingly dosed with an artificial stimulant prohibited by federal statute, ONANTA regulations, and the Enfield Tennis Academy Honor Code specs on artificial substances, to permit itself the satisfaction of giving you the Dean's very best regards, and her wish that, quote, may the road rise up to meet you whithersoever your future travels lie. DeLint probed his ear. I think that was it in a nutshell. Pemulus got very cool and brass mask-faced. He was breathing very clearly through his nose, and the office air seemed mentholated. Everything got very cool and formal inside, and glycerin clear. Obs, before anything gets nailed in stone, that we'll all, I promise you, and Mrs. Ink will all of us regret. DeLint said, I was given to understand you can either finish out the term for credit Or you can hit the trail with your little sailing cap full of pockets on a stick like a bandana to some other ONANTA institution, and see if they'll take a senior without any kind of positive reference, which the sense I get is the administration says fat chance on any kind of reference. Tex Watson said something about urine. Pemulus recrossed his leg. DeLint looked at Nwangi. I believe the kid is speechless. I believe he has nothing to say. I don't believe it. And something about you're invited to shout whatever you threatened the administration to shout about from the highest hill you can find, which pretty soon won't be this one. Nwangi got out through laughter. And that the administrative office doorknobs have been rubberized and grounded. The administrative files all re-cryptographilated. Everyone's room's mirrors re-anodized and sealed with plastic wood, Mrs. Ink said to tell you. The little deck of cards riffle of the wings of the shit fairy, which he privately envisions as a kind of violet incubus with a Dawes saggy frown. Pemulus scratched very coolly next to his ear. And this affects the Waterburger, my chances? DeLint told Pemulus he just fucking slayed him, while Watson looked from face to face, and Nwangi rocked, and wheezed, and slapped at his knee. And Pemulus, close-mouthed and breathing with terrible ease, found their good humor almost infectious. 333. Put out by the Mass Division of SAS, listing meetings of all but the very most lunatic fringe-type 12-step programs in city, sub, and exurbs, all up and down both shores, the Cape, and Nantucket. 334. Hal's Pemulus-inspired trope for putting down the secret daily Bob H., which started as a wry, dark mental joke, and now within a week has become the way Hal characterizes abstinence to himself, which any Boston AA would tell him isn't a very promising way to think about it at all in terms of self-pity. 335. Except, of course, for a certain hardwired type of pornography and onanistic sex addict, which has given rise to a couple exceptionally icky step-based fellowships. 336. According to his sudoriferous and agora-compulsive younger brother, M. Bain. 337. Latin blunder for self-defense's si defendendo is sick, either a befogged muddling of a professional legal term, or a post-Freudian slip, or, least likely, a very oblique and subtle jab at Gately from a Ewell intimate with a graveyard scene from Hamlet, namely, Act 5, Scene 1, Line 9. 338. Ketorolac trimethamine, a non-narcotic analgesic, little more than Motrin with ambition. Registered trademark, Syntex Labs. 339. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. 340. Doxycycline hyclate, an IV antibiotic. Registered trademark, Park Davis Pharmaceuticals. 341. Oxycodone hydrochloride, plus acetaminophen. A Schedule C3 narcotic oral analgesic. Registered trademark, DuPont Pharmaceuticals. 342. Or, possibly, Babel. 343. Boston AA slogan meaning trying to quit addictive substance use without working any kind of recovery program. 344. ETS's, note to footnote, Educational Testing Service, Inc., Princeton, New Jersey. Advanced Placement Standardized Subject Tests, which Howland Condenzas signed up to take in English and Parisian French. 345. The College of Basic Studies building on Commonwealth and Granby, approximately 3 clicks east-southeast of ETA. 346. Montreal International Airport, Dorval. Cartierville Airport being now restricted to intra-Quebec flights only. 347. Which in fact she doesn't, but she had had perfume on the last time she wore the hopel. 348. An Our Catholic Church just off Brighton Center. 349. Sick. 350. Or a face writhing in involuntary disgust at Don G's own armlessness and hook, maybe. 351. As in a combination of the first and 12th steps goes the AA joke, My life is unmanageable and I'd like to share it with you. 352. Reference to January-February, year of the depend adult undergarment, when person or persons unknown went around coating selected toothbrushes of the boys and girls 16s with what was finally pinpointed as betel nut extract, causing panic and internecine finger-pointing and resulting in serial oxidation treatment visits to Dr. E. Zagarelli, DDS, by half a dozen ETAs until the brush tamperings ceased as suddenly as they'd begun, and now 9 months later no one still has the slightest idea regarding perpetrator or point. 353, which runs not to Enfield Brighton, but to Roxbury and Mattapan, places where it is very bad nighttime joss, indeed, to be both white and incapacitated. 354, QV Note A to Note 12. 355, Annexia. Registered trademark, SmithKline Beecham Laboratories. 356, Levodrumaran. Registered trademark, Roche Laboratories. 357, Numorphan, kind of a watered-down Dilaudid. Registered trademark, DuPont Pharmaceuticals. 358, Perwin NX. Registered trademark, Boswell Medications Ltd., Canada, which accounts for the C3, because the Canadians are notoriously insane when it comes to forecasting abuse potential. 359, aka chlor-diazepoxide hydrochloride. Registered trademark, Roche, Inc., a low-grade Valiumish trank. 360, a C3 and sort of entry-level oral narcotic, the side effects and inconsistent buzz of which often send abusers up the ladder to C2 compounds. 361, aka hyoscyamine sulfate. Registered trademark, Schwartz Pharma Kremers Urban Inc., an antispasmodic for anything from colitis to irritable bowel syndrome. 362, aka methaqualone, now manufactured outside ONAN jurisdiction under the trade name Peristol. 363, later one-third of the Rent and Strip Luxury Apartments crew, and even later Gately's trusted colleague on some of his most disastrous and bottom-hastening home invasions, including that of one G. Duplessis, which Kite ended up regretting exponentially more than Gately did once the AFR got through with him. 364, MDA, MDMA, X, MMDA2, Loveboat, MMDA3A, Eve, DMMDA2, Starry Night, etc. 365, Long-Term Institution. 366, sounding rather suspiciously like Professor H. Bloom's turgid studies of artistic influenza, though it's unclear how either Flood or Dead Ancestor discussions have any connection to S. Peterson's low-budget classic The Cage, which is mostly about a peripatetic eyeball rolling around, other than the fact that J.O. Incandenza loved this film and stuck little snippets of it or references to it just about anywhere he could. Maybe the disjunction or disconnection between the screen's film and Ph.D.'s scholastic discussion of art is part of the point. Note to footnote, which of course assumes there's a point. 367. Though they did, just as in depictions of organized crime in popular entertainment, often change the cell phones they used to avoid potential taps or pen registers. Sorkin buying new units and numbers, Gately more often borrowing student RN cellulars and then returning them after a few days. One of Gately's biggest challenges in this career was remembering all the different fucking phone numbers and addresses of luxury apartments of the week when he was strafed on Bam Bams just about all the time. 368. Cimetidine. Registered trademark, SmithKline Beecham Pharmaceuticals. 800 milligrams spansules for generalized craniovascular woe. Derived, kind of interestingly, from the same ergot rye mold as LSD. 369. For the two maps Sorkin had to have eliminated altogether during this period, it's maybe worth observing that he eschewed both Towers and instead used the thuggish ex-Quebecer muscle boys, Demont and Pointgravé, who had no real loyalties or membership in any community, and hired themselves out as enforcers for books and high-interest lenders all up and down both shores. Gately did, as a coercive collector, demap one person, but it was essentially an accident. The debtor, had been blonde, and drinking Heinekens, and then, when things got physical, he'd squirted Gately in the face with mace, and a red curtain of rage had descended over Gately's sight. And when he'd come back to himself, the debtor's head was turned 180 degrees around on his neck, and had the little mace can all the way up one nostril. And it was the most professionally horrified Gately had ever been up until the thing with the suffocated Canadian PIT, which anyway occurred much later, and when Gately was way more non-violence prone. 370. Purified pork insulin in a zinc suspension. Registered trademark, Lilly Pharmaceuticals. 371. An elite private high school up near the Methuen salient. 372. Surely Skeet and VIG, meaning debt and bookmaker's automatic percentage, usually 10% subtracted from winnings or added to Skeet, are not just Metro Boston terms. 373. AKA Acetylcysteine 20, registered trademark, Bristol Laboratories. A nebulizable prophylaxis against the post-traumatic buildup of abnormal, viscid, or inspissated mucus. 374. With the hard CH sound distinctive of North Shore pronunciation of words like Chicago and champagne. 375. Known less sensitively among neuro-urology residents as dizzy dick disorder, or sometimes just 3D. 376. Knoll Laboratories Good Old Dilaudid. $666 per gram wholesale and $5 per milligram street at Year of the Whisper Quiet Maytag Dishmaster valuations. 377. A Phillips screwdriver, vodka, and milk of magnesia, which Gately finds nauseous and privately refers to as a low ball. 378. As opposed to self-confronting, presumably. 379. See Note 144, Supra. 380. The 1.3 to 1 aspect ratio rectangle scanned by electron beams in video imaging, now replaced by multi-interlace. Note to footnote. Why Noreen Lace Forcher's Seminole Corporation's name was a kind of wry pun. 2 to 1 interlace was pre-HD television's term for breaking the picture frame into two 262.5 line fields for standard 225-line raster scanning. A very in-type joke designed to appeal to the same big four that Noreen L.F. was then wooing. Solid field HD digital imaging. 381. More like BS 1926, according to the still photo archive at New York City's Museum of Modern Art, plus NB the print, which Hal correctly remembers Avril always loathing. Note to footnote. Hence the relative queerness of it still being up on the HMH living room wall 4 years after Incandenza's Philodicea. It's not like anybody asked her to keep the thing up. Long predated JOI's ever picking up a camera. 382. Whether in singles against him or doubles alongside, when Hal is on court with Wayne, he always gets the creepy feeling that Wayne has control out there, not just of his voluntary CNS, but also of his heart rate and blood pressure, the diameter of his pupils, etc., which feeling is not only creepy but distracting, adding to the tension of playing with Wayne. 383. Winter Park, Florida facility for enmeshment, codependency, and compulsivity-related issues. 384. A.K.A. Lorazepam. Registered trademark, Wythe Ahurst Labs. A venerable anti-anxiety trank, of which 25 milligrams per day is enough to anxiolytize a good-sized Clydesdale. 385. Probably meaning Dorix. Park Davis's dioxycycline hyclate, the cruise missile of gram-negative antibiotics. 386. Naloxone hydrochloride, the Exocet missile of narcotic antagonists. Registered trademark, DuPont Pharmaceuticals. 2 milliliters per 20 milliliters saline prefilled syringes. 387. Metro Boston's third hardest thing to street cop after raw Vietnamese opium and the incredibly potent DMZ. Sunshine is pentazocine hydrochloride and menefenamic acid. Note to footnote. A non-narc analgesic marketed in the U.S. as Ponstel, registered trademark Park Davis. Mostly, oddly enough, for dysmenorrhea, sort of like nuclear-grade Midol. Registered trademark, Sanofi Winthrop Canada, Inc. With trade name, Tolwyn PX. Dayglow Yellow Serum. 7 milliliters per 20 milliliter saline prefilled syringes. $3.88. Tolwyn NX. Registered trademark, Sanofi Winthrop US.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.